Well, according to my telly, I'm live now. So it's about 3 minutes to 8. I don't know if there's anybody out there yet. I'll say good evening, and we'll be getting started at about 8 o'clock. We've got lots of activities in the bank today for the Stay Up 2020 event. So bear with, say hello when you get a minute, and I'll be starting very soon. Oh, it says I've got 4 people. I've just realised, you see, and I think the chat's there. So you want to say hello, please do. We're sort of officially starting everything at 8 o'clock, and I'm being, I think I'm being interviewed, or somebody's going to speak to me on a Blue Jeans chat. So I've got that going on at the same time. So I'm going to have to try and multitask with you all, but we'll be getting going with the quiz very soon. But welcome all of you. Hi, Alessandra. Nice to see you. I've got lots of shout outs as well, but I'm going to save those till we've got a few more people. It's lovely to see everybody. I hope you're having a good Thursday. I can hear my Blue Jeans chat warming up as well. But this is very, very confusing, as you can imagine. I'm sitting here, I've got Blue Jeans on this side of me, or is it that side? And I've got you guys here on the camera. Quiz questions are here in front of me. I feel a bit like I'm running a Houston operation at the moment.
Hi, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you for joining. Just Blue Jeans is going to be open throughout the night, so feel free to just dip in and out as you please. And if you're staying up all night like I am, be kind to yourself. Make sure you've got plenty to drink and snacks, and do share your experiences on social media, so we can put this good call right out there and get everybody talking about it. Before we start tonight, an individual reached out to me earlier today, and I was touched by his bravery in terms of actually wanting to talk to us about his own personal experience, and that's Ollie.
The noise in the background, guys, is the opening chat on the Blue Jeans that has been running for the bank, and they're going to be interviewing someone who has had direct experience of homelessness, and just for a few minutes they're going to be talking about that. So apologies for the background noise, and
I guess I don't really know where to start.
I'm going to kick things off only when that bit's finished, if that's okay with you all. So please bear with me. We will get started on the quiz, and thanks all of you for joining.
You know quite a bit about me.
We love you lots.
I love you too. So when I was around 13, 14, I made the decision to leave home. It wasn't a massive thing. There was no major blowout or anything. It was literally...
I see someone else has joined. Welcome. There's just a short 10 or 15 minute introduction going on in the background, which is why I'm just holding off starting the quiz. But please do bear with us. Go and get your drink and sharpen your pencil, and we will get started as soon as this short activity is taking place. They're interviewing somebody at the moment about his experiences, and I think they're going to talk to me, but I'm not sure. So
I've stayed with
my apologies for not being
that I've met.
in full flow of questions, but I'm sure you'll be excited
It became
as
very
soon as
clear
we're ready.
after a few days that I couldn't
And I'll
stay
try
there
and shut down some of
indefinitely.
the many screens and
Um,
noises I've got going on once
we
we
were
get
supposed
started
to
as well.
Channel 4, and
But we've got the chat line open as well, so if you say hello, I will give you a shout out, and
paraphrase
all of you who are there, whether it's a family, whether it's somebody on their own, whether it's
until I felt went to Manchester.
don't forget the rule of six, though. We're not meant to be more than six, so don't admit that there's seven of you. Not that I'm saying anything, I'm nice like that.
But I thought, you can do this, you've got this. I was struggling with my sexuality, I was struggling with my gender identity. Everything was going to blow up, and when it blew up big time.
Could do one of those notices, couldn't I? You know, we'll be right back.
Down to Canal Street.
That would probably hurt.
I made some
Maybe
friends.
the next time we do this, I'll master some extra skills that can have banners on the screen that say, you know, be with you all soon or something like that.
Time, including a very famous drag queen, which will not be mentioned because she was actually very kind to me. I started working in a bar down in the village, underage, collecting glasses. When I was 16. Multiple times. I started hanging around with the homeless community that lived in Sapphill Park, which is just off of Canal Street. Living with them in the park, staying wherever I could. Getting myself into a lot of situations that now I look back at, and absolutely terrifying. I was still a kid. There was things that I did that I'm not proud of to get myself a place to sleep, and situations that kids shouldn't be in, ever. So during that time, I made some new friends who didn't really turn out to be good friends. They were really heavily into the crystal meth scene. And I started to use drugs, to drink heavily, and didn't really know what I was doing. Took a long time for me
The other
to stop that. Wasn't until
exciting thing, of course, is that this is all about getting your money from you.
So, yeah,
I know that sounds a bit unfair, but
5 years next week.
as we wait for the start of the quiz,
A long
the
time.
way this event's been organised, it's sort of
I
countrywide,
wish
but
that I'd have let
the Co-operative Bank,
I was scared
who I work for, as most of you perhaps know, had a day-long set of activities, and in some cases people have been doing stuff for the last few weeks or even months, and
doing what I was doing was
raising money for Centrepoint, who of course are, I hope you know, are all about homelessness support, particularly for young people. And so we've got the Just Giving page, and love you to send me some money. I can put the link out occasionally, but if you just go on to Just Giving and search for my name, you'll find the page, and if you can spare any cash, I'd love that. But a wonderful bit of news is that the overall team, and I'm part of the wider Co-operative Bank team, at the moment we've raised £17,400 for Centrepoint on this event, and that is just phenomenal. There's no other word for it. That is absolutely phenomenal. At a time when people are facing so many difficulties, people have given freely and have been so generous. And hopefully, a bit like a telethon, really, isn't it? You know, we should have a rolling grand total somewhere on the screen, so I'll perhaps make sure that happens as well at some point. or I'll at least tell you what it is. I don't think we'll get the technology to make it go across the bottom screen like the BBC do. But
that night,
we'll keep you
went
posted
out
on
and got myself
how we're
into
doing. And I'm thrilled that
a
at the
fight,
moment,
got
when I
myself
last
into
looked a few
really
minutes ago, my page
fancy
raised £250 towards that total, which is fabulous. And thank you all for what you've done and
that
for the
night.
generosity.
Um,
It
and
really does make a difference.
next day,
And
I went
Ollie,
straight
who
to
is
the train
speaking in the
station
background at the
and
moment,
I came back to Stoke.
who was homeless,
I went
is telling us a little bit about his story of being homeless as a
stayed
teenager
there.
and the difficulties of
So
that produced
I
and all the difficulties
hosted,
he's faced since.
made some decent friends.
And
some
it
good
is with the
friends.
people like Centrepoint
We
and what they do for young
tried to
people
get really
that
working on
makes a huge difference. And also, I'm sure in some cases, is
so
why people like Ollie are still here today to tell us his
college,
story.
put myself through at
So thank you for bearing with us.
College.
Like I say, we will
For the next
start.
4 years,
I'm hoping about 8:15.
there were times
I just
when
need to
I didn't know where
listen
I was
to what's
gonna
going
go
on here.
now,
This is
and
it's the official bit.
back to the dance
It is
studio,
important. It's important that
and
we
it's
start the
in the
evening in the
background,
right way.
and then make up excuses why I was there early.
I'm
the
sure
next
again with
day.
clever technology we could have maybe
And
linked one thing to
that
another,
went
but
on
we're not that
throughout
clever at that kind of
all
thing at the moment.
college.
So, but we will get started soon
I
on
met
quizzing,
somebody whilst I was there.
and I'll just
found a
I'll
place
just
to
turn
live
back and listen to what's being said for a few minutes. So
and
thank you for bearing with me. I do appreciate it.
and stayed there for a few years. Then met up with old friends. It all went wrong again, as it does. And it was kind of a vicious circle, I guess. And I ended up back in Manchester, then Leicester, Chesterfield. Did a tour around, and of course ended up back in Stoke. Some of it was good. There are some really good memories, some friends for life that I made, but 90% of it was horrendous. And I don't want to say, I just want people to understand someone, it's not just a house, it's a scary world, it really is, and I think that a lot of the time we go around with blinkers on, judge people that we see on the streets, and we shouldn't, because everybody's got a story, and we don't know that story unless we take the time to listen to them. But like I say, it's got a happy ending. I've now got a girlfriend. We've been together almost 10 years now. I've got a 2-year-old who is just wicked. She's amazing. I've got a job that I absolutely adore. And I'm not just saying that. I genuinely do. I've got friends that I would do anything for. And I know that they'd do anything for me. Things can change. And sometimes we need to go through that hardship to where we are and to be the person that we're meant to be. That's it. Sorry if I've rambled a little bit. But thank you.
Not at all.
Tell us your daughter's name, Ollie.
It's Maya.
Maya.
She
Tell us a bit
is-
about Maya.
Yeah. She is amazing. She is 2.5 next week. She's
I keep saying it, but I don't want to lose any of you. So
Manny.
we'll be starting about
was on the
1:15
call.
or thereabouts.
That's for Julie Manny. She loves
We're
the
just doing
music.
some sort of official stuff that I've been asked to be part of, which is why I've just delayed starting the quiz. So thank you for bearing with me. I'm sure you all wandered off to top up your beer glass or your coffee cup or whatever. I might have to do that myself as well. I forgot to bring a drink in when I started, but we'll organise that at the right time as well.
And I never thought I'd be a decent parent because I never had that. And I think that's helped me to be a good dad. You know, she's meant I couldn't ask for anything more. She's annoying. She does my head in 90% of the time. You know,
You do hear it in 90% of the time, Ollie.
I genuinely do. I genuinely do. Thank you for that, Nicole. I do. I do. But
He's a great daddy. Yeah.
stop it. Like, I'm genuinely going to cry.
I'm right as well.
You've been so brave. Excuse me, you've been so brave and courageous. Sharing the story. Sorry, I choked up in the back. I can't talk. But
The first time that I'd ever spoke about it, sorry, the first time I spoke about it was with Charlotte earlier on. I'd never really talked about it before this afternoon.
Thank you for reaching out to the audience.
Thank you for giving me the shot. Well, don't know better. Don't know any better. Just accept it, take it, and it'll get better. Trust me. I'm the post child will get better, and it does. And when it gets better, it's awesome. And it's
Thank you so much for sharing the bravery you showed to share your story. And the fact that you know where you've ended up, you've got. That's how you end up.
it's all right.
Fantastic. And I bet you are fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you so
From
much.
Darren, you know, from a work perspective, I've known Ollie, 3 years now, Ollie?
Yeah.
Something like that. I'm from day, I think I even remember your first day, but, you know, from the very first day, he's always stood out, and he's put his heart and soul into everything we do, and he's a real role model for the team. So, so proud of you tonight, Ollie, really. You are. So thank you for doing it.
Ollie, you've got the whole of the club to back behind you. You've got the whole of the club to back behind you. It's an inspirational story. Ollie, would you prepare to find a way to work with Charlotte so we can share this wider?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. Anything that I
Let
can
me
do.
try and have a chat at some stage and we'll see how we can share it wider.
I think we're getting close to the end of this piece now, guys. So you can still hear the noise in the background, but I'm hoping they're going to sort of say, hello, Andrew, goodbye, or whatever it is they want to do. I was just asked if I would sort of be available, you might call it. And then we can get on with the fun and games of quizzing, of course.
Sorry.
Knowing that what you said there, that people would find themselves over to one of the streets or nine, can't sleep. Don't know where the next meal's coming from, etc. I can't put myself in your shoes and imagine that. How it must feel like. To hear the story firsthand. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Shows what you've all, you know, put up with. I guess.
And to be a role model in the workplace as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask you to say that again, Sally, so that I can record it and keep replaying that. Okay.
My pleasure.
Is there anything anybody else would like to say to Ollie? No.
Just thank you. That was so good to hear. Thank you, Ollie.
Yeah, well, you all, we love you.
I think we've got a few each, to be honest. I'm really quite.
Should we give Ollie a round of applause then?
Absolutely.
Right, we're going to start the next program this evening. Our very own Andrew Stover, who is going to do a man of 12-hour quiz throughout the night, which is unbelievable, fantastic. I believe if you search me in YouTube, Co-operative, you'll be able to find it. I think Sharon, we're going to have Andrew on blue jeans for the beginning of our week. Right.
That's the plan. I might just need to drop a quick text message. Come on mute.
So it's breaking up, so I wasn't sure if you were speaking.
We're over to you, Andrew.
Jolly good. Hi, Daryl. Hi, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. If Ollie's still there, thank you, Ollie. Inspirational story, without doubt. Yeah, I'm not sure why I've done this, really, Daryl.
It's too late now.
Well, that's the trouble. Yeah, I thought that when I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning and realised that was it until sometimes tomorrow night. I've done a couple of these quizzes. I love getting involved. I love doing the quizzes when we were able to be together in Manchester or in wherever it was we would do them. And I found myself quite enjoying the online quiz. And when the stay up opportunity came along, and I've been involved in Sleep Out in the past, it just seemed the sensible thing to do. If you're going to stay up all night, you might as well be doing something. And in my case, it's going to be asking people damn fool questions that they won't know the answers to. But don't worry, because neither do I. But just if you've got a bit of time and you want to dip in, we've organised it. Well, when I say we, I've organised it so that you can dip in and out. And after a few questions, we will give the answers. So it's not like you'll come on, you'll try and answer 30 questions and you'll never know if you got them right or not. We're not going to do that to people. It'll be more small chunks of questions, do some answers, take a break, go for a gin, that kind of thing. And then, stagger off for a line at 6 a.m. or whatever it'll be. But more importantly is it's all to raise the money for Centrepoint. At the end of the day, I don't really care if you like my quiz or not. Just give me your money and then go to bed. Because it doesn't matter. I had a quick look at the total earlier, and I hadn't been watching it throughout the day. I've been doing some other stuff. And I've been blown away by the team total already, Daryl, and I guess you've seen it. And it's phenomenal, the generosity of people. And I know how good people are with all the different things that are going on. So I'm just going to say well done to every one of the people who've done something or are still doing something. And do look in, and especially at 3 o'clock in the morning when I'm sat here talking to myself, probably asking questions that nobody's going to answer. And even my production team have left me this time. They've beggared off, so they're not even going to be here. So I'm absolutely home alone for tonight. So, but your support is really what eggs us on. It really does. Whether you come on and say hi, I've got the chat link going this time on the video, so it does mean you can say hello, and I'll give you a shout out and give you a wave, and other than that, Daryl, I'm just hopefully going to create a bit of fun and raise lots of money.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
If you want to start asking questions, we'll stick with you for the first few until the yoga starts at 1:45.
You won't like it when you know that the first round is geography. You'll all hate me. I decided to be really cruel, but that was the plan. I don't know why I picked geography first. I think I heard a question on the telly, but just on one other thing, the aim is that we will change the subject on the hour. So if you're thinking, well, I've got nothing going on at 10 p.m., if you join at 10 p.m., there'll be a new subject just starting. And at the moment, 10 p.m. or thereabouts is music. So I've got a plan, you see, just to prove it's not as random as it looks like. But let's have a go and see how we get on. And in fact, I'm sure the people who are watching and can't shout out won't mind, but anybody on Blue Jeans wants to just shout out answers, I don't care.
Andrew, I don't know if you can hear us, but we lost you there.
Oh dear. Sorry, Daryl. I know that. I think we're swamping the Blue Jeans internet, aren't we, at the moment?
It's probably.
Well,
what was it about 10 o'clock? You was trying to tell us.
10 o'clock, I'll be doing a music round. So each hour, I change the subject. So if people want to join on the hour, they'll get a new subject starting. So if you can hear me, and hopefully you can, and for those who are watching the YouTube, we're doing geography. And question one of the, not the longest quiz in the world, but quite a long quiz, is what is the oldest recorded town in the UK? So I want to know what's the name of the oldest recorded town in the UK. I can't tell you how old it is because I forgot to write that down. And then question two is how many counties are there in England? So how many counties are there in England? And I know that'll cause some argument because it depends what we mean by a county, but this is the number I believe is the answer. And staying on the theme of counties, what's the name of the smallest and what's the name of the largest counties? So what's the smallest county in England and what is the largest county in England? Question 5. What is Britain's highest mountain? So what is Britain's highest mountain? Question 6 is on the London Tube network, which is the only station that begins with the letter I? So on the London Tube network, which is the only station that begins with the letter I? Next one, what is Britain's longest river? And you can give yourself bonus points if you get the length right as well. But what is the name of Britain's longest river? And I know this one's a bit unfair, but it just seemed a bit of a random one that I found. What is Scotland's 4th largest city by population? You've got to say that's quite unfair, really. But someone will know. What is Scotland's? And to Ian's question, yes, if you use the link I sent you, that should find it. For people wanting to give money, if you go to Just Giving and type in my name, it should find the Stay Up 2020 giving page. So, because the link itself is this long thing that goes on and on and on. But if you just type in my name on Just Giving in the search bar, it should find the Stay Up 2020 page. Donate. Thank you so much, everybody that has donated. I'll be doing some shout outs a bit later on for everybody. Back to our quiz. There's a village called Coton in the Elms, and it's in the English county of Derbyshire. What makes it special? What makes Coton in the Elms so special? Our next question: how many English counties border Wales? And of course, bonuses if you name them for me. But how many are there? How many counties border Wales? And if people are being picky, and I know I am, I should have probably said they have a land border, just in case anybody argues that if it's across the sea, it counts as a border. So how many English counties border Wales? Another one about long things in Britain. Which is Britain's longest motorway? And another, I don't know, I must have had a thing when I wrote this page about long things, because the next one is, where is the UK's longest pier? And how long is it? So I was clearly looking at a strange page of superlatives at the time. How many islands make up the Channel Islands? And again, as always, we love the bonus points. Can you name them all? Now, how many islands make up the Channel Islands? We're now going into a bit of a flag theme. So lots of countries through the years have had the Union Jack as part of their flag. Which country most recently dropped the Union Jack from their national flag? Now, I have to say that I'm hoping that no one's made any changes recently to this, but this is the one I got. So if you think something happened and somebody did it last week and I didn't know, my apologies. If you were to turn the Indonesian flag upside down, which country's flag would you then have? So if you were to turn the Indonesian flag upside down, which country's flag would you then have? And we couldn't really have a flag question without including the USA, given that they feature in our news as much as we do sometimes. So, since its original design in 1777, how many times has the Stars and Stripes been updated with extra stars as more states entered the Union? So if you didn't know, the Stars and Stripes, the stars represent each of the states and the stripes represent the original 13 states. So for each time a state joined the Union, they changed the flag and added a star. How many times have they done that since 1777? Which country has a flag which is a yellow star on a red background? Which country's flag is a yellow star on a red background? And I'm pretty sure there's only one that's got one of those. Now, there are 3 countries that share a green, white, and orange tricolour, 3-banded flag. 3 countries share a green, white, and orange tricolour. Can you name them? And of course, you'll get a point for each anyway. So if you can name 1, 2, or 3, wonderful. Based on my research, only 1 country has a flag which is not a quadrilateral. So it's not 4-sided. Can you name the country? So only 1 country has a non-quadrilateral flag. Can you name that country? And the last question in the geography round, because I knew you didn't want too many of these. What do the national flags of Belize, Guatemala, Mozambique, and Saudi Arabia have in common? So, what do the national flags of Belize, Guatemala, Mozambique, and Saudi Arabia have in common? Now, because we've got this little chat feature, of course, we do offer the option of you can ask for questions to be repeated if you really want, but please don't. I mean, it'll just go on forever, won't it? But if you did want me to, I could try. But instead, I'm going to give you a couple of minutes to do the thinking that needs to happen on the questions that you made a note and then want to go back to, or you want to search on Google, but please don't do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the answers. And then I'm going to do some shout outs for some people. I'm going to take a very short break for me to go and get a drink. And we'll start the next round at about 9 o'clock as we planned. The first hour was always a little bit contrived with different aspects of what we were doing. So I kept the quiz element short so that we'd have the time to do it. And then we'll see how we get on. I'll perhaps slow things down a little. I don't know if I'm reading the questions too quickly for people, whether you need a bit more time on them. It's always hard to judge the first round. So here are your answers for the geography round. The oldest recorded town in the UK, I am advised, is Colchester. So Colchester It's the oldest recorded town in the UK. And I know it dates back to certainly pre 1000 AD, I believe. And it may even go back to sort of 400 AD, or even before that, might even be as far back as the early Romans. Somebody somewhere will probably know the detail of it, but that's the oldest recorded town. Based on recent information made available, there are 48 counties in England. So we have 48 different counties in England. And the smallest one is Rutland. So I didn't make a note of how small, but Rutland is very small as a county. And the largest county is Yorkshire. So those are our county facts for today. Our highest mountain, which I've no idea how high it is. I could have looked and I forgot. Ben Nevis is Britain's highest mountain. And I've certainly got colleagues at work who have done the Three Peaks challenge in the past, which is to scale the three highest mountains, one in Scotland, one in England, and one in Wales. Ben Nevis is the one in Scotland, of course. And the idea is that you do all three within 24 hours. A challenge that is very hard indeed. But Ben Nevis is the answer to our question. On the London Tube network, one station has a name beginning with the letter I. So if anybody wrote Ickenham down, which is really a bit like Twickenham without the tw, Ickenham is the answer that we were looking for on the Tube network. Never heard of it. It was something I didn't know till I read that question. I guessed it probably would be out in the sticks somewhere.
It's right at the end of the M40.
Oh, wow. That's a long way out then, yeah. So is it sort of the end of the central line or something daft like that?
Yeah. Either that or Central.
Yeah.
I think it might be Central.
Yeah, I know the central runs out direct west. That's the only reason I knew that bit now. But,
Yeah, I think it might be right.
Yeah. I was born near the end of the Metropolitan line. There you go, useless fact for people. I was born at Reynard Lane, which is almost the end of the Metropolitan line. I think it runs a bit further now, but I think in those days it was the end. Anyway.
Is that a question for us later on?
Yeah, where was Andrew born? I do think of putting questions like that into the quiz. You know, so personal that if you know, I'm curious as to why kind of thing. So we then got on to some of the superlatives, which are always interesting. And I was talking to a friend earlier, and I said the danger with superlatives in quizzes is that they can be superseded if we're not careful. The ones I've picked, I think, are less likely to get superseded easily. And we began with, what is Britain's longest river? Well, I am told that the longest river in Britain is the Severn. And it's 220 miles long. And that's just 5 miles longer than the Thames. So it's nip and tuck, but the Severn is 220 miles long. And then our very random, strange question about Scotland, which was, what is Scotland's 4th largest city by population? Definitely an odd question, that one. But anybody who got...
Scotland. Andrew.
So, but did you get Dundee for that one, Leslie?
What?
Did you get Dundee as the answer? Because it would have...
Dead easy. Dundee and Ben Nevis, that was my 2 right questions.
I guess
Straight face, Leslie.
I know. We almost believed her then, Daryl, didn't we? You know, but it's a ridiculously random question, and I'll be impressed by anybody who knew that. But
well, I'd like to know, Andrew, if Leslie knows what the fifth is.
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure what the first is. I'm guessing it must be Edinburgh first.
It was the second biggest. Aberdeen is the third biggest. Dundee is the fourth biggest, and I would say probably, it would be between Stirling, Perth, and Inverness for the fifth.
That they were the three I would have picked as well, but I don't know the answer. I could Google it, but yeah. After that, you've named all the cities in Scotland anyway. Then really, so
yeah, that's it. I think it's only about 6 cities. Yeah,
but we'll move on. So
looking out for more Scottish questions later.
I'm sure I'll find a couple more. So the next question was all about this place called Coton in the Elms, which is a village and a parish in the English county of Derbyshire. Not that far from where I am, I guess, really, because my county borders Derbyshire. But who knew what makes Coton in the Elms special? And the answer is, it is the place in Great Britain which is furthest from the coast anywhere. So you cannot get further from the coast than this place is from the coast. And it's 70 miles to the coast. So nowhere is more than 70 miles from the coast. Coton in the Elms has that accolade. I don't think it was built for that reason. I think it's just a freak of nature that that's the place that they found is furthest from the sea in any direction. So we asked you how many counties border Wales. And the answer I wanted was 4. And they are Cheshire, Shropshire, Herefordshire, and Gloucestershire. So those 4 counties have a land border with Wales. We then went back to a couple more superlatives, and we asked which is Britain's longest motorway. And I hope somebody put the M6. Would you believe the M6 is 5 miles longer than the River Severn? 225 miles. So I didn't realise it was that long, if I was honest as well. I've driven up and down it a lot, but I didn't know it was that long. But the M6 is 225 miles long and it's Britain's longest motorway at the moment. Hello.
We're going to start our yoga now. So for those who want to carry on quizzing, they'll have to go and find you on YouTube.
They will. I will probably drop off the blue jeans for now. I might dip back in later. But thank you everyone for joining.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks. Bye bye. Hello, YouTubers. So I've exited the interactive element of the quiz with the blue jeans chat, which was great fun, but it's certainly a bit more difficult juggling the two things. I'm just going to plug my phone in and put it on charge as well while we finish marking this first round. So my next question was, where is the UK's longest pier? It's one of those facts, I think, that it's sort of half well known. It gets talked about quite a lot. Thank you, Vincent. Welcome. Hi to you. The answer to our question is Southend-on-Sea. And it's just over 2 kilometres long, which is immense, really. I do a little bit of running and I know how far 2 kilometres is, and I can't believe that they built a pier that long. So, but yeah, Southend-on-Sea is the answer that we wanted. I then asked you how many islands make up the Channel Islands. Again, I've learned some new stuff tonight, I tell you. Because I didn't know this. I've been to one Channel Island in my life, that's all. I've been to Guernsey. I was due to go to Jersey this year, but unfortunately, COVID-19 has delayed that till next year, probably. But there are 7 Channel Islands. And you can have a point for each one that you can name or named. I wanted, they're not in any particular order here, but Guernsey, Jersey, Alderney, Sark, Herm, Jethu, and Brecqhou. So it was those last 2 that I'd not heard of. And I think I wouldn't have remembered Herm. I think I'd have ended up putting 4 if I'd answered the question. So 7 is the answer we wanted. And you can have a bonus for each one that you named as well. And then we asked a question about, well, we asked a few questions about flags, really. But the first one was, which country most recently dropped the Union Jack from its national flag? And the answer is South Africa. And although we said most recently, that's a bit, well, unfair, I suppose. What we really meant was, who was the last country to do it? Because it certainly wasn't recently. It was actually in 1994 when they adopted a new national flag and took the Union Jack out of their emblem. So South Africa is the answer that we were looking for. If we turn the Indonesian flag upside down, which country's flag do we get? And I guess you have to know what the Indonesian flag looked like. But the answer is Poland. So basically, it's a red and white horizontal bar. So Indonesia flag upside down is Poland. Now then, the confusing question about the Stars and Stripes. So since the original design back in 1777, how many times has the Stars and Stripes been updated with extra stars? More states entered the Union. So the short answer is just a number, and it's 26. So the current design of the Stars and Stripes is the 27th design in 243 years. And just for a bit of trivia, the 48 star version was in use for 47 years between 1912 and 1959. And then for just 1 year only, the 49 star version was in use. And in July 1960, the 50 star version, which is the current one, and so has been in use now for 60 years, was when Hawaii joined the Union. And at the moment, that's the version that they're running with. I guess if some states started to leave, they would start crossing the stars out and going down again. But at the moment, the answer we wanted was 26. And I'll be generous. Anything between 24 and 28, I'll give you a point. It's a heck of a question, I must admit. Which country's flag is the yellow star on the red background? The answer that I wanted for that was Vietnam. So Vietnam have got the yellow star on red background flag. I then asked us about the 3 countries that share the same flag, green, white, and orange tricolour. Could you name them? Now, when I wrote this down, I didn't check it in the sense of going online and Googling and all that kind of thing. So I don't know when they say same flag, whether they mean the colours are in the same sequence or just that the 3 colours are in use. But it's certainly a green, white, and orange tricolour. And the 3 countries that have that flag are India, Ireland, and Ivory Coast. So if you got any one of those, you get a point. You got all three, I think you should have a bonus point. But India, Ireland, and Ivory Coast. And I guess it's interesting that they all begin with the letter I as well. But that's just me and the way my brain works. So only one country, I am told, has a non-quadrilateral flag. Can you name it? Well, that country is Nepal. And the flag is actually a double-pointed, five-sided flag. So Nepal is the only country that doesn't have a quadrilateral flag. And then the final question that we asked you was, what do the national flags of Belize, Guatemala, Mozambique, and Saudi Arabia have in common? And again, I haven't checked to make sure there are no others that would have this same feature in common. But these four certainly have this feature, and it is that they all feature weapons on their flag. I think in at least one of those, I think the weapon is a rifle or a gun of some kind. I think probably swords or similar. But all four of those feature weapons within their flag. So that's the geography round out of the way. I'm sure there'll be some sighs of relief for that. And as I said a few minutes ago, before we dive into the next round of questions at all, I wanted to do a little bit of a shout out. And also, I just wanted to have a little look at how our donations are going, because it's good to see. And whoopee. My donations have raced up through the roof, which is fabulous. So let me give you some shout outs. Thank you to every one of these people. So to Kath, to Charlotte, to Bag, Caroline, to Jenny, to Cleety, to Sharon, to Barry, to Chris, to Zara, to Paul and Louise, to Emily, to Ian, to Andy, and to friends in London. Thank you, every one of you, for your donations. And just as importantly, thank you so much to those of you who have remained anonymous, but your donation is just as valuable and just as gratefully received. Thank you so much for your donations. It's hard to explain the difference it makes to, in this case, young people who are at risk of homelessness or are already homeless, and the work that Centrepoint does for them, trying to find a way to give them the boost they need to join. There's no easy word, and I get it wrong all the time because I'm like that. I just get the wrong words. If I said that allows them to join the mainstream life that we all enjoy, I hope nobody misunderstands. I didn't want to say normal because there's no such thing. All of this money will go directly to helping young homeless and at risk of homeless. And my total at this minute is now £435, which is absolutely fabulous. And thank you. I really, really appreciate it. It makes such a difference. And just for the fun, because we love these things, let's just have a look. Yeah, and the team total is now up at £17,785. So we're doing absolutely marvellously. It's fabulous that we're raising so much money for such a good cause. So thank you to every one of you. And of course, thank you to all of you who've joined on YouTube and are enjoying a bit of silly quiz, because that's what it is, really. I'm planning at the moment to start a new round on or around the hour. I'll be a little late for the 9 o'clock one because I'm going to nip and get a drink before I go horse. I'll probably be a few minutes while I nip to get a drink, but I'll only be a few minutes. At 9 o'clock, we're going to do some general knowledge. And then we're going to do a music round, probably around 2:45 to 10 o'clock. Not exactly sure exactly. We'll see how the numbers look. I'm going to have a go at a picture round. Now, I've got no idea how that's going to work. But essentially, I'm going to stick a picture on the door and then point the camera at it and leave it there for a while. And there are 20 faces on that picture. And I'm hoping that it's clear enough that you can try and name the faces. And the chat line, you can very quickly tell me that we can't see it, turn it off, don't be so silly, and we'll just go back to questions. But if it works, that'd be brilliant. And then we're going to do some history at about 11 o'clock. We're going to do some more general knowledge at midnight. And we've got sport at 1 o'clock, and so on and so on and so on. But I'll update you as we go. Oh, and of course, I have to do a big shout out to my production team who aren't here today. They're up in Morecambe, but more importantly to Chris, one half of the team who celebrated his birthday on Tuesday. Happy birthday, Chris, and I hope you're having a good evening. I'm not sure they're able to join us. Their Wi-Fi is pretty woeful where they are, but I promised that I would give Chris a shout out for his birthday, which was on Tuesday. So if you will just bear with me for a few minutes, I'm going to just nip and grab myself a drink so that I don't go hoarse, and I'll be back with you in a few minutes. So I guess if I type something like back soon, maybe people will see that and know that I've not left the country or anything. So I'll be back soon. There we go. And we've now got some liquid refreshment. We won't be drinking too much of this, by the way, because I'm not sure it'll do me a lot of good to drink copious amounts of liquid, but I do need to keep hydrated as well. They tell us, don't they? And apologies, but I'm just keeping an eye. I'm getting messages from different places, so I'm just keeping an eye on things as well. Oh, and there we go. So definitely a shout out to my mum, who has sent me a good luck message. Mum said she probably won't be joining the quiz directly. It's not quite her thing, but wishing us good luck and making a donation, which is fabulous. So thank you, Mum. Very much appreciated. So what I suggest is we have a go at some general knowledge. And what we'll do is we'll see how we get on. I've got quite a lot of general knowledge questions. But I don't want to fill every single hour with non-stop questioning. Because I think it'll get quite tiring for me. It'll get quite tiring for you guys. So it is also the chance for you to, by all means, send little comments if you wish. Ask any questions. You can always ask me questions, but I won't be able to answer them. I'm sure about it. But let's do some general knowledge and see how we get on. So, question 1 of general knowledge. I think this should be which or rather than what. But which hunts the most, the male or the female lion? So, which hunts most? Is that the male or the female lion? I'm going to yawn. It's only 9 p.m. Apologies about that. Sorry, guys. I can't really hide from the camera quick enough when that happens. Question 2. What is the national sport of Japan? So, question 2. What is the national sport of Japan? Question 3. We love this one because he must come up in that many quizzes in that many different ways, this fella. So, good old Henry VIII. We always like a question about him in some way or other. So, tonight's question about Henry VIII is, and I should really say this one is absolutely aimed at Paul, who is a huge fan of the Tudors, and I'm absolutely sure we'll get this question right without a thought. So, dedicated to Paul, who was Henry VIII's last wife? That was, who was Henry VIII's last wife? Of course, he did have 6 of them, but we knew that, didn't we? So, and I think the last one outlived him, which is probably why she stayed alive, because all the others seemed to get it wrong somewhere, didn't they? Thank you, Jason. It's a good point. I'm going to try not to, but it feels like I've got a long night ahead and I've already had a long day. Jason is asking me to stop yawning, of course, but there we go. I'm going to try not to, but hey, as long as I stay awake, it doesn't really matter if I'm yawning. It's when you see me with my eyes closed and not making much noise that you're probably going to need to phone my phone number and tell me to wake up or something. But next question. For all you Disney fans out there, and I know there's lots of you, me included. What main character in a Disney film never speaks? Hi, Philippa. Thanks for joining. So we want to know which main character in a Disney film never speaks. And then, although we've got a sport round coming up, I have snuck the odd sport question in here because it is general knowledge. So I'm hoping you don't get too switched off by sports. I know a lot of people don't like sports rounds. They end up being quite specialist stuff. My next question here is, which national team won the first ever Football World Cup in 1930? And it's made me think now, you see, is when do you say what and when do you say which? And I probably should have known that. Would it be which national team or what national team? Someone will tell me the right way around. It's to do with English grammar and nouns and objectives and subjectives and all that kind of clever stuff. But whatever it is, I just want to know the name of the national team that won the first ever Football World Cup. Yeah, thank you, Philippa. Philippa tells me it should be which, and I felt that when I read it, it didn't feel right. So it should be which national team. But which or what? I just want the name of the team from you guys anyway. Thank you. Now, this next question, I was debating what to do with the question because it's one of those that's got, sort of different ways of asking it. And initially, I was going to ask you all, what is Kopi Luwak? And I thought, well, you might all know that. You might never have heard of it. I don't think I knew it. But instead, that's not the question anymore. Instead, the question is, why is Kopi Luwak the most famous or infamous coffee in the world? So, what makes Kopi Luwak the most famous or infamous coffee in the world? I don't think I've ever drunk it. I'm not sure you can get it in Costa Coffee even. Then another favourite standard in quizzes is naming the babies of things, the group, they call it collective nouns for things. That's always a good one as well, isn't it? So this one was the babies one. And I just want to know, what do we call a baby elephant? And I don't, of course, mean its name. I do mean, what would any baby elephant be called in terms of it's a something? I know what you lot are like. You tell me it was called Jumbo or something. So, what is a baby elephant called? Quite nice that bit. I might have to put another one in the fridge for later. Next question. What is the main ingredient in black pudding? Now, if there are any connoisseurs of black pudding, I like black pudding, by the way. It's one of those things that when you treat yourself to what we, for some reason, we call a full English. And everyone probably has their own version of that as well. But if I'm doing full English for me and my housemates, which we do occasionally as a treat, both myself and Chris, who he of the birthday 2 days ago, we love black pudding. And so I'll go and buy some and I'll shallow fry it just to give it a crispy edge, make it hot, and I love it. But I know there are different types, and I know there are different sort of regions that claim to be, you know, the specialist. Berry black pudding is meant to be the best. I'm not going to say whether it is or not. I quite like Aldi black pudding. But, hi, Kate. Stop giving the answers away on the chat. I don't know. Thanks for the compliment on the outfit. If you stick around long enough, Kate, you'll see some more, that's for sure. So, but I want to know what the main ingredient is in black pudding. Then our next question in this section of general knowledge is, before marrying into the royal family, what was Meghan Markle most famous for? So before marrying into the royal family, what was Meghan Markle most famous for? I had to think then who she was generally, of course, and I think I remember now that, didn't she marry Prince Harry? I don't know what she's called. She's still just called Meghan, or did she get a princess title? We all know. I don't really. I like the royals, by the way. Not necessarily some of the individuals, but I like the fact we have a royal family. What I really want to know is, what was she famous for before she got married to Harry? Thank you, Philippa. Is that a true answer? Philippa tells us that she's called Princess Markle, which I think is brilliant if it's true. I do think they should have changed it to Sparkle Markle. That would have been a much better name, don't you think? Or Markle Sparkle. I'll introduce you to Sparkle later. I've got a pet called Sparkle. It's not living, by the way. Purple and stuff. Bought me by my very, very good friends in London for a birthday present. I digress as usual, but then when you're going to sit here for 12 hours, you didn't really expect me to just sit here and ask questions, you know, be serious. And if you dial in again at 6 in the morning, God knows what will be going on. Hopefully about the same, but probably less beer by then. Anyway, on with the fun. Who became the first black manager of a Premiership football club in 1996? So, who became the first black manager of a Premiership football club in 1996? And of course, as always, there's a bonus point if you tell me the club as well as the person's name. I've just realised I can actually read the question more easily if I don't have my glasses on than if I do. Partly because my glasses are for near work really rather than far work. So I'm going to try without for a while. Our next question in the general knowledge section is, what was the first national park to be created in the UK? What was the name of the first national park to be created in the UK? I could tell you when it was, but I don't know if I can remember now whether it was pre or post World War II. I did read about it once, but I can't remember when it happened. So I'll just have to stick with, please tell me the name of the first national park created in the UK. Now, I'm fairly certain that lots of you watching this will remember the very marvellous animated film Toy Story, which of course went on to have some equally marvellous sequels. The original Toy Story, maybe in the others, but I don't know, but it doesn't matter. But in the original Toy Story, one of the toys is known as Buzz. Who was Buzz's owner? Now, who was the owner of Buzz in Toy Story? What was the person's name who owned him? I think Buzz was the infinity and beyond catchphrase. He wasn't, with the wings that popped out at the back. Okay, so back in 1880, in fact, October 1883, so something like 137 years ago, which famous long distance train had its first run? So, which famous long distance train had its first run in October 1883? It's a long time ago. Nice, simple, true or false? Is it true or false that goldfish have a 3-second memory? Now, I always find myself asking the question, how do we know? Why do we care? And who did they ask? But it would appear that someone somewhere has done the Secret Service analysis. They've stayed in a room a long time with some goldfish, and they know the answer. What I want to know is it true or false that they have a 3-second memory? We're back on superlatives again. I do quite like superlatives. In this case, I've just realised, you see, that this question could be misunderstood because it needs a qualifier. So the question is written, and I wrote it, by the way, but the question is written is, what is the largest planet? Well, of course, what I should have said is, what is the largest planet in our solar system? I know for a fact that there are possibly larger planets elsewhere, although I'm not sure then whether they're planets or not. There's a rule about whether they're a planet or a star and all that kind of clever stuff. We'll put the qualifier in and we will ask you, what is the largest planet in our solar system? So I don't know how many of us know who Jeff Bezos. Anyway, the Amazon boss, Jeff, I'll say Bezos. I'm not sure how to pronounce his surname, so sorry, Jeff. I know that throughout lockdown, I've probably helped to pay his salary with all the things I bought from Amazon. But anyway, it would appear that he pledged $10 billion to help fight a global issue. What was that issue? So we'd just like to know, what issue was it that Jeff Bezos pledged $10 billion to help fight? How much money has he got that he can pledge 10 billion for one issue? That's a serious amount of money. That's not my doorbell, it's my WhatsApp app dinging up. Jeff Bezos telling me how to pronounce his surname. Now, this next one, I was equally confused. Doesn't take a lot with me, as you know, but I was equally confused. There is a, what do we call it? Oh, it's probably an app or a service or a web thing, or IMDb, which I do use occasionally. It's a really good reference service, all to do with movies and TV and things like that. And if I did know what it stood for, I've forgotten. On IMDb, they give ratings for pretty much everything. You know, stars, locations, cameramen, program, whatever. Anyway, the question that we're asking of you tonight is, what is the highest rated TV show on IMDb? And all I can tell you is, I haven't seen this. Thank you, Mary. Mary's telling us, sorry, it's not Mary, it's Marilka. Sorry, blimey, my eyes are getting worse. Internet Movie Database. Thank you. You see, I got sort of movie database, but I really didn't know what the I was, so thank you. So anyway, on the Internet Movie Database, what is the highest rated TV show? I don't know if that means that they've got 10 or a million. I don't know how they rate it, or 5 stars, but whatever they use, what's the name? Now, I'm hoping that this might be seen as a slightly easier question, but somebody once asked me, you know, are you going to make the questions easy? And I do have a standard answer, and I'm sorry, it might sound a bit cynical, but it's not meant to be at all. The point I made really is that any question is easy if you know the answer. So when I write the questions, I try to get ones that I think should be easier, in that I would think more people might know it. My apologies if, you know, what I think is easy is not, and equally what I think is hard might be easy. In the case of this one, I would just like to know, what does the National Public Service Broadcaster BBC stand for? So we all know the BBC. Well, hopefully we do. But what does BBC stand for? So that was, what does the National Public Service Broadcaster BBC stand for? And remembering what Philippa told us earlier, I'm going to change the first word of the question and say, which singer won an Oscar for the film From Here to Eternity? So which singer won an Oscar for From Here to Eternity? It's a very old film, by the way, so I am sorry if half of you have not heard about it. It's that one where there's that dead famous scene, isn't it, where they stagger out of the sea and fall on the beach together. Rock Hudson and somebody other. I don't know. I vaguely remember it, but I don't mean I remember the film coming out. I'm not really that old. I certainly know of the film. And anyway, some singer got an Oscar for doing something, probably singing, I don't know. But anyway, who are they? Were they? What did they do with the Oscar? And then swinging back into telly mode. We do like telly questions. I bet we all get. I suspect lockdown has meant we've watched more telly than ever, of course. I don't know. I try not to, but sometimes it's sort of all you end up doing in the evening. And I'm not writing questions for quizzes. But what I want to know is, what is the name of each of the 4 Teletubbies? So I'd like the names of the 4 Teletubbies, please, who were an absolute hit when they came out for young children. I think they also came in for an awful lot of flack, if I remember rightly. But we're not here to judge. We just want the names, please. So, our next question. I think you're right, Philippa. I think that's the exact timing, isn't it? About 21 years ago, they were probably top of the TV parade. So, for those of you who've got, I don't think they're on TV anymore, are they? They probably wouldn't fit in anymore with sort of what we want for TV. Anyway, once again, I digress. My next question, of course, is, what is the capital of Australia? So I'd like you to tell me the name of the capital city of Australia, please. And my friend Alicia has sent me a lovely message admiring the bow tie. Thank you, Alicia. It is one of my favourites. If you stick around long enough, I'm not sure which other ones you'll see tonight as I make costume changes as the evening wears on. Thank you for your nice comments. Hope you're doing good. So our next question is, what do invertebrates lack? What do invertebrates lack or not have? I guess another way, of course, is saying what makes them invertebrates, but that's it then. Couldn't possibly comment, Kate. So, a little bit before lockdown, I found myself getting into baking. I used to bake years and years ago. And when I say years ago, I mean my mum taught me to bake when I was probably, I don't know, a teenager maybe. And quite enjoyed it. But then, you just sort of things slip, you don't bother doing it or anything. And then probably sometime last year, I couldn't tell you why now, but I got into baking and I've been getting into it more and more and loving it. So we've got a baking question. And by the way, I've never made these because I've not had I've not tried yet. Maybe I should. But what I want to know, of course, is what type of pastry would normally be used to make profiterole? What type of pastry would be used to make profiterole? Maybe it's something I should try and do at some point. Hi, Amanda. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. They always look quite fiddly to make, though. I watched them make them on Bake Off once, and it just looked like you end up getting covered in chocolate, and which is not a problem. I mean, of course, I don't mind, getting covered in chocolate, I suppose, but it just seems like very, very fiddly. But I do get the great pleasure of enjoying baked products that you've made yourself. I know you can buy a cake for £1 in Aldi, probably. There is something satisfying about baking a cake and then eating it with a cup of tea or coffee or something. Or maybe I'll have to put profiteroles on my list of things to make at some point. Now, I'm sorry about this one, guys. This is one of those TV programs that I can't get my head around it. I don't understand why we need it. I don't know why people like it. Then perhaps I'm just being grumpy old git. But what I need to know is who won Love Island 2020? So I gather 2 people can win it. And according to my answer, I've got 2 names. So what I want is 2 names from you of who won Love Island 2020. And I am sorry if not one of you knows anything about Love Island and it's aimed at 10-year-olds or something. And Marilka, you are absolutely right. I certainly don't care. I'm not sure the 2 people who won care, really. Do they get any money? Do they end up with 30 grand or something? Or do they have to marry each other? I mean, that's the other TV programme that blows my mind. This Married at First Sight or something, where they find 2 people and arrange for them to first meet when they're on the at the wedding table. Some strange stuff that they call TV these days. But maybe that's just, perhaps I'm sounding too like my dad. When I was a kid, and he's going, "What's this rubbish you've got on now?" Perhaps I do that. Oh, and look, we had a question earlier about long rivers. And if If you do, that's brilliant. Every program has people who love it and people who hate it, and that's the great stuff about entertainment. Is we'd be a boring world if we all liked the same things and didn't like the same things. So one of the wonderful things is celebrating our differences. Oh my goodness me, we're getting some wonderful trivia here. Philippa is telling us that her daughter went to school with the guy who won it, which would suggest he's a Manchester lad, or certainly from the Manchester region. Assuming that your daughter went to school, I jumped to conclusion there and assumed you went to school in Manchester. But well, fancy that. So we were doing superlatives earlier, and I asked you about the longest river in Britain. That was in the geography round earlier on. And in this round, we've got what is the longest river in the world? And this, by the way, is the last question in this round, I think. I have got a few more, but I'm going to save those for later, because we've then got time to go through the answers before we start our next round. So what I want to know is, what is the longest river in the world? Of course, if you can tell me how long it is, well, I'll just be incredibly impressed. There we go. So our last question is, what is the longest river in the world? Philippa tells us that it was Salford. And for those of you who are from Salford or know people from Salford, I know that Salford is not, never has been, and never will be part of Manchester. It is a different city in its own right, with its own university and its own set of values. I've got lots of friends in Salford, by the way, and it's probably the way I treat Stockport, where I'm. Stockport is not Manchester, it's so. Well, that's fine. Okay, so we'll do some. What's the word I want? Answers. That's the word I want. We'll do some answers to the general knowledge. See how we got on. So, what hunts the most, the male or the female lion? And the answer is the female. I nearly said it wrong then anyway, didn't I? The female hunts the most. And if we've ever watched those David Attenborough kind of things and wildlife programs, there's normally a picture in the background of the male with his mane everywhere, looking out across the savannah thinking, where's me tea? So while the female is out there getting it for him. So the female lion is the primary hunter. Actually, what the national sport of Japan was. And I've just been told that I've just passed my first 100 minutes. Woo! How many more 100 have I got to go? 12 hours, 12 times 60. I'm good at maths, normally 720. Oh my Lord, I've got 620 minutes to go. Ah, well. We're nearly a seventh of the way through. Already sounds less than it was. Anyway, what is the national sport of Japan? That's sumo wrestling. Hi, Alison. I'm going to keep it going the best I can. Thanks for your good wishes. Good old Henry VIII. His last wife was Catherine Parr. I think she lived at Stoodley Castle. I think I've been there and read about her. I think that's where she ended up spending the days. Somewhere in the Cotswoldy area. Anyway, more digression. What main character in a Disney film never speaks? Well, that's Dumbo. And you know, I've never seen that film. I've seen loads of Disney, but I have never seen the film Dumbo. And I've realised that when you don't have children, you miss out on all these Disney films. We then had our debate about which or what, and we agreed that it should be which national team won the first ever Football World Cup in 1930, and the answer to that question is Uruguay. So Uruguay in South America were the first ever winners of the Football World Cup in 1930. Now, Kopi Luwak. I bet we all know this one, or I bet we've read it or heard it and forgotten it. Kopi Luwak is the coffee that is famous in Indonesia and Asia, because the coffee beans that they use to make the drink have previously been partly digested and then defecated by a civet. The civet is a sort of stripy cat. And then they're picked out of the civet droppings and they make them into coffee. Now, you see, this is one of those questions that we get, which is, who was the first person that, having seen a civet, think, well, if I rummage in the civet's poo, I bet I could make some drink out of that. Hi, Mel. Nice to see you. But who on earth thinks of that? Which person thought rummaging around in civet poo would make a good drink of coffee? Tell you what, some odd people in the world, isn't there? But Kopi Luwak is famous because it's that coffee bean that gets eaten and then pooed out and then made into coffee afterwards. I don't know if I want any. I did ask you about a baby elephant, which is unusual because we just talked about Dumbo, but there we go. A baby elephant is called a calf. So, simple as that. Not much more to say about that one, is there? Unlike the next one, which of course is, so we need to go back a minute. There's some important information coming up on the chat here that Emily has actually tried Kopi Luwak and his really nice coffee. And I think, like lots of things, Emily, I can't argue with you really, because often we eat and drink things and it's only after we've been told what they're made of or how they're made that we suddenly go, yeah. But a minute before that, we were going, oh, isn't this nice? So sometimes we don't need to know how things are made or where they exactly come from. You just need to know that they're either safe or nice to eat or drink and enjoy them for that reason. Thank you for that. And Jason, yeah, I'm on your side, mate. Open the jar and there it is, coffee. Anyway, once again, we digress. And I can see tonight's going to be a night of digression, but that's part of the fun, isn't it? The main ingredient in black pudding is, well, I wrote pork blood, but I realised that there's no such thing. It should be pig's blood. So typically, black pudding is made from pig's blood. But if you put pork blood, you can have the point still. And before marrying into the royal family, what was Meghan Markle's most famous for? Well, I bet you all knew this one, but she was, I don't think she still is, but she is or was an actress. I gather she was most famous for being in the series called Suits, which I never watched, so I don't know anything about that, but I know that's what she did. Still think calling it Markle is a good idea. But, we'll see. The first black manager of a Premiership football club in 1996. Well, if my friend Ian is still on the quiz, I'm thinking we'll know this because big fan of the team. And the answer we wanted is Ruud Gullit, spelled with a G, but I've always thought it's pronounced H rather than G. So Ruud Gullit, and he was made manager of Chelsea in 1996. So that was the answer for that question. Thank you, Rilke. I will have to see what I can see on Suits then. She's telling us that it's an autumn show and we should try it. I'll tell you about a great show in a minute that my friend Mel and Rob told me about, and I'm absolutely hooked on it. So I'll tell you a bit about that in a minute as well. The first national park in the UK, national park even, not parks, park. It's a Peak District, which, did you know, if I step out of my front door now and walk for about, I think I've got to walk for about 20 minutes, something like that, maybe half an hour, I'm not sure exactly. But I then cross into the Peak National Park. That's how near it is to me. Probably a bit further than that, but it's very near. It's just up the road. If you've never been, it's wonderful to walk in. Super, super national park. And was the first official national park in the UK. And Buzz, I think his full name is Buzz Lightyear, of course. Well, he was owned by Andy. And of course, Andy was voiced by Tom Hanks, wasn't he? I think. So he was the owner of Buzz in Toy Story. That was the answer he wanted, was Andy. The famous long-distance train that had its first run in October 1883 was the Orient Express. Probably made most famous by good old Agatha when she wrote about the murder on it. But, splendid train. I always fancy going on that, but whether it's the same now as it was in 1883, I don't know. Maybe it is. Now then, I did like this one. True or false? Goldfish have a 3-second memory. Well, according to scientists, that's false. And scientists say that goldfish have got short memories, but they can remember things for months. But how do they know? How do you know that a goldfish has remembered something? I'm just curious. I don't get it. More importantly, in our solar system, the largest planet is Jupiter. And it is pretty big. Thing on the internet that I saw once, which is why I stopped when I asked this question, and it shows you relative sizes of things in space. And we all know that, the Earth is, well, when we're stood on it and live on it, it's a big old thing, really, isn't it? But then you compare it to Jupiter, and it's, well, not that big, really. But then you compare Jupiter to the sun, and it's not at all very big. But then they carry on doing it, and they then compare the sun to other stars that have been measured by clever scientific instruments. And you end up with this image of the Earth being, let's say, the size of a pinhead, and one of the bigger stars that they found being, in relative sizing, the size of, I don't know, a 6-foot wide circle. It's well worth looking at if you like silly things like that, and I do. It's just amazing what we've learned about space and the sheer size of some of the objects that are out there. But anyway, I'm wandering off subject. That Jeff Bezos fella pledged $10 billion to fight climate change. Very good of him. So that was the answer we wanted, was climate change. And then we got the one about the highest rated TV show on IMDb. I am told by my researchers who put it together for me, slight fib there, I've only got me, but Planet Earth 2 is the answer. Now, I've never heard of Planet Earth 2. We will give you a point if you put Planet Earth, but I've not heard of that either. So if anybody knows anything about Planet Earth and how wonderful it must be, because it's the highest rated TV show on IMDb, Planet Earth is the answer we were looking for. BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation. So that's what I wanted for an answer there. The singer that won the Oscar in From Here to Eternity was Frank Sinatra. I don't know if he got the Oscar for singing or acting, because he was both, but he won an Oscar for the film anyway. The four Teletubbies: Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Laa, and Po. Point for each, and a bonus point if you got all four. And the question that often catches people out in quiz programs: capital of Australia. Because for whatever reason we'll never understand, it isn't Sydney. I don't think it ever has been Sydney. It's actually Canberra. So Canberra is the capital of Australia. And invertebrates do not have a backbone. So the answer was backbone. What do invertebrates lack is a backbone. I then rambled on about baking for a moment or two and asked you about the type of pastry that we use to make profiteroles. And the answer to that is choux pastry. And that's spelled C-H-O-U-X. S-H-O-E. I'd still give you the answer, but it's not really what we wanted, is it? Might be a spelling of shoe. Is that the one that's called a homonym, isn't it? Where the word sounds the same, but it's spelled differently. Tell you what, you're going to learn some stuff here, aren't you? You know. Well, you're not. You're just going to be thinking he's an idiot, that bloke. Anyway, choux pastry makes profiteroles. And well done, Philippa. Good answer there. Now then, who got the winners of Love Island 2020? It was Finn Tapp and Paige Turley. So they won this year's Love Island competition. I'm sorry to say that other than writing those names down when I put the quiz together, I've never heard of them. I don't know if I'll ever hear of them again, but Emily, who is a big fan of the programme, will be able to tell us lots more about it. And when I persuade Emily to do a quiz, she can tell us things about Finn and Paige that we didn't know we needed to know. A bit like my quiz, really, because you didn't know you needed to know all this stuff, did you? And the last question we had: what is the longest river in the world? I bet you knew this, didn't you? Oh, thank you, Philippa. I was close once. It's a homophone when two words sound the same but are spelled quite different. The longest river in the world is the Nile. 6,650 kilometres long. And of course, that's immense. That gives you an idea of how big Africa is. But Alexandra, you were so close, because the Amazon is the second longest, 6,400 kilometres. So you've got two rivers there, one in Africa, one in South America, that are ridiculously long. I mean, 6,650 kilometres, if we do some quick random mathematics, I'm not that good at that quickly, but it's of the order of 4,000 miles, 4,500 miles. So you could fit Britain in there about 8 times going down the river. And the third one, by the way, is the Yangtze in China. So, but the Nile is the one that is the longest river in the world. And that gets us to the end of the general knowledge, which, given that I was aiming to end by 10 o'clock with lots of silly ramblings, has just about worked, hasn't it? Now, next round, I'm going to take a very short break because I need to get up and walk about for a minute between rounds. Otherwise, I'll start to seize up. And it also allows you to refill glasses or have a wee or whatever it is you need to do. We'll do a music round and we'll start at about 5 past. Now, that's a good question. You know what, Philip? I don't run to music. I used to. If I go running now, I don't have running tracks. I just run and sort of look at the world around me instead. I know some people love music to run to. And my friend Jem gave me a track a while ago. She'll kill me. 30 Seconds to Mars, is it? Is that what they're called? Hi, Hannah. So Hannah's just joined us, or Hannah's with us. Hannah is one of the Centrepoint team and does all the brilliant work to make sure that the money ends up in all the right places and looks after all the team, and just is one of the great people who works at Centrepoint in Manchester. So, and it's why we're all here, by the way, guys, and I will continue to be silly with the rest of my life, I'm sure. But I can sit here and ask you daft questions all night. The whole reason we're doing this is to try and raise lots and lots of money to help people who are incredibly unfortunate to find themselves in a situation that I hope none of you ever find yourselves in. Centrepoint are there to try and help these people get away from that situation, and when they can, they try and stop people getting into it. That's one of the great things they do. Is we've all heard the phrase prevention is better than cure, and without doubt, when it comes to things like homelessness, preventing it in the first place is so much better than curing it. That doesn't mean curing it has no value. It's got value. Hannah, thanks for joining us. Lovely to see you, and I hope you're enjoying the quiz. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes, guys. I'll be back in, like I say, 2-3 minutes, and we'll do a bit of a music round. We're not allowed to play music. The technology is not brilliant either. I've not worked out how to actually put something into the live stream that plays properly. But strictly speaking, I should have a what's it called? Public thingy license. I've forgotten the thing that allows you to play music to the public. So whilst we are only doing a quiz, and whilst I'm sure every one of us would say yes, but it's only a quiz. Performing rights, that's it. I actually went online and checked, and the rules are nice and easy. You need a license. At the moment, I don't have one. I could get one. They're not that dear, but I haven't got one, and I don't have the technology. So all of the music questions are verbal from me. I'm not going to sing either. There is a limit to what you've got to put up with tonight. So, Kate, don't worry at all. I've just seen your note. Thank you so much. When I come back in 2 minutes, we'll do a shout out to a couple of people. We'll do a running total. As I said, it's a bit like a telethon. We'll do a whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, yes. Oh, Mel's just reminded me. So I've known Rob and Mel. Well, I've known Rob a long time, and I've known Mel a long time as well, and they're wonderful friends. And we were sat chatting in the garden not that long ago. We were socially distancing and we were doing everything right, but we were having a very enjoyable couple of hours just sitting chatting, and it was either Rob or Mel. And by the way, guys, if it wasn't you, then I don't know who it was, but I thought it was you. They recommended an Amazon Prime series called The Boys. And oh, give it a go. Well, I love it. It's like an anti-superhero thing. Incredibly violent, by the way. And the language does leave something to be desired. So definitely not one for the children if they are of, what do they call it? Sensitive nature. But I just love it. It just is one of those things that it fits me. It's got some great characters in it, set in the present day, and it's just one of those things that suits me. It might not suit everybody, but I love it. And Mel, if it was you and Rob that told me about it, best recommendation this year. I've binge watched it and I'm right up to date. I can't wait for each week to launch the next episode at the moment. So it gets launched every Friday on Amazon Prime or whatever you call it. So there you go. That's just one of the many. I love some other stuff as well, but we'll talk about that as the night wears on. Short break. Back in 3 to 5 at most, probably. So in a few minutes. Aha! There you go. There's Sparkle. I told you I got a friend called Sparkle. She's one of those friends that you can put her in the microwave. When she's warmed up, you can stick her on your neck and she gives you a good neck massage. But in my case, she just sits on my bed and looks after me, don't you? So say hello to the people. There we go. Sparkle. And that's why I think, Meghan Markle could be called Sparkle Markle. Where are you going to sit now? Make your mind up. What was I going to say then? Oh, I know. I was going to do some wonderful shout outs, I hope. So let's just have a look. Woo! So the total so far for the Cooperative Bank Stay Up 2020 team is £18,129, which is absolutely fabulous. We're so close to our total. We set ourselves a target of 20,000 as a team overall, and we're ever so close. And there's still lots going on all night. That is just absolutely fabulous. Thanks, Emily. Yeah, I thought we'd have a slight change. I felt it. It's round 3. Time for something else. And how are we doing? Let's have a look. How's my total pace doing? Oh yeah, it's moved again. Yeah. We're up to £475. Thank you so much. Let's just have a look. Some shout outs? Yeah, so Tiff, thank you so much. Lovely. Hope you're having fun. Padma, thank you, Padma. Lovely to hear from you. Marilla, I hope you're doing great. Not seen you for too long now, but we'll catch up when we can. But thank you so much for your gift. And Anetta, fabulous. Lovely to see you all. And thank you so much. All of these donations, including the ones that are anonymous, I do struggle to explain what a difference it makes. And if Hannah was online speaking now, I know she would probably do a much better job of it than I do. But it makes an absolute mountain of difference. And the COVID-19 crisis has just made it twice as bad, not least for the people who find themselves homeless. And many of them were put in hotels when the crisis struck at its height in sort of April time. And of course, on the face of it, that sounds nice. At least, many of them really could not cope. They were stuck in a hotel room. They had no real facilities. The dining rooms weren't really working. Yes, they were in a place that was warm and dry, but it really wasn't ideal. And of course, those services are being slowly withdrawn again. But there's no people on the streets either. Many homeless people, much as we wish it was easier, do get money for food and drink from people passing by. So terrible, terrible time. The COVID-19 crisis has just made it twice as bad and made it very difficult for Centrepoint to do the job they do. I've been to they opened a new drop-in centre while they were refurbishing the old one, and I've been along to see that and met with Hannah and had a cup of tea, and it was lovely to see what they were doing. And of course, the pandemic means that drop-in centres just really cannot work in any easy to manage fashion. That's not stopping the team from doing all the fabulous work, but it's made it that bit more difficult. And they've had to buy loads of stuff, just as you've all had to buy, face coverings, or all these businesses that have put plastic sheeting up and barriers and all the things that and schools who've had to do so much to try and make sure that the children and the staff and all the people who are involved in the school. So all of those things, money. And Centrepoint are no different. They've had to spend money that they could have much better spent on other things. So thank you for the donations. They really do get used well. And it's humbling to see how much you all support these crazy things that I get up to. I know that there are lots of people asking you for cash, and luckily I don't care asking. I just keep saying, "Come on, give me cash." But it's really nice when you do. I'm not going to put those on it. So it looks more blurry. Anyway, I like it. Bill the Bricky. Yeah, I'll go with Bill the Bricky. Yes. Thanks, Mel. Yeah, I do like this one actually. Yeah, I've not had a chance to go out drinking in it yet, but I will do at some point. Yeah. But yeah, there's a whole collection to go through tonight before we get to the end of the night. Anyway, if you really want to see it, and I'm very tempted to get out the unicorn, and there's no euphemism there. Thank you, Martin. Good to see you. I hope you and Hillary are doing well. I might just do that. I'm feeling that brave. I've got no, I'll save it. Mel knows what I'm talking about, and those of you who were at Pride with me will also know what I'm talking about. So that might make an appearance later on. We'll have to see. Anyway, should we do a music round? Because it's well, I love music. It's one of my absolute passions. I used to collect vinyl. I was a mobile DJ for a number of years back in my younger days, and I just love music of all kinds. And so music quizzes are always good fun. So we've got a few questions here about music. I've tried to mix up the eras a bit so that I don't end up talking about one era or one style. It's just a music quiz. So, and I'm sorry about the first question, because I don't know why I concluded this one, really, but hey ho. So, in 2002, who sang with Ali G on the single Me Julie? So, who sang with Ali G on the 2002 single Me Julie? Question 2. In which soap was the pretty famous Kylie Minogue an actress? So, in which soap did the now famous Kylie Minogue appear? Sorry about that, Mel. That's a song you've got stuck in your head now, then, isn't it? I didn't mean that. It's just, I like the suit. Question 3. What was the name of Katy Perry's first UK #1 single? So that's what was the name of Katy Perry's first UK #1 single? I'm going to be honest and say that that's not a song I know. But I'm sure some of you do. And probably a very good song. It made #1. Funny enough, I came across this question, and a week or so ago, I went to an outdoor gig, funnily enough, with Mel, who I was talking about, and some other friends. And we went to see a Blondie tribute in Stockport, who were very good. Very good. It was a nice evening, if a bit cold. We were outdoors. They were good fun. And this question is about that. Not about the gig, of course. That would be unfair, wouldn't it? But which of the following is not a single by Blondie? So is that Denis, One Way or Another, or Bad Reputation? Which of those 3 is not a single from Blondie? Now, in the days when the United Kingdom had half a chance at the Eurovision Song Contest, there was this little known band from Sweden who came along. Thanks, Mel. This is Mel number 2 now, Melanie even, but thanks, Melanie. Good to see you joining us. What I want to know, of course, is that little known band from Sweden who were called ABBA, what year did they win the Eurovision Song Contest? What was the name of the song? We could have a whole set of questions just about this suit, couldn't we, the way Mel's doing it at the moment? Name any song that would relate to this suit. I have a whole list of them and I could wander off for half an hour while you think about it. But so that question was about what year did ABBA win the Eurovision Song Contest? Of course, bonus point for the name of the song. This next one, I suspect you've heard it before. It's one of those sort of classic quiz questions that pop up in music round. I quite like it. I'll put it in again. Which actress, or I should probably qualify that by saying which now famous actress, featured in Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark music video? So, which actress featured in Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark music video? And hi, Mel's asking about the fundraiser link. Mel, if you go on to Just Giving and then just search for Andrew Staverdale, it'll take you to my giving page. It should find that quite easily for you. I can post a link, but it's a fair old epic. But I think if you just go on to justgiving.com and then in the search bar type in my name, it'll find the Andrew is quizzing all night link and you can jump straight in and donate from there. And thank you very much. That'd be wonderful. Thanks, Kate. One of my favourite songs, by the way, by one of my all-time favourite bands. So you can imagine why I like the suit. Real names. Which singer was born Robin Fenty? Which singer was born Robin Fenty? And the Robin, just so that we're very fair, the Robin is spelt with a Y. Hi, Marie. Thank you. Good to see you. So we want the call it the stage name, the known name of the singer who was born Robin Fenty. Hi, Sally. Nice to see you as well. Hope you're doing good. Hi, Rob. Not met Rob, but hi, Rob. Nice to see you. Who had a hit with the song Rock Lobster? So, who had a hit with the song Rock Lobster? Now, we all know that musicians seem to have a habit of giving their children unusual names. I'm pretty sure that David Bowie had a, was it Zowie? He had a Zowie Bowie? I think so. Or Zoe Bowie, probably. So perhaps that makes more sense, but it was sort of a similar spelling. Well, obviously, I'm not going to ask you that because I've just told you that one, haven't I? What I do want to know is which American musician named his daughter Moon Unit? So, which American musician named his daughter Moon Unit. Family Guy reference there, Philippa. Love Family Guy. Hi, Linda. Thanks very much. Hope you're doing good. Nice to see you. Now, back in 1984, we had one of the many, crises in the world that at that time a couple of famous musicians decided to do something about, and they created Band-Aid. And I think it was about this time in 84, but I'm not exactly accurate. They came out with a Christmas song to raise money for the famine in Africa. And the question I've actually got, though, is who sang the first line of the 1984 Band-Aid song, Do They Know It's Christmas? So who sang the first line of the song, Do They Know It's Christmas, in 1984? It was sung by lots of artists. That's why I want to know the guy who opened proceedings on that one. Next question. Which country was Shakira born in? Give me the name of the country in which Shakira was born. I can't say I know anything at all about Shakira. I'm not sure I know a lot more about the country she was born in, but I'm sure I could come up with something, but I don't know much about Shakira at all. Next question. In what year did Robbie Williams leave Take That? So in what year did Robbie Williams leave Take That? Keep spotting typos in my quiz and fixing it well again. So you'll remember, I think it was Pop Idol, and somebody will correct me again, but the talent program that effectively created a boy band and a girl band. And the girl band, I think, was called Girls Aloud, and someone will correct me again, but I think that's what they were called. Anyway, what I want to know is what was the name of Girls Aloud's first UK #1 single? I think they were the result of one of these TV, the very early TV quiz programs, long before X Factor and Britain's Got Talent. What was the name of Girls Aloud's first UK #1 single? Next question. Which glam rock band was fronted by Mark Bolan? So which glam rock band was fronted by Mark Bolan. Thanks, Mel. You're going to have to tell me more about it when we see each other again. So I'm obviously missing, or I probably know her and didn't know Shakira. Perhaps it's one of those where you'll immediately play me a song and I go, oh, is that Shakira? So there we go. Ah, Marie. So now we know. The next one is especially for my friend Jem, who asked me to get a question in about this man. So I've put this one in for her. I don't think she's watching, like I said. I think Wi-Fi is not working where she is. I'm finding out that if I'm reading the comment correctly, that Marie was a very, very big fan of Mark Bolan. I don't blame her, by the way. I used to think Mark Bolan was super. And I loved his music. But the question I've got now for you is, which band was fronted by Jake Shears and Anna Matronic? Which band was fronted by Jake Shears and Anna Matronic? So some of our more famous singers and artists and things get given nicknames, some of which probably shouldn't be repeated on this, and others which they often almost become known as over their real name. In this case, I want to know which singer has the nickname The Boss. Which singer has the nickname The Boss? Our next question: which 80s song is associated with Rick rolling? And I'm sorry to admit that I have no idea what Rick rolling is, but it would appear that there is an 80s song that's associated with it, and I can tell you that the song is pretty famous. Not helping me much there, Mel, with that one. Blimey, I'm going to have to do some swatting on Shakira at this rate, assuming that you're still helping me with the Shakira information. But I want to know the 80s song associated with Rick rolling. Our next question: in which song does a girl take the midnight train going anywhere? I mean, what song does a girl take the midnight train going anywhere? Okay, our next question. Just to throw a spanner in the works, you're all settling into thinking, well, I know like quite a few of these. I want to know what year Beethoven was born in. well, it's a music round, and I mean, he was quite a musical sort of guy, so I thought I'd just go back in time a bit and ask you, what year was Beethoven born? I will, of course, give bonus points if you can tell me the month. Now, this next song is without doubt one you must have all heard of or heard. So the song American Pie, written and performed by Don McLean, is supposedly a tribute to whom? Don McLean has never really admitted it out loud what the song is all about. He just says it's a song reasonably reasonable, but it is said to be a tribute to somebody particular. So, who is that person? Don McLean's song, who's it a tribute to? Here's one for a year. So I'll let you have a year either side. But in what year did Aqua have a hit with Barbie Girl? I can't say it was the best song we've ever talked about tonight, but probably reasonably well known, even if only for it being perhaps thought of as one of the bad songs of the time. But what year was it when Aqua had their hit with Barbie Girl? It's no good putting the answer on there, Mr. Scott. I don't know. No. I'm not going to comment if it's right or wrong, but anyway, good evening, Jim. Nice to see you. Are you getting all set for your taekwondo in the early hours of the morning? So Jim is one of my colleagues at the bank and is running a taekwondo class at about 1 a.m. on the bank's blue jeans thing to raise money. So if you're into taekwondo and you will be still up at 1 a.m. and thinking, well, this quiz is boring me rigid, I best do something else, then go and find Jim and watch some taekwondo. Welcome, Jim. Nice to see you. Anyway, moving on with our quiz. What I want is the full name of the artist who had a hit with the song Monster Mash. They had the hit in the US in 1962, and in the UK, it was 11 years later in 1973. Who were they? What is their full name? Next question is, what is the name of Jimi Hendrix's only UK #1 single? Quite a niche market, Jimi Hendrix, I would have argued. So I think he did well to have a #1 single at all, really. what was the name of his one and only UK number one. Jim, I think you're right. I think it'll be good fun. Well done for doing it at that late or early hour, depending on how you describe it. I'm not sure what round I'm doing at 1 a.m. It might be sport or something like that, but so people will switch off. Let's be honest. Always the boring round, sports in quizzes. My opinion, by the way. Another what year? In this case, it's in what year did Bucks Fizz make their mind up and win the Eurovision Song Contest? You see what I did there, can't you? Tell you. I don't throw these questions together, you know. But in what year did Bucks Fizz make their mind up and win the Eurovision Song Contest? I guess I might let you have a year either side, but I think I quite like the exact year. It's not like the UK wins it every week. Unfortunately, Kate, the one thing we can't do with these quizzes yet, we've not found a way, is to do prizes. When I can find a way, I will. And as soon as lockdown allows us to have a quiz back in a venue in Manchester, which we were doing before the lockdown, I then gave away spot prizes and all kinds of things. So you'll have to come along to one of those when we are next allowed to gather in large enough groups. I'm afraid that's probably not till 2021 sometime though. So our next question is Dee Dee, Joey and Marky were all members of which band? Dee Dee, Joey and Marky were all members of which band? Yeah, we do hope at some point, guys. I was just talking about quizzes and without any doubt at all, I thoroughly enjoy doing these. It's good fun. And as I've said before, the reason we're doing this is to get as much cash off you as we can to help people who are so much less fortunate than we are. It's also to have a good time. And it's to spend time with people that we enjoy spending time with. And the virtual quiz that we're doing, I really enjoy it. But it is not the same as being together in the venue we were just beginning to get used to is, and I'm trying to think of the name of it at the moment, it's what was Tiger next to Printworks. I think it's called Eden now. And providing they survive the virus and all that it brings, then they have a super upstairs room that can hold sort of 150 or so of us. And that would be really good to see all of you who come along to these virtual quizzes to come along to the real thing. And we can drink beer together and win some prizes and have as much fun and still raise some money. Works quite well, really, doesn't it? Next question. Which 1980s song, which, well, I always thought it was a follow-on to an earlier big hit, but it contained the lyric, this is the 80s song, contained the lyric, I'm happy, hope you're happy too. So which 1980s song contains the lyric, I'm happy, hope you're happy too? And then I think, yeah, we're nearly at the end of this round. We've got a couple more questions. Which song opens with the line, "Is this the real life?" So which song opens with the line, "Is this the real life?" And Jim, no, I can't sing it. When I say can't, I mean can't. Not won't, can't. You don't want me singing on this kind of thing. It could be the reason that YouTube would shut me down. And Marilla, I can't disagree with you at all. And it is, I'm hoping that question is a bit of a gimme, that you all know it. But I do agree with you, Marilla. It is without doubt, in my humble opinion, and it's certainly one of my all-time favourite songs. Now, I thought I'd chuck this one in because I was reading something online and it made me think about a question that was just a bit different, but it definitely sits in a music round. So the question goes on for ages, but so I'll just read it out to you anyway. But it's fairly certain that you all know that Stradivarius made most of the most expensive violins in the world. Did you know that they pretty much typically, any Stradivarius violin will fetch more than £1 million? And some of the rarer ones can fetch as much as £15 million. But he's not the only one. And I'm really testing you all now, I hope. But I want to know, who is the next most expensive violin maker? So after Stradivarius, who is the next most expensive violin maker? I suppose I should say, I'll give you the clue. It should be who was. I'm sorry to say, no longer alive. I think we shall call the round to a halt there. We'll save those other questions for later on. I'm trying to find where the began. Here we go. So just before we do some answers, let's do a quick shout out. Our running total is creeping up, and we're now at £18,284, which is fabulous. 91% of our target. I'm fairly sure we're going to get very close, if not go past our target by tomorrow morning, which is wonderful. And thank you to every one of you, both on here and who've been involved elsewhere. And woo! I've gone over £500. I'm on 555, which, as you all know, of course, is the dialing code on all TV programs in America. I tell you what, this some rubbish comes out of my. But thank you to Rob and Mel. Thank you so much. Mel Monington, thank you. Lovely to see you, Mel. And Yana and Kerry, thank you so much. So wonderful donations. And again, for those who haven't given the name, the thank you is just as big. You've exceeded all of my expectations. I'm absolutely thrilled. That is such a wonderful total. Thank you so, so much. And as I said earlier, I got a message from my mum telling me that she's given me 20 quid. So I'll be popping that in the pot later as well. So that'll help. Thanks, Jim. It is fabulous. I'm so proud of everybody who's helping us make such good money for Centrepoint. Let's do some answers. So, music round. Who sang with Ali G on the 2002 single Me Julie? That was Shaggy that did that. I think I know the song, but I'm not going to admit to doing anything about it. In which soap was the famous singer Kylie Minogue a star? Well, that was Neighbours. Her and Jason, when they were young and almost unknown at that time. What was the name of Katy Perry's first UK #1 single? I am well advised that it is called I Kissed a Girl. So, and that's the answer I'm hoping that you've given me. Which of the following is not a single by Blondie? The one we wanted was Bad Reputation. The other two are singles by Blondie. What year did ABBA win the Eurovision Song Contest? Would you believe it was 1974? 46 years ago now. And of course, the song was Waterloo, which propelled them to an incredible run of hits. Right through, well, they're still making music now. And I'm very lucky to have a Swedish goddaughter, very lovely Linnea, who is, should know straight away, but I'm going to get it wrong if I'm not careful. She's 10. But anyway, very lovely Linnea. And she lives in Stockholm. And when I was visiting last year with her, they took me to the museum, which is very suitably named ABBA the Museum. And it's great fun. If you're ever in Stockholm, go and do it. It also tells you stuff you never knew about how much they were involved in music long before Eurovision. So, and I was a big ABBA fan, that's why I'm going on about it. Thank you, Kate. That's lovely. Thanks for sharing the page. The actress that featured in Bruce Springsteen's Dancing in the Dark video was Courtney Cox. She of Friends fame, of course. She appears in the video, and it's quite a famous scene that gets replayed on TV quite a lot, and all these kinds of things. Well done, anybody who got the next one. The singer who was born Robin Fenty, we now know her as Rihanna. So Rihanna's birth name is Robin Fenty. The band who had a hit with Rock Lobster, well, they were the B-52s. And then it was Frank Zappa who called his daughter Moon Unit. Then Frank Zappa was a bit mad, I guess. But, Moon Unit Zappa. I think it's a great name. And for my friends from Abbott Community Primary who are on the quiz, that's got to be a great name for a child in class, isn't it? Woo! Sally Kelly's got one. Yeah! Who sang the first line of the 1984 Band Aid song, Do They Know It's Christmas? Which was Paul Young. And Shakira, who Mel and I have been having a little conversation about as the quiz has been going on. She's been trying to educate me into why I should know Shakira. Shakira was born in Colombia. So Central America, I think, Colombia. So that was her birth country. And Robbie Williams left Take That in 1995. So 25 years ago already. The name of the Girls Aloud's first UK #1 single was Sound of the Underground. That was their first UK #1. And the glam rock band, fronted by Mark Bolan, was, and I guess you all knew this, was T-Rex, whose music features quite heavily in the film Billy Elliot. One thing. Mark Bolan sadly died very young from a terrible car crash, 1976, I think. Told you I've got a head full of magic. Yeah, he wrapped his Mini around a tree, unfortunately, going home. Probably slightly worse for wear. In those days, there was less restriction around those things. The band that was fronted by Jake Cheers and Animatronic, it shouldn't be was really, it is, because the band is still active, and that's Scissor Sisters. I actually saw them live back in about 2007. And then I was so lucky because I met Jake Shears last year in Camden. I went to see him at a gig and met him afterwards. And he is a very, very lovely man. And I've since read his autobiography, which is super. So Scissor Sisters is the band that him and Animatronic fronted. And Animatronic now has a show on BBC 6, Radio 6. There we go. More complete rubbish for you all. The Boss is Bruce Springsteen's nickname. I bet you all knew that one. And then this one, I still don't understand, by the way. If anyone can tell me, please do. But I think the answer was easy to work out in a way. The answer is Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley. And that song is supposedly associated with Rick rolling. What I don't know, though, is what is Rick rolling? So is it dancing? Is it something else? Is it something we shouldn't talk about in public? Or anyway, the answer I wanted was not Never Gonna Give You Up. I then asked you about the song in which the girl takes the midnight train going anywhere. It's Don't Stop Believing by Journey. Thank you, Charlie. She tells me that Rick rolling is his dance in the video. So thank you for that. Don't Stop Believing by Journey is the song with that line in it, or that phrase in it. And then Beethoven was born 250 years ago this December. 1770 is the year I wanted. And if you got December, you can have a bonus point. But another bit of trivia, you can't have a point for the day of the date on which you were born because we don't know it. We know roughly what it is. But we don't know exactly. It's one of those things. Back in those days, the records were not as accurately kept as maybe wanted. But we know it was December and we know it was 17th. Don McLean's song American Pie. It is said to be a tribute to Buddy Holly, who died so very young in 1959 in a plane crash in Iowa. And he was just 22 years old when he died. Would almost certainly have gone on to rival some of the bigger artists that we now know today. So it is said Don McLean's song is about that. Aqua, their hit Barbie Girl. The year I wanted was 1997. You can have a year either side, but 97 is spot on. So I do like this one because this is one of my favourite songs of one of these Daft songs, isn't it? The full name of the artist who had a hit with Monster Mash in the US in 1962 and in the UK in 1973 was Bobby Boris Pickett and the Crypt Kickers. Now, Bobby Pickett actually died in 2007. But he died with the legacy of having is probably the best one-hit wonder of all time, and one of the few people to make the Billboard chart on 3 separate occasions, and it is still played nearly every year around Halloween. And he wrote it as a bit of a fun song for Halloween. But it's one of those great songs, and it's just one of the songs I love. So the answer we wanted was Bobby, Boris, Pickett and the Crypt. Well done if you got that, by the way. Jimi Hendrix only UK #1, Voodoo Child. So if you got Voodoo Child, give yourself a point. When did Bucks Fizz make their mind up and win Eurovision? That was 1981. We'll let you have a year either side again, but I'd like 81 really. Dee Dee, Joey and Marky were all part of the Ramones. And then the 1980 song, which I think most people thought was a follow-on to an earlier hit, containing the lyric, I'm happy, hope you're happy too, is Ashes to Ashes by David Bowie. And it was seen as a follow-on to the 1969 hit Space Oddity, which is about the astronaut who never comes back. And I bet everyone got this one. I bet everyone. Which song opens with the line, is this the real life? Well, of course, it's Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody. And well done, Rob, for getting the Bobby Boris da 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 thing. I've just been advised that he got that right. Well done. Queen's Bo Rap begins with, is this the real life? And then the last question in the music round, which was me being naughty really, but was, does anybody know who made the second most expensive violins, or who was the second most expensive violin maker? The violins are known as Del Gessus. I probably pronounced that dreadfully wrong, but it's Italian. But his name was Guarnerius Del Gessu, and he lived in Cremona from 1698 to 1744. And his violins are close rivals to Stradivarius for being incredibly good quality and expensive. And well done to anybody who got that. It is a random kind of thing, I admit, but we quite like random in this quiz, as you can see. So that ends the music round. And we're going to have a challenge in a minute. I am going to take a sip. So let's have a little look at, see how life is going in our, any more shout outs. Ooh, lovely. We've moved up again. Honestly, you people are wonderful. Yeah, we've now gone up to £585 for my quiz. That is absolutely super. Thank you so much. And the bank team will obviously have gone up as well because we are linked. But there's lots of other things going on. Yeah, and it's gone up to £18,364. So, which is equally fabulous. So, well done, everybody. Well done's the wrong thing to say. Thank you is what I meant to say then. I was half reading the screen at the same time, so sorry about that. Thank you, every single one of you. It really is marvellous. Now, Jim, you're right. I don't know how my voice has held out. Kate, thank you so much for your support. I know that people are beginning to have to head off to bed. School day tomorrow and all that. I'll see you soon, Kate. Take care of yourself. And thank you so much. Look after yourself and all those children, and I'll see you soon. I'm going to take a short break, but I'm going to try something that might work. And if it doesn't, well, I'm sorry. It's the first time I've tried this and I don't know how well it'll work. But I want to try a picture round. The idea is that I'll leave the pictures on view for, well, about half an hour. And in that half an hour, I can sort of take a short break, might even have a snack or make myself a cup of tea or whatever. And the idea is during that half an hour, you can hopefully peer at these pictures and see if you can name them for me. And what I need to do is if I get it in the right place and point the camera at it, perhaps one of you can comment and tell me that it's actually in the right place, because what I see on the screen isn't always what you guys see. It seems to be a little sort of, well, different. It's going to take me a minute or two as we try and fiddle around. So I'm just going to get my ticky tape as well. She's here. Let's see if we can make this work. Here we go. I only need sticky tape because I've got to stick it to the door so that when I point the camera at it, there's half a chance that you can see it. Otherwise, I don't know where else I can put it. Now, so if I put it there, put the door there, put that. Now, I can see all of that picture on my screen that I'm looking at. Can you guys, are you seeing all, I appreciate it's not very big, but can you actually see all 20 pictures? You might have to do some clever work with you, whatever device you're looking at, but somebody just put yes in the comments if you can see it all, or if it needs to be higher or lower or anything silly like that. Good. I appreciate they're not mega clear, and apologies for that. What I'm going to do is move that a bit nearer. I've got no idea if you can do zoom or anything clever with the camera. So see if it works. It's not the end of the, well, it is the end of the world, but we're all seeing the same thing. So if you get answers out of it, that's brilliant. At some point, I'm going to find a way that where you can do picture in video. And let's see if we can get it. I'm going to take a short break, guys. And where are we now? We're at 11:05. So I'll come back at about 11:30. And we can then go through the answers. It's a good chance to take a short comfort break and that kind of thing. But back in a little bit. Thank you. Hello. So we're back. Let's just rearrange this thing a bit. Move that door. Oh. So how did we get on? See, there's been a little bit of chat there. Not surprising. We'll have to practice the pitch around for next time because thanks, Chris. Good to see you, Amanda, on. So it didn't work as well as we hoped. I think that's fair to say. I think what we need to do is look at different options for next time. We'll have to master this technology, won't we? But I'm hoping you might have been able to recognise a few of them. The picture quality isn't bad when I'm looking at the picture directly, but yeah, the camera's a bit blurry at best, I notice anyway. But you know, truly webcams is that's what they're a bit like anyway. So we're going to just have to improve on our technology, aren't we, for this one? But let's have a look and see how we get on anyway. So if I just pull this thing back off the door. So we were looking at it, that's it, that way, weren't we? So this one here is Sarah Jessica Parker. We've got Orlando Bloom next to her. We've got Ryan Reynolds and Ronald Reagan. Next line down, we've got Nicolas Cage. I think that's quite a young picture of him, if I'm honest, but there we go, Nick Cage. Matthew Broderick, Martina Navratilova. Hold it up a bit, Andrew, so people can see. And on the end of that row, we've got Martin Sheen. And then moving down, that one there, that's Matt LeBlanc. So that's Joey out of Friends. Next to Joey is Mae West. Next to Mae West is Gwyneth Paltrow. And next to Gwyneth Paltrow was Nicole Kidman. And then down again, and we've got Mark Wahlberg. We've got Glenn Close. We've got George Peppard, famous of the A-Team, another of my favourite old TV programmes. And at the end of that row is Sandra Bullock. And then last line on that one, we've got Natalie Portman. We've got Johnny Lee Miller. One of the few that I didn't know, I must admit. I don't know who Johnny Lee Miller is offhand. Sort of recognise the face, but that's all. Halle Berry and Katie Holmes. And Jim, absolutely agree with you. I need to investigate how I can do sort of screen in screen, and we'll improve on that. But I thought we'd give it a try. So that round, probably not the best of our results. But if we don't try these things, we don't know. I'll have to have a look at whether there's other ways of doing it for the next time, and do a couple of practice runs with people. That's the other difficulty, is what I see isn't always what you guys see. I know that sounds daft, but it's just the way the camera works. So that was our pitch around. So just before we start, let's just see how things are going since we last looked. And the grand total is now up to £18,544, which is absolutely fabulous. That is so good. I'm thrilled at that number. So thank you everyone for that. Let's just have a look at my page on its own, see how we're doing. And we're at 585 still. So super, absolutely fabulous. Dead chuffed by all the donators. Thank you so much, every one of you. And we're going to go on to our next round. Thank you to everyone who's staying with us. It's now getting a bit late, and I'm sure it's getting a bit harder to stay awake if you've been up all day and working and you've got work tomorrow. But do stay with us as long as you can. That would be lovely. And we'll keep this going. I'm hoping that we won't quite get to nobody speaking or listening, but who knows, at 3 a.m. it might be a bit harder. But let's see how we do. Excuse me while I take a sip. Okay, so I put some history in. I thought we'd have a go at some history. So let's do a little bit of history. Question 1 in the history round. When and where was the Battle of Hastings? So that's when and where was the Battle of Hastings? The more of the date you give me, the more points available. Clearly, you get a point for the year. But if you give me a month and a year, I'll give you 3 points. And if you give me a day, a month and a year, or a date, a month and a year, I'll give you 5 points. Because I'm generous like that. And then, of course, you get a point for the where. Now, recently dramatised in what was certainly critically acclaimed at the time. What year, so it's another year question, but what year did the Chernobyl disaster occur? I haven't seen the miniseries. I gather it was very, very good. And I might look it up on Watch Again or iPlayer or whatever all these things do. But what year was the Chernobyl disaster? That's what we're after at the moment. Who was the Lord Mayor of London 4 times between 1397 and 1419, and who became an inspiration for a classic English folktale? So, who was Lord Mayor of London 4 times between 1397 and 1419, and became the inspiration for a classic English folktale? No, you're right there, Jim. I've had a little bit of practice at doing the overnight things, so I'm hoping it won't come too difficult, but thank you for your comments. I think by 3 or 4 in the morning, it tends to weigh a bit heavy on us all, but I'm hoping that we'll be all right. I'm going to yawn now. I've said that, you see. Sorry about that, guys. Who was the second president of the United States? So, what was the name of the second president of the United States? This is another question for Paul, who's a big history fan and particularly a fan of the Tudors. So I'll put this one in for him. I'm hoping he might be watching. If not, I'll make sure he knows I put the question in for him. But who was the only one of Henry VIII's wives to receive a Queen's funeral? So who was the only one of Henry VIII's wives to receive a Queen's funeral? Next question. Which British archaeologist discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? So which British archaeologist discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? I think that was about 1924 or something when that happened. If my memory's any good. I just want the name of the archaeologist who found it. Who was the leader of Britain's ill-fated Antarctic expedition, which was one of the first to reach the South Pole in 1912? It wasn't the first, but it was one of the first. Who was the leader of the Britain's ill-fated Antarctic expedition, which was one of the first to reach the South Pole in 1912? What was his name? Next question. In which European country was there a civil war between 1946 and 1949? I didn't know this. Just after World War II had ended, one of the countries involved in that had a civil war that lasted for 3 years. Do you know what country that was? Next question. Which 13th century Scottish knight did Mel Gibson portray in the film Braveheart? So, which 13th century Scottish knight did Mel Gibson portray in the film Braveheart? Which war was fought in South Africa between 1899 and 1902? Which war was fought in South Africa between 1899 and 1902? Next question. In which country did the Second World War battles of El Alamein take place? So in which country did the Second World War battles of El Alamein take place? Next question. Who discovered the wreckage of the Titanic? So, who discovered the wreckage of the Titanic? What was the name of the person? I've no idea what year that was now. It's recent history, but I wouldn't like to put a year against it, and I didn't get the year when I put the question together. Our next question is, what year did the Challenger space shuttle disaster happen? So in what year did the Challenger space shuttle disaster happen? Another year question. What year was the Magna Carta signed? So in what year was the Magna Carta signed? I'll probably allow you 5 years either side, but if you've got the exact year, that'd be super. What year was the Magna Carta signed? Next question. Which British king suffered from a stammer and was portrayed by Colin Firth in the film The King's Speech? So which British king suffered from a stammer and was portrayed by Colin Firth in The King's Speech? Good film, that. I remember going to see it and being very impressed by it. Okay, our next question. What was the name of the ship that brought news of the Battle of Trafalgar to Britain? So what was the name of the ship that brought news of the Battle of Trafalgar to Britain? Oh, I didn't know a ship did bring the news. Or I guess how else were they going to know? It's not like they had telephones or Facebook to say, by the way, there's a battle at Trafalgar. Which ship brought that news? Next question. Which pilot famously fought in the Battle of Britain with 2 artificial legs? Which pilot famously fought in the Battle of Britain with 2 artificial legs? And was certainly the subject of one very, very famous film. I'm sure there could well have been others, but there was certainly one very famous film that sort of was the story of his life, really. Next question. When did the Korean War end? When did the Korean War end? Next question. Which real-life American frontiersman did Leonardo DiCaprio portray in the film The Revenant? So, which real-life American frontiersman did Leonardo DiCaprio portray in the film The Revenant? Another film that I've not seen. Now, we've all heard of the mutiny on the Bounty. Well, I'm guessing we have. Certainly it's been made into films, and it's sort of quite a famous story in British naval history. But the question I've got for you is, what is the name of the ship which is notorious for experiencing the bloodiest mutiny in British naval history? So which ship is notorious for experiencing the bloodiest mutiny in British naval history? And in this case, there is a hint. It is probably a football question, but the hint is it is also the name of a Harry Potter character. Which ship is notorious for experiencing the bloodiest mutiny in British naval history? And it is also the name of a Harry Potter character. And then the last question in this round is, who discovered penicillin? So what is the name of the person who discovered penicillin? I'll just give you a couple of minutes to review any answers, and then we'll go through the answers for the history round. Okay, let's do a few answers for you. So, when and where was the Battle of Hastings? Now, I guess it was a little bit naughty, this one, because although it was called the Battle of Hastings, it was actually at a place called Battle, which is near Hastings. So the place I wanted was really Battle rather than Hastings. And the year was 1066. The actual date was the 14th of October, 1066. And it will be the 954th anniversary of the Battle of Hastings next week. So if you got the complete date, give yourself 5 points. And the place we wanted is Battle, which is near Hastings. And obviously, I'm not going to fall out with you if you just put Hastings, but that would be a bit too simple given that it's called the Battle of Hastings. I was hoping you might give me a bit more if you could. Next question was recently dramatised in the awarding, well, critically acclaimed miniseries. What year did the Chernobyl disaster occur? And the answer to that is 1986. So it was 34 years ago that Chernobyl happened. Doesn't feel it in some ways. I'm sure it does to the people involved, but I always thought it was later than that. Next question. Who was the Lord Mayor of London 4 times between 1397 and 1419 and became the inspiration for a classic English folk tale? So I'm hoping that you got Dick Whittington. The actual name I wanted was Richard Whittington, which was his name as Lord Mayor, but we all know him now as Dick Whittington. So either of those will give you the points. Now, we all knew that George Washington was the first president of the United States. Who knew the second one? I didn't, by the way. The second president of the United States was a chap called John Adams, so, who I've certainly heard of, as in it's a name I know associated with presidencies, but I wouldn't have known that he was the second president of the United States. And we asked you who was the only wife of Henry VIII to receive a Queen's funeral. And who was the only wife to receive a Queen's funeral? And the answer was Jane Seymour. I don't know why. I don't know what it is that meant she got a Queen's funeral, but nobody else did. Because, as we heard earlier in the quiz, his last wife was Catherine Parr. So, which means that, he obviously had divorced or killed Jane Seymour. And I do get mixed up. But I don't know why she got a Queen's funeral, unless she died while she was married to him. Because then she would have died as a queen, and maybe that's what gave her the right. I don't know. Rambling as usual. So which British archaeologist discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? That's hard to say sometimes. Who discovered Tutankhamun's tomb? And that was Howard Carter. Like I say, I think that was about 1924 or something like that. But the name we wanted was Howard Carter. Now, who was the leader of Britain's ill-fated Antarctic expedition, which was one of the first to reach the South Pole in 1912? And the answer is Robert F. Scott. So Robert Scott, or Captain Scott, is what we're looking for. And as you know, or you may know, I think all of the party perished, unfortunately, and they were so near. They'd been to the pole and it was on the way back. They were so near safety, and unfortunately, they got trapped in bad weather. It's where the line, "I'm going outside, I may be sometime," is said to have come from. Whether it really did happen, we don't know. That's where that was meant to have come from. The European country that had a civil war between 1946 and 1949 is Greece. So, yep, they were fighting for the Allies during the Second World War, and the year after VE Day, or whatever they called it, but the end of the war in Europe, a year later they had a civil war that lasted for 3 more years. And the 13th century Scottish knight that Mel Gibson played in Braveheart is William Wallace. So the answer I wanted there was William Wallace. Which war was fought in South Africa between 1899 and 1902? The proper answer is the Second Boer War. If you've just put Boer War, I will allow it, but it, strictly speaking, is the Second Boer War, meaning that I would guess anyway, but that there was a previous Boer War. But it's the Second Boer War. Our next question was, in which country did the Second World War battles of El Alamein take place? And the answer to that is Egypt. So El Alamein is part of Egypt. Next question. Who discovered the wreckage of the Titanic? I'm guessing this is quite a tough one, unless you're a big fan of the Titanic, and maybe it's something that you know, but I certainly didn't know this at all. And it's a fellow called Robert Ballard. So Robert Ballard was the man who discovered the wreckage. Next question. What year did the Challenger space shuttle disaster take place? So that was 1986. When I put this question in, I realised that both Chernobyl and Challenger happened in the same year, which I guess I hadn't known before I wrote them down like that. So yeah, in 86 we had both Chernobyl and Challenger happening on either side of the globe. Not a good year for those particular people and the people directly affected by it. Next question. What year was the Magna Carta signed? And the answer to that is 1215. So 1215, Magna Carta was signed. Next question was, which British king suffered from a stammer, which was portrayed by Colin Firth in The King's Speech? The answer is King George VI. So the present Queen's father is the king who suffered from the stammer. Then the next one, which was, what was the name of the ship that brought news of the Battle of Trafalgar to Britain? And that ship is called HMS Pickle. HMS Pickle brought the news of the Battle of Trafalgar. The pilot that famously fought in the Battle of Britain with 2 artificial legs, that's Douglas Bader. So hopefully some of you remember that. I think the film was called Reach for the Sky. Certainly the more famous one anyway. There's probably more than one, but the one I remember was Reach for the Sky, which can't remember. Kenneth Moore plays it. Good film. Very famous flying ace in the war. Next question. When did the Korean War end? So I'm really sorry, guys, because it was a bit of a trick question. The answer is that it didn't. They signed an armistice in 1953. The 2 countries are still technically at war. In other words, they didn't actually stop being at war. They just signed a treaty to stop shooting each other. So, based on my research, the official line is that the Korean War didn't end and they are still at war, but living under an armistice, which presumably helps stop them bombing each other or shooting each other. Next question. Which real-life American frontiersman did Leonardo DiCaprio portray in The Revenant? Well, the answer to that is Hugh Glass. So Hugh Glass is the person he played in The Revenant. The ship which is notorious for experiencing the bloodiest mutiny in British naval history is HMS Hermione. So we did give you the clue that it was a Harry Potter character. It turned out that it was Hermione. So HMS Hermione is the name of the ship that had the bloodiest mutiny in history. And then the last question we had for you in this round was, who discovered penicillin? So it was who discovered penicillin, and the answer we wanted is Alexander Fleming. So Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin. That ends the history round. So we'll take a few minutes break, because it's always good to take a leg stretch and a quick walk around when we've been sat for a little while. Otherwise, we get more weary. And also, of course, let's just have a look at how our totals are doing in good telethon style. And we've crept up a little bit more in the big total. We're at 18,559. So thank you. Wonderful, wonderful amounts. I'm guessing that, has mine gone up at all? Yeah! It's gone up to £590. We're ever so close to 600. Thank you to the donation that made it 590. That's an anonymous donor, but thank you so much. All of the donations are wonderful, and we've still got quite a bit of night to go. And hopefully we can raise a little bit more money. So thank you everybody who's already given something to support Centrepoint and all the work that they do for the homeless. And we've made it to midnight. I'm not going to pretend that I'm not feeling a bit weary, guys, but we'll get a second wind in a minute. I'm going to open my window and let a bit of air in, and I'm just going to stretch my legs for 2 minutes just to stop the weariness, and chance for you to take a short break, go for a wee, fill your glass up or your cup or whatever it is you're drinking. And then we've got a little bit of general knowledge, which will give us bits of all sorts. So window open and then back in a few minutes, guys. And we're back again. So it's 12:05. Goodness me. I suspect a few of us are feeling weary. Jim, great work, because I know you're beginning to get ready for your taekwondo class at 1 o'clock. I perhaps could do with a bit of taekwondo myself to get me going. Thank you, Charlotte. Yes, I thought, might be a bit cooler in this. The other one was a bit too warm. I was getting a bit hot and a bit weary. So I've opened a couple of windows to try and let some air through so that I don't get too warm. But we'd have another costume now anyway. Hopefully keeps putting smiles on people's faces as well. So, and we've got some general knowledge, and according to me, we've still got a few people with us, which is lovely. 'Thank you all for sticking by us. I know people have got work tomorrow as well, and a lot of what we're doing tonight, yes, it's raising money. It's us. Hopefully, we're having a bit of fun, but it's also really just trying to show a little bit about how difficult it can be for people who don't have a home and may spend a lot of the evening walking about, trying to find somewhere to sleep where they feel safe, and the tiredness that comes over them and all that. Thank you, Philippa. So one of the reasons that Centrepoint organise these events, whether it's the sleep out or in this case of this year, the stay up, is just to try and make us aware of the hardships that people go through. And I know, for myself, yes, I think by tomorrow morning, I'll probably be feeling a little bit weary, and I'm pretty sure that I probably won't be very effective in my job tomorrow. I imagine that that's what happens on more days than not for you, and how difficult it can be. So it just gives us a little taste of what life could be like for people who are homeless and the difficulties that they face. So I know you've all given, and I'm asking the same thing. Thank you, Jim. But it is without doubt that, it is the money we collect that helps Centrepoint, help these people, and tries to get them into a situation that makes their life easier to bear, hopefully to have their own place that is home, to eventually have a job and all those things that go with it. Thank you, every one of you, for the help that you give us, the support, for encouraging people like me and Jim, who's doing his thing later, for doing the crazy things we do, because it's a lot easier to do it when you've got people giving you encouraging signs as you go along. So thank you, thank you, thank you. So let's do a bit of general knowledge, see how we get on. And if we start to flag a bit, we'll just take a break and we'll go for another walk around the block. And if I really start to flag, I'll go out the front door and walk around the garden twice. Which, just like this, could scare the neighbours, but hey, life's like that. Anyway, here we go. Some general knowledge. So, Cyril Ramaphosa, it's a great name, isn't it? But Cyril Ramaphosa is the president of which African country? So, Cyril Ramaphosa is the president of which African country? Next question. Who is the current captain of the England Test cricket team? So who is the current captain of the England Test cricket team? And I'm always worried with questions that have the words like current and things in, because they might have been sacked since I wrote it down. So hoping that that hasn't happened, that I've got it right. But if not, we'll agree to disagree at the right time, and that your answer will then be right. But on the basis that they haven't done, I want to know who the current captain is. Next question. Which famous TV chef started cooking at the age of 8 in his parents' pub in Clavering in Essex? So which famous TV chef started cooking at the age of 8 in his parents' pub in Clavering, Essex? Our next question. What is the capital city of Portugal? What is the capital city of Portugal? Which actor voiced the character Nemo in the 2003 film Finding Nemo? Do you know what? I think that's another film I've not seen. I really have to catch up on some of these great films, I'm sure. I haven't seen that one. But I want to know the name of the actor who voiced the character Nemo. Please. How many US presidents have been assassinated? So that's how many US presidents have been assassinated. That's another one of them funny questions as well, isn't it? Is why is it assassination and not murder? Is it assassination if you're famous and murder if you're not? Or is it because you're holding office? Just one of the things that comes to mind, isn't it? Sometimes, why would they call it assassination rather than murder? Isn't it the same thing? Probably not. Probably not. If anybody knows, it's the kind of thing we need to have more information on, isn't it? I know I can Google it, but I'm already trying to multitask and I can't add anything more to that. And I guess there's lots of bonus points if you can name the presidents that have been assassinated when you've got your number. My next one is another number question. This time it's how many players are there in a water polo team? So how many players are there in a water polo team? Next question. Which prisoner, dubbed the most violent in Britain, was the subject of a 2009 film? So which prisoner, dubbed the most violent in Britain, was the subject of a 2009 film? I didn't make a note of what that film was, and I'm curious now. Yeah, perhaps one of you will tell me. Moving on. How many hearts does an octopus have? So how many hearts does an octopus have? Who was the lead singer for the pop group Slade? So who was the lead singer for the pop group Slade? Next question. Which modern artist's work uses death as a central theme and became famous for a series of artwork in which dead animals, including a shark, a sheep, and a cow, were preserved? So which modern artist's work uses death as a central theme and became famous for a series of artwork in which dead animals, including a shark, a sheep, and a cow, were preserved? Next question. The Azadi Monument may be pronounced Azadi, but I think it's a short A, so I think it's Azadi Monument is located in which Middle Eastern country? So that's the Azadi Monument. What country is it in? And Azadi is spelled Azadi. In case I've not pronounced it quite right. Next question. In which James Bond film did the character Teehee appear? In which James Bond film did the character Teehee appear? So, next question. How many squares are there on a chessboard? So that question is, how many squares are there on a chessboard? Next question. Which Premier League club moved to the newly built Emirates Stadium in 2006? So, which Premier League club moved to the newly built Emirates Stadium in 2006? Next question. The world's first university was founded in which Italian city in 1088? The world's first university was founded in which Italian city in 1088? Can't believe it's that old. Phenomenal. Nearly 1,000 years old, that university. I think Oxford and Cambridge came about 300 years later. Next question. The fictional fried chicken restaurant Los Polos Hermanos features in which hit TV show about a chemistry teacher turned meth cook? So the fictional fried chicken restaurant Los Polos Hermanos features in which hit TV show about a chemistry teacher turned meth cook? Next question. How many British monarchs were there in the 20th century? So how many British monarchs were there in the 20th century? Next question. Which former Spice Girl released the album Schizophrenic So which former Spice Girl released the album Schizophrenic? Next question. The professional wrestler Mark Calloway is better known by what name? So the professional wrestler Mark Calloway is better known by what name? Next question. What is Donald Trump's Twitter handle? So, what is Donald Trump's Twitter handle? Next question. What is the highest mountain in England? What is the highest mountain in England? Next question. Towns of Shepton Mallet, Bruton, and Castle Carey are in which English county? So the towns of Shepton Mallet, Bruton, and Castle Carey are in which English county? Now, I said early on in the quiz that this guy seems to pop up all the time with questions. I think we've had 2 or 3 already, and it's not deliberate. It's just that when you're researching getting quiz questions and you're ploughing through, whether it's booklets or boxes of cards or internet or whatever, he just turns up more and more often. So would you believe we've got another question about Henry VIII? So I guess another one for Paul, big fan of the Tudors. And this question is, Henry VIII introduced which tax in England in 1535? So Henry VIII introduced which tax in England in 1535? Oh, excuse me, sorry guys. It's a bit yawny time at the moment. I do apologise. Okay, next question. And I'm going to apologise now for me pronouncing his name almost certainly wrongly. But this person is called something very like Tadej Pogacar. It could be Tadej Pogacar, but it's spelled Tadej and then Pogacar. Tadej Pogacar. That's a person's name, I've been told. So, and they recently became the second youngest person to win what? So, Tadej Pogacar recently became the second youngest person to win what? Next question. What is 7 cubed? What is 7 times 7 times 7? Which is essentially 7 cubed. So what is that? Next question. In what decade was Madonna born? That was, in what decade was Madonna born? Next question. Who won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award in 2019? So, who won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award in 2019? And then, I think it's the last one. Yeah. The last question in this round is Big Brother first aired in the UK in which year? So Big Brother first aired in the UK in which year? So I want a year for when they first appeared on telly. All of the general knowledge questions. So before we do the answers, we do like to have a look at how our donation pages are going. See if we've managed to increase. Now mine's currently stuck at just below 600, which is absolutely brilliant. If it doesn't get another pound on it, it's brilliant. And thank you to everybody. And then the bank team as a whole, which has got people doing stuff all over the place, that's currently at 18,659. So creeping ever near to our target. So excellent news from both. We really are doing very well. And yeah, it tells us that 12 minutes ago, we got an anonymous donation of £100 to the team page, which is fabulous. It really is. Excuse me. Really makes a difference in what we're doing. So thank you to everybody for your donations. And let's go through our answers for general knowledge. Then we will take another short break while I get to shake some tiredness out of my head and give you guys a chance to pop up a glass or go to a loo or do whatever it is. But as we go through the night, we just need to keep ourselves entertained and alert. So, general knowledge. Cyril Ramaphosa is the president of South Africa. And I hope he still is, and I hope my timing is right, but Cyril Ramaphosa, the answer I wanted is South Africa. The current captain of the England Test cricket team is Joe Root. That's the answer we wanted for that one. The famous TV chef who started cooking at the age of 8 in his parents' pub is Jamie Oliver. So I don't think I knew that. I might have guessed it because it was Essex, maybe, but I don't remember it being something that I knew. The answer we wanted was Jamie Oliver. The next question was the capital city of Portugal. And the answer to that we're looking for is Lisbon. The actor that voiced the character Nemo in the 2003 film Finding Nemo was Alexander Gould. I don't know that. I know Alexander Gould. I wonder if he's related to Elliot Gould, the American actor, but I can't say it's a face I can sort of put to my mind when I think about the name. But anyway, he was the voice of Nemo. US presidents that have been assassinated. Well, the answer we wanted was 4. I meant to look it up and find out who they were. I'm guessing that clearly one of them would have been Lincoln, as we know Lincoln was assassinated. There is another one as well that I thought I knew. I did wonder if it was Adams, the guy we talked about earlier, whether he was assassinated, but I can't remember. And then I was trying to think who the other 2 would be. I mean, they have had a lot of presidents. So, but anyway, we wanted 4. And the number of players in a water polo team, that's 7. So that's the answer we wanted for that question. The prisoner that was dubbed the most violent in Britain and was the subject of a film is Charles Bronson. So that's the name we're looking for there. That's the prisoner dubbed the most violent in Britain. An octopus has got 3 hearts. The answer 3 is what we were looking for there. The lead singer of the pop group Slade was Noddy Holder. I was debating whether it's is or was. Hi Vicky, nice to see you. We're still going strong, although strong. I'm hanging on. I'm all right, but yeah, feeling a bit weary at the moment. But a bit of fresh air in a few minutes, and we'll get a second wind. But thanks for joining us. Nice to see you. Yeah, I think Slade is still going. So it's possibly who is the lead singer. I know Noddy's still around. A guy I was at school with, who I've kept in contact with on and off, and I am friends with when I see him, sort of thing. He's a GP, and it turns out that he's actually Noddy Holder's GP. Because Noddy Holder lives up here now. He's in Manchester based for quite a while, Greater Manchester based. So, and he turns up at events in pubs and things occasionally and gives great support. I've got a number of friends who are performers of different kinds, comedians or musicians, all those things. And Noddy's a real supporter of people, performing live. And I watched a great little documentary not long ago about the rise of Slade and, if you like, their transition from the band they were to the band they became, and how Noddy moved with it and went on to do such good work and great music. So, Noddy Holder is the name we were looking for anyway. Certainly not doing as much music now that I'm aware of than he was back in the 70s and early 80s. So the modern artist who uses death as a central theme and became famous for a series of artworks, that was Damien Hirst. So can't say that I'm a fan of his work. I don't really quite understand some of the things that the modern artists do, and I don't find that particularly like it, so I tend not to examine deeper. But it is Damien Hirst who is the artist we're looking for. The Azadi Monument, you will find that in Iran. So Iran has got the Azadi Monument. We have to find out what it is, because I don't know what the Azadi Monument is at all. It's in Iran. Previously called Persia, of course. In which James Bond film did the character Teehee appear? That was Live and Let Die. So that was a Roger Moore film, about 1973. Soundtrack by Paul McCartney and Wings, and one of the full-on tongue-in-cheek James Bonds, really, Live and Let Die. Great fun, but without doubt it was very tongue-in-cheek. I'm sure it's the one where the car goes up the little rickety wooden bridge. It's like doubles back on itself like a helix, and sort of twists in the air and goes over the water to get to the other side. I'm sure that's Live and Let Die. So I'm fairly sure Daniel Craig won't appear as such things. But there we go, a bit of rubbish about James Bond for you. How many squares on a chessboard? Well, I'm hoping that you've written 64 down as your answer. So that is the answer. So 64 for how many squares on a chessboard? The Premier League club that moved to the newly built Emirates Stadium in 2006, and I can't believe it's 14 years ago. But that was Arsenal. So Arsenal moved to their newly built stadium, 14 years ago now. The world's first university was founded in Bologna in 1088. So the world's first university was in Bologna in 1088. The fictional fried chicken restaurant Los Polos Hermanos, featured in a hit TV show, the show that it appeared in, is Breaking Bad. Guessing the clue might be the last bit that says it's a chemistry teacher turned meth cook. So that's quite a sort of a clear description. But the answer is Breaking Bad. How many British monarchs in the 20th century? Did you get 6? That's how many there were. If you count them back, I think we can get to 6. I think we've got Elizabeth II, we've got her dad and his brother, George VI and George V. You've got Edward VIII somewhere in there. I think you've got Edward VII and Victoria. I think they're the 6. I have to look them up now, I've said all that. But there's your 6 monarchs anyway, but the answer is 6. You can have a bonus if you got the names down and would like to give yourself some bonus points. The former Spice Girl that released the album Schizophrenic, that's Geri Halliwell. So, or what was she called? Ginger Spice. So if somebody put Ginger Spice, I'll allow it. I really wanted Geri Halliwell as a name. The professional wrestler, Mark Calloway, is actually better known, certainly in wrestling circle, as The Undertaker. And I've watched wrestling occasionally. It makes me smile, and I'm whiling away a couple of minutes or something. And he is one big guy, as in he's very, very tall. So I never knew his name was Mark Calloway, but I've heard of The Undertaker. Donald Trump's Twitter handle is @real Donald Trump. So I'm assuming that hopefully separates him from @fake Donald Trump. Words like that. But anyway, @real Donald Trump is his Twitter handle. The highest mountain in England. So we were talking about it when we talked about the one in Scotland earlier on in the quiz. We were talking about the 3 peaks races and things like that. Well, this is one of those peaks. So this is Scafell Pike. So Scafell Pike is the highest mountain in England. As we heard earlier, it's Ben Nevis in Scotland and it's Snowdon in Wales. The towns of Shepton Mallet, Bruton and Castle Carey are all in Somerset. So you'll find them there. And our next question, it's that man again. Henry VIII. What was he doing? Well, in 1535, he introduced a tax which, given the current situation with our pandemic, I think would be very, very unfavourable to a lot of people at the moment. But he introduced it in 1535, and it was the beard tax. So I don't know a lot about it. I've not read enough about it, but I'm fairly sure that it was based on the amount of beard that you had. Clearly, at the moment with lockdown, there are more people with beards than ever. So Henry would be rubbing his hands and making pots of pennies off them. Right. The next question that we had was difficult name to pronounce, but hopefully it helped. But I'll go with Tadej Pogacar. Is where we want to know. What do we want to know? Tadej Pogacar. He was the second youngest one. That's what we were after. I'm going to put my glasses on again in a minute. My eyes are getting tired. He was the second ever youngest person to win the Tour de France. So that's who he is. I don't have his age, but typically Tour de France winners are probably quite a bit older than he was. So it was a surprising win, and well done to him. Next one. What is 7 cubed? So 7 cubed, 343. 343 is 7 cubed. 7 times 7 times 7. Our next one. In what decade was Madonna born? In what decade was Madonna born? She was born in the 1950s. I think she was born in 1958 in actual fact, but 1950s is the answer that we want. Next one was, who won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year award in 2019? And the answer we were looking for to that one was Ben Stokes. So Ben Stokes won the BBC Sports Personality Award last year. And then the last question we had in this general knowledge was, Big Brother first aired in which year? So when did we first see Big Brother? And it was right at the start of the century in the year 2000. So that's all of our answers for general knowledge. So I'm going to do a little check on our numbers because we love to see how well we're doing. And obviously, more people taking themselves off to bed. So I think we're going to see donations slow down a little bit. But if they don't move at all from where they are now, we've done absolutely marvellously. But it may still creep up. Yeah, at the moment, they're static at the same numbers. Thank you to everybody who has given, but at the moment, no change there. So I am going to take a short break. I do need to go and just walk around probably walk around the garden and just get some air because I'm feeling a bit weary, and that's not fair to you or to me. You may also want to do the same thing. Thank you for staying up with it so far. It really is appreciated. Your support makes it worthwhile without any doubt. I know that I'm probably going to lose Jim shortly because Jim's doing his taekwondo at 1 o'clock, and I guess he needs to get ready for whatever he has to do. Jim, we'd love to see you back after that, or it may be that that's going to be your good night message, and I don't blame you if it is. But what I'll try and do, what is it? It's about 10 to 12, something like that. So I'm going to take 5 minutes or so, just clear my head a bit, and then we'll come back. And yeah, it had to happen, didn't it? But we've got a sport round. So I'm sorry about that, because I know sport doesn't always go down as well as other subjects that we like to talk about. But I've got some sports questions. They're actually all based on April this year. So certain things will be different now, but these are the questions that were based in April of 2020. So we've got some sports questions to ask, and we'll go and do that. So I'll be back about like a minute to 1 or something, 1 o'clock. So please stay if you can, and I'll see you in a few minutes. And Jim, best of luck with the taekwondo. Let's get those. Give them a nudge on the donations, and let's see the numbers creep up again. But thanks everybody. Back in 5-10 minutes, that kind of thing, just to give ourselves a short break and a stretch. Hello. Who's been rude about me? Has he fallen asleep already? No, I was just taking a walk around the garden, get some fresh air, and stop myself nodding off too quickly. Finding it a little bit I like it. I'm going to try not to fall asleep, but if I do, and you know my phone number, just ring it. That'll wake me up, won't it? But I am going to try and not nod off, but it does get difficult at times. So I'd rather just be honest and say I'm going to go for a walk and get some air. I've got the wind. It's typical, isn't it? Is the one night when you could do with a bit of a breeze blowing through. There's virtually no wind at all. It's a lovely evening. Well, it's not evening now, is it really? It's early morning. But and I'm guessing we've lost Jim for the time being. He should be doing some taekwondo on Blue Jeans at the moment. So well done, Jim. But we're up to the next round of the quiz, which is we've got a sports round for you. So I hope we've got a few sports fans in. It's a mixed bag of sport. It's there's various things which I'm hoping will what's the word I want? Entertain everybody. So it's not just football. And I am sorry about that. I know I've just seen the comment there. The number of times that I get comments about sports being the least exciting round, and I agree, by the way. I don't know what it is about. We're a country that loves sport. Without doubt, we love sport in different ways. And I don't just mean football. I'm a football fan, but I don't live and breathe football. I like sport of many types. When it comes to quizzes, that's a good sound, isn't it? That's a heck of a good notification tone. That's a WhatsApp from my good friend Paul, who's the Tudor. Well, he's a big history fan. He's also a big football fan, actually. But he works nights, and he said he'd try and look in. So I'm wondering if he's just on his tea break at work. Yeah. He's asking me to please don't start yawning or else I'll set him off. He's working nights tonight, but he said he'd look in and he's just sending good wishes. So thank you, Paul. And yep, you're absolutely right. He's a big fan of the police. So I've set the ringtone for his WhatsApp messages to be walking on the moon. Don't we have fun with our phones, eh? I don't know. But anyway, shall we do some sport questions and we'll see how we get on. We'll get on to some other stuff as soon as we can. But let's see how we get along. So, sport. And I think I said just before I went off to re-energise, all of these questions were effectively based on the position as in April 2020. So certain of them may be slightly drifty in terms of something happened since, but I'm hoping that they're not too bad. I've only put that in there because you might go, well, what about, or something like that. But I'm hoping that won't be the case. So let's begin and see how we get on. So, how many points did Liverpool record in the 2019-20 Premier League season before football was postponed? So I'm not sure exactly when football was postponed, but it was about April time, wasn't it? Late March, early April. How many points did they have at that point? So how many points did Liverpool record in the Premiership before the football got postponed? Then next question. Name the only football team to sack Sir Alex Ferguson as a manager. So name the only football team to sack Sir Alex Ferguson as a manager. Next question. How many times has Rafael Nadal won the French Open? Tennis, that is. So how many times has Rafael Nadal won the French Open? Golf. In golf, which team has won more trophies since the Ryder Cup first began? In 1927, would you believe? So since 1927, which team has won more trophies? Is it the USA or is it the Great Britain and Europe side? Back on football. I'll try and move things around, but there are a few football. Not a surprise, really, given the nature of quizzes in this country. But anyway, in football. This was a surprise to me when I read it. Which international team sits at the top of the FIFA Men's World Rankings as at April 2020? So which international team is top of the FIFA Men's World Rankings? Next question, complete shift, American football instead. I do apologise because this is something I know nothing about, and I'm guessing that a few of you might be big fans, but a few might be really like, oh, really? Do you have to? That kind of thing. In which year did American football star Tom Brady win his first Super Bowl with the New England Patriots? So in which year did American football star Tom Brady win his first Super Bowl with the New England Patriots? Now, admittedly, this is football again, but I just loved this question when I found it. And you sort of read it twice and think that can't be correct. But listen carefully and just enjoy the question. If you know the answer, that's brilliant. But I just love this question. Who is the only player to have scored in the Premier League, the Championship, League One, League Two, the Conference, the FA Cup, the League Cup, the Football League Trophy, the FA Trophy, the Champions League, the Europa League, the Scottish Premier League, the Scottish Cup, and the Scottish League Cup? Would you believe that there is a player out there who has scored in every one of those competitions? If you tell me his name, that'd be brilliant. I had to look him up just to go, are you sure? It's a true story. So have a look and let me know. Next question. Who is the last non-British, non-German Formula One driver to win the World Drivers' title? Who is the last non-British, non-German Formula One driver to win the World Drivers' title? Bonus points if you tell me the year it happened as well. Cricket. Owen Morgan. Owen is spelled E-O-I-N, but I believe it's pronounced Owen. So Owen Morgan set the record for the number of sixes in a one-day international cricket match against Afghanistan at the 2019 Cricketing World Cup. How many sixes did he actually hit? Next question. Which WWE superstar did Tyson Fury wrestle in 2019? So what is the name of the WWE superstar that Tyson Fury wrestled in 2019? Women's football this time. Who is the top scorer for the England women's national football team? So who is the top scorer for the England women's national football team? Next question. In which sport would competitors use a piece of equipment known as a foil? Next question. Horse racing. Frankie Dettori won 7 races out of 7 races at which UK horse racing course in 1995? You wouldn't mind having a couple of quid on that one, wouldn't you? 7 out of 7, goodness me. That would be some accumulator. But where did that happen when he won 7 out of 7 in 1995? In which sport do teams compete to win the Stanley Cup? In which sport do teams compete to win the Stanley Cup? Next question. Athletics. What is Usain Bolt's blistering 100-meter world record time? What is Usain Bolt's 100-meter world record time? We're back on football again. You see, It just creeps into everything we do. But anyway, football. Which famous football manager once said, I wouldn't say I was the best manager in the business, but I was in the top one. I like that quote, really. But which famous football manager once said, I wouldn't say I was the best manager in the business, but I was in the top one. Olympics. Did Team GB win more medals in total at London 2012 or at Rio 2016? I guess it's almost which one of those two Olympic meetings were we most successful at? Where success is measured on numbers of medals. To be fair, when it comes to the Olympic Games, probably the measure you would use, but certainly for the individual athletes, it can be often a lot more than the medals. It could be about personal best, it could be about beating a rival, and it could be about finishing something that they've struggled to finish in the past. But from your table of victory point of view, where did we win the more medals? Was it Rio or London? The first FIFA World Cup, so we're back on football again, was held in which year? And do you know the nation that hosted the first FIFA World Cup? Change of sport, we're into rugby. So England won the 2003 Rugby World Cup. Thanks to that amazing, and those who were interested and watched it, remember it forever, the iconic drop goal from Johnny Wilkinson. But how many points did we actually score in that match? Or how many points did England actually score in that match? Next question is mixed martial arts, or MMA for short. So how many MMA fights has UFC star Conor McGregor lost during his career? So basically, it's how many MMA fights has Conor McGregor lost during his career? American football. In American football, how many points do you score for a touchdown? In American football, how many points do you score for a touchdown? Next question. Which country are the current Netball World Cup champions? So which country are the current Netball World Cup champions? Next question. The Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox play which sport? So I just want the name of the sport that those two teams compete in. We're back on football. In which year did the England manager Gareth Southgate hit the headlines for for missing an important penalty against the Germans? So in which year did the England manager Gareth Southgate hit the headlines for missing an important penalty against the Germans? Formula One. Which two Formula One drivers both won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year twice? So there are two Formula One drivers, both of whom have won BBC Sports Personality of the Year on two occasions. Sorry about the yawning, guys. I do apologise. Moving along. Which sports presenter is credited with devising Mo Farah's celebratory Mobot dance? So which sports presenter is credited with devising Mo Farah's celebratory Mobot dance? Back on the Olympics. How many Olympic gold medals did the rower Steve Redgrave win? Next question. True or false? Ultimate Frisbee, also just known as Ultimate, is an international sport. So, is that true or false? Ultimate Frisbee, also known as Ultimate, is an international sport. Next question. What colour medal did diver Tom Daley win at London 2012? So, what medal did he get at London 2012? Tom Daley, the diver. Next question. Who is the current captain? Now, this is the one that we mentioned. Well, I mentioned generally. When they say the word current, that's based on an April 2020 answer, just in case it's changed. So the question is, who is the current captain of the England women's football team? Next question. Which athlete broke the unbreakable 2-hour marathon foot race in 2019? Where was it? So, which athlete broke the unbreakable 2-hour marathon foot race barrier in 2019? And I watched a brief documentary about it the other day. Really was well put together and quite an amazing feat. But let me have the name of the runner who did that, as we said there. Next question is, which cricket club play at the Oval? So which cricket club plays at the Oval? Next question. Modern pentathlon involves running, shooting, and horse riding. Which other two sports are featured? So modern pentathlon involves running, shooting, and horse riding. What are the other two sports that make up the pentathlon? I asked you a few moments ago about Usain Bolt's amazing world record for 100 meters. So this question is quite simply, what year was it when he set that record? What year did Usain Bolt set his 100-meter world record time? Next question. Jessica Ennis-Hill competed for Great Britain in which sport? Next question. Which country's rugby team is called the Springboks? Which country's rugby team is called the Springboks? Next question. Football again. Who is the Premier League's all-time top scorer? So, who is the Premier League's all-time top scorer? Next question. In which outdoor sport would you need a stick, a puck, and a mouthguard? Next question. The Fosbury flop. Thank you, Charlotte. I know, just feeling it a bit at the moment. So, but, we'll push on through. We're getting close to halfway. But thank you for the little nudge and thank you for the encouragement. The Fosbury flop is a technique used in which sport? So, next question. We're back on football again. It does turn up more than I thought, but I'm sorry about that. Who won more caps for England? Was that Wayne Rooney or David Beckham? So, who won more caps for England, Wayne Rooney or David Beckham? True or false? Skateboarding was due to make its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020. Is that a true or false statement? Skateboarding was due to make its Olympic debut at Tokyo. Next question. Coco, I'll go with Gauff. It could be Goff. It's spelt Gauff. So Coco Gauff made headlines at Wimbledon last year when she beat Venus Williams? How old was she? And that's golf they're asking about, not Venus. So Coco Golf made headlines at Wimbledon last year when she beat Venus Williams. How old was Goff? Next question. 2 English football teams have the same nickname, the Hatters. Can you name them both? 2 English football teams have the nicknames the Hatters. Can you name them? Next question. What is Muhammad Ali's real name? And I think what they mean by that really is birth name, I suppose. But what is Muhammad Ali's real name? Next question. What is the biggest capacity cricket ground in England? What is the biggest capacity cricket ground in England? Next one. Yeah. Complete the name of the current NBA champions. Complete the name of the current NBA champions. Toronto what? What's the missing word, effectively? Next question. Did Cristiano Ronaldo score more goals or play more games for Real Madrid in all competitions? Next question. Which course is the Masters Golf Tournament held? So on which course is the Masters Golf Tournament held? Next question. Name the 3 players who won the 2018-19 Premier League Golden Boot. Next one. In rugby union, who is England men's all-time top try scorer? So, in rugby union, who's England men's all-time top try scorer? And our next question is, how many balls are in total? Sorry, I typed that wrong. How many balls are there in total on the table at the start of a game of snooker? How many balls are there? Bit of a big typo there, so that looks good. Next question. At which Olympic Games did Kelly Holmes win 2 gold medals? In which sport is 180 deemed a perfect score? One of those silly questions that we like to sneak in. But which of these is not a real sport? Is it A, foot golf? Is it B, hand rounders? Or is it C, chess boxing? So, which of them is not a real sport? Foot golf, hand rounders, or chess boxing? Next question. In which sport do competitors refer to catching a crab? So in which sport do competitors refer to catching a crab? Next question. Which sport played on ice did the nation suddenly become obsessed with when the GB women's team won gold at the 2002 Winter Olympics? Next question. Which sport involves tucks and pikes? Which sport involves tucks and pikes? Next question. Who has won more Grand Slam tennis titles? Who has won more Grand Slam tennis titles? Is it Serena Williams or Roger Federer? Next question. Jade Jones took home gold for Team GB in 2012 and 2016 Olympics. Which sport does she compete in? So Jade Jones took home gold for Team GB in the 2012 and 2016 Olympics. Which sport does she compete in? Next question. Which England footballer was famously never given a yellow card? So, which England footballer was famously never given a yellow card? And looking at the clock, we'll make the next one the last question in the round, I think. So the last question in the round, looking at where we are on the clock, where we are in the question list. So The Los Angeles Lakers and the New York Knicks play which sport? The Los Angeles Lakers and the New York Knicks play which sport? And the next question is, in cricket, what is the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method? So in cricket, what is the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method? Next question. Which 2012 Olympic event recorded record crowd noises of 114 decibels? So that's the 2012 Olympic event. So which 2012 Olympic event recorded record crowd noises of 114 decibels? Next question. We're getting to the end now. This anyway. Before Andy Murray, who was the last British tennis player to win a men's singles Grand Slam tournament? Before Andy Murray, who was the last British tennis player to win a men's singles Grand Slam tournament? After retiring from professional cycling, what other sport did Bradley Wiggins briefly attempt to make a career in? So that's after retiring from professional cycling. What other sport did Bradley Wiggins briefly attempt to make a career in? Next question. Where is the next Olympic Games set to take place? And in what year, but we really want the where. Where is the next Olympic Games set to take place? And last but not least, what is the highest speed ever recorded by a Formula One car during a Grand Prix? So, what is the highest speed ever recorded by a Formula One car during a Grand Prix? And again, bonus points for when and things like that. Well, that completes the section. Go back through it and update it for our answers. See how much we've got right. Ah, there we go. I lost my place then for a minute. Right, there we go. Right, let's take a short break from staring at that screen and we'll stare at this one for a minute. Yeah, the team total is still the same as it was. And so is my total. So no movement in the last 40 minutes or so, but excellent work still from everybody involved in keeping it going and donating when we can. But thank you so much for making such a difference to everything we do. And we will keep looking at those and giving people shout outs when we can. So, should we do some answers? Then I'll probably need to have another walk around to clear my head again. So, how many points did Liverpool record in the 2019-20 Premier League season before football was postponed? So the answer that we're looking for there is 82. 82 points before we postponed. Pretty much everything. Name the only football team to sack Sir Alex Ferguson as a manager. And the answer to that one was St Mirren. Oh, excuse me. Next question was, how many times has Rafael Nadal won the French Open? And the answer to that was 12. Next one was about golf and which team has won more trophies since the first Ryder Cup golf tournament in 1927? Is that the USA or Great Britain stroke Europe? So the answer we're looking for is the USA. So the USA have won nearly twice as many as Britain and Europe. So the USA have won 26 and Britain and Europe has won 14. So USA is slightly ahead on that one. Slightly, he says, like twice as many. The one that surprised me, which international football team sits at the top of the FIFA Men's World Rankings as of April this year? That was Belgium. There they are, quietly winning games and moving up the rankings. Yes, Belgium are top of that ranking table. My mouse can't come back. Thank you. Right, Vicky, thank you for your messages. Thanks for your support. I don't blame you. It's definitely getting hard going now, so get some sleep and I'll speak to you tomorrow probably. Thanks a lot. Where was I up to? Belgium, we've done that one. Yep. In which year did the American football star Tom Brady win his first Super Bowl with the New England Patriots? Well done, anyone who got this. You're obviously a hardcore American football fan if you know the answer. It was 2002. And I'm assuming he's one of these people that's won it more than once with that team, hence the way the question was worded. But first time he won it was 2002. And then excuse me. That question about the guy who has scored in all of those different competitions, Premier League, Championship, League One, League Two, Conference. It's a fella called Gary Hooper. And he hasn't played for that many teams either. You sort of think he must have played for loads of teams, but he hasn't. It's just been with teams that have perhaps been promoted or relegated, and therefore he's had a chance to score on both sides. But a chap called Gary Hooper holds that unusual goal-scoring record. The last non-British, non-German Formula One driver to win the World Drivers' title is Kimi Räikkönen back in 2007. So Britain and Germany have dominated now for 13 years. I'm a bit of a fan of F1. I do like F1. I used to do some motor racing when I was a bit younger. Not Formula One, more rally car and things like that. But I do like F1. I used to go and watch the Grand Prix. And it certainly has been dominated by Britain and Germany for a while now. And it looks like that could carry on the way it's going for this year. Hamilton is looking like he's going to take another title, which is fabulous. So that was that one anyway. Kimi Räikkönen 2007. I asked you about Owen Morgan and how many sixes he hit in a single game against Afghanistan in 2019 Cricket World Cup. And he hit 6. Sorry, he hit 17 sixes, which is quite amazing, really. So he scored 102 in sixes, which is quite fabulous. So, hence it being a record of numbers of sixes. 17 is the answer that we want. The WWE superstar that Tyson Fury wrestled in 2019 was Braun Strowman. He's probably got a fancy wrestling name, but when I was looking this up, it was Braun Strowman that. So I'll give him that. The top scorer for the England women's national football team is Kelly Smith, who I think I've heard of. I don't really follow women's football. In which sport would competitors use a piece of equipment known as a foil? That's fencing. Foil is one of the many types of sword that they use. And I probably shouldn't call it a sword either, because it's called a foil. But you all know what we mean. Frankie Dettori won 7 races out of 7 races at which UK horse racing course in 1995? It was Ascot. In which sport do teams compete to win the Stanley Cup? And the answer to that is ice hockey. And it's the National Hockey League, I think it stands for. I've got NHL in brackets. I'm sure that's National Hockey League. Usain Bolt's really, really fast record time is 9.9 minutes 58 seconds. Sorry, for goodness sake, Andrew. 9 minutes. 9.58 seconds. Which really was an incredible time. So 9.58 seconds is blistering world record time. The famous football manager who said, I wouldn't say I was the best manager in the business, but I was in the top 1. Yep, you've guessed it. That's Brian Clough, who was fairly outspoken about a lot of things. The question as to whether Team GB won more medals in London than they did in Rio is down to we all would have thought it was London. But actually, would you believe they won 2 more medals in Rio? So Team GB won 67 in Rio and 65 in London. So the answer I wanted was Rio. The first FIFA World Cup. Now, this came up earlier on in the evening, didn't it? So, and when it came up, I thought, oh, I'll leave it in. So it's not really a trick question. But interestingly, the first FIFA World Cup was held in 1930. And it was held in Uruguay. And earlier on, we heard that Uruguay actually won the first FIFA World Cup. So the host actually also won it. So, but the answer we were looking for is 1930 for the year it happened. And if you gave me Uruguay as the location, I'll give you a bonus point. Oh, hey ho, hey ho, hey ho. I asked you how many points England scored in that famous 2003 Rugby World Cup final, following the drop goal from Johnny Wilkinson, right at the death? And the answer is that England scored 20 points to win the game. I think it was probably 2018. I think they get 2 for the drop goal, so I think it was 2018 we won. I've not written that down, so I can't be certain. But the answer we wanted was 20 in terms of the number of points. The number of MMA fights that Conor McGregor lost in his career is 4. That's all he lost throughout the whole of his career. 4 fights. In American football, how many points do you get for a touchdown? You get 6. Which country are the current netball World Cup champions? That's New Zealand. Scroll my questions down a bit. The Chicago Cubs and the Boston Red Sox both play baseball. So the answer we wanted was baseball. In which year did England manager Gareth Southgate hit the headlines for missing an important penalty against the Germans? So that was 1996. And it was the semi-finals of the European Championship. And poor old Gareth missed a penalty and meant that Germany went through and we didn't. It wasn't just that, of course. If we'd scored more goals in the main game, we wouldn't have gone through either. So, sorry, we would have gone through. No, but 1996 is the year we wanted. Which 2 Formula One drivers have both won the BBC Sports Personality of the Year twice? The answer to that is Nigel Mansell and Damon Hill. So they both won it more than once. And last question, this one. Oh no, we've got a couple more. I'm getting ahead of myself again. The sports presenter that is credited with devising Mo Farah's celebratory Mobot dance is actually Claire Balding. And she suggested it on a sports panel show, which is a league of their own. That's where it first occurred. And he went on to, well, we all know what Mr. Farah did, marvellous things. Claire, who sort of said, you should have your own dance or you should do something with the letter M on your head or whatever she said. That's where it came from. How many Olympic gold medals did rower Steve Redgrave win? He won 5. True or false? Ultimate Frisbee, also known as Ultimate, is an international sport. It's true. It is. What colour medal did the diver Tom Daley win at London 2012? Well, he didn't achieve what we know he's capable of, and he only got a bronze in 2012. But I think he then corrected things at 2016 and moved up the list. I think, if my memory's any good. Who is the current captain of the England women's football team? So you have to sort of think about April this year and then look at whether he's but it is the current captain is Houghton. So the England women's football team is Steph Houghton. That was in April. So I'm not sure if it still is. That's the point I was making. I'm trying to. Which athlete broke the unbreakable 2-hour marathon foot race barrier in 2019 and where? Well, that was Eliud Kipchoge, who was favourite for the London Marathon this last weekend. He wasn't able to keep up with the blistering pace of some of the other runners this weekend, probably because of the style of the race that really suits him. but nonetheless, he is the only man in the world at this minute to have gone under 2 hours for the marathon. Which, for anybody who has run marathons or runs or any of those things, you will realise just what an incredible achievement that is. The time, it was in Vienna, and he did it in 1 hour, 59 minutes, 40 seconds. So he didn't leave himself a lot of room, but he did go under the barrier, and that's what it was about. So, which cricket club plays at the Oval? Did they ask that one? I don't remember if I asked it. Which cricket club plays at the Oval? That's Surrey. Maybe I missed it when I was reading them last time. Sorry about that if I did. Doesn't ring an immediate bell. Modern pentathlon is running, shooting and horse riding and fencing and swimming. So the answers we needed were fencing and swimming. Another one that's sort of come back on itself. So Usain Bolt, we asked you earlier what the world record is. We then asked you when it happened. So 2009, he set that world record. So it stood for, as far as I know, it still is the world record. So it's 11 years. Well done, Nick, Usain. Jessica Ennis-Hill competed at the heptathlon. So she was a heptathlete for us. Very good. I used to watch the athletic more than I do now. She was such an ambassador for the sport and such a talented athlete. Well done to her. Which country's rugby team is called the Springboks? That's South Africa. And who is the Premier League's all-time top scorer? So again, this is as at April. I don't know if it's changed, but I'm just covering the question. And at the moment, or when we did this, it was Alan Shearer is the Premier League all-time top scorer. The outdoor sport where you need a stick, a puck, and a mouthguard is hockey. The Fosbury flop is a technique which is used in high jumping, named after Dick Fosbury, who first developed it. And essentially, it's the reverse sort of backflip over the bar. So you're running sideways and effectively jump backwards over it. So that's where that name came from. Who won more caps for England? Was it Wayne Rooney or David Beckham? And it is Wayne Rooney. Wayne Rooney has won 120 caps. David Beckham won 115. Of course, although he's getting a bit older now, I guess, could Wayne still win anymore? Probably not, but you never know. Whereas Bex is proper retired and probably won't ever see another cap for everyone. He's done his bit. Next was true or false. Skateboarding was due to make its Olympic debut at Tokyo 2020. That's true. They were going to introduce skateboarding, karate, surfing, and sport climbing. So they were the new sports, or maybe they were going to be sort of exhibition sports in 2020 and then true sports in 2024, things like that. But we'll wait and see what transpires for 2021 as things begin to hopefully change. Coco Gauff, or Goff, made the headlines at Wimbledon last year when she beat Venus Williams. The question we asked was how old was Goff? And at the time she was 15 years old. 2 English football teams have the nicknames the Hatters. Can you name them? Well, this was just one for me, really, because my football team's in there. So Stockport County are known as the Hatters, mainly because we've got a very big hat works in Stockport. We were famous as the manufacturing centre of hats at one time. And then the other one that has the same nickname is Luton Town. They're also the Hatters. So on the odd occasion that we play each other, if you cheer for the Hatters, nobody knows who you're cheering for. But it's Stockport County and Luton Town we're looking for. Muhammad Ali's real name, Cassius Clay. So he was born Cassius Clay, and he took the name Muhammad Ali in the early 70s, I think. Excuse me, guys. Oh, it's getting harder. What is the biggest capacity cricket ground in England? Hi, Jim. Welcome back. How did the taekwondo go? I hope it was good. I hope you had some good viewers. I'm hanging in there, Jim. Yeah. Feeling a bit weary, but we're doing okay. The biggest capacity cricket ground is Lord's, and it'll hold about 30,000 people. Good. I'm glad it went well for you, Jim. I'm sure it would wake you up. Perhaps I should have joined the taekwondo to wake me up as well, but we'll get there, won't we? I asked you to complete the name of the current NBA champions, and that turns out it's the Tokyo Raptors. So that was the name we were looking for, was the Raptors. I asked if Cristiano Ronaldo scored more goals or played more games for Real Madrid in all competitions. He actually scored more goals than he played games. Excuse me, I just didn't write down the number of goals, so I can't tell you that. On which course is the Masters Golf Tournament? It's all... Doing it again, I do apologise. It's always held at the Augusta National Golf Club. Name the 3 players to win the 2018-19 Premier League Golden Boot. Thank you, Jim. I might take you up on that. Quite like Columbia, actually. Come and do a bit of taekwondo. Not that I know anything about taekwondo at all, other than the one question that we've had here about Jake Jones, of course. The 3 players who got the Golden Boot was Mohamed Salah, Sadio Mane or Mane, and then Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang. And I'm sorry, other than Mohamed Salah, whose name I think I got pretty much right. I think the other 2 have sort of demolished your name for you. I do apologise for that. Rugby Union, the England men's all-time top try scorer is Rory Underwood. I did see Rory Underwood play many years ago, but he's our all-time top try scorer in rugby. How many balls are there in total at the start of the game of snooker? The answer is 22. That's 15 reds, 6 colours, and a white. At which Olympics did Kelly Holmes win 2 gold medals? 2 gold medals. 2 gold medals. That was Athens in 2004. Can't believe it's that long ago already. It doesn't feel 16 years ago that she did that. In which sport is 180 deemed a perfect score? I try to avoid saying 180. Which might have given it away, of course, if you're a fan. But the answer is darts. Although some people do argue that darts is not a sport, it's a pastime. My brother-in-law, who I'm not sure is still on, but if he is, would certainly agree that it's a sport and he puts in a lot of practice to get better at it. We then get which of these is not a real sport? What, golf, hand rounders, or chess boxing? Not cheese boxing. Goodness me, Andrew. Chess boxing. Of those, would you believe that foot golf and chess boxing are genuine sports, and hand rounders is not a real sport? Yet. Watch this space. In which sport do competitors refer to catching a crab? The answer to that is rowing. The sport played on ice that we all got obsessed with is curling. Do you remember when people were throwing not throwing? They slide the stones down the ice and then they sweep it fiercely to try and get the stone to go to the right place. I think we all got behind the teams at that time, especially when the women won the gold medal. So the answer we wanted was curling. The sport that involves tucks and pikes is diving. Who has won more Grand Slam tennis titles? Is it Serena Williams or Roger Federer? It's Serena Williams. And I just mentioned this one. Jade Jones took home gold for Team GB in both the 2012 and 2016 Olympics. What sport does she compete in? Taekwondo. The England footballer famously never given a yellow card is Gary Lineker. The LA Lakers and the New York Knicks play basketball, so they are basketball teams. I like this next one. So, in cricket, what is the Duckworth-Lewis-Stern method? Now, the short answer is it's the way they calculate the result of a game that's been affected by rain. But the official answer is, and I wrote it down, so it makes me smile a bit. Only because it's cumbersome to read, but it's a mathematical formulation designed to calculate the target score for the team batting second in a limited overs cricket match interrupted by weather or other circumstances. Calculating the score required to win in a rain-affected game of cricket. Which team wins? Should the... I think it looks like there's a slash there or something. Essentially, it's the way we work out whether a team has won or not when the game's been affected by rain, when they've had to shorten the number of overs, and the first team had enough overs. So it's a way of working out, have you won, even if you've not scored as much? Because it's the way you score, it's the rate at which you score, and things like that. The 2012 Olympic event record crowd noises was when Irish boxer Katie Taylor beat the British contender Natasha Jones in the semi-final. Before Andy Murray, who was the last British tennis player to win a men's singles Grand Slam tournament? Well, that was Fred Perry. I've never been clear of the connection, but he has a very, very big connection with Stockport. We have Fred Perry Way, which is a walking route. I don't know if he lived in the town, if he worked in the town. I can't remember, but he has a big connection with Stockport. But he was the last person to win a Grand Slam tennis tournament for Andy Murray, British person. After retiring from professional cycling, what other sport did Bradley Wiggins have a go at? That was rowing. He thought he'd try rowing out. Where is the next Olympic Games? Well, it's actually next year in Tokyo. So the 2020 Games were postponed or put back by 1 year. So Tokyo 2021 is the next Olympic Games at the moment, although clearly under risk because of COVID-19. And then the last question I left you with was, what is the highest speed ever recorded by a Formula One car during a Grand Prix? And I can tell you that the answer to that is 231.5 miles per hour. Which is pretty darn quick, isn't it? Let's be honest. 231 miles per hour is flying. So that was the highest speed ever. So that was a quite lengthy sport round. Covered all the sport questions. We're not doing any more sport now, unless it pops up in like a general knowledge or something. Oh, but I do need to take a short break again, guys, because it's definitely getting a bit harder to stay focused for long. So I don't want to nod off really if I can help it. So I'm just going to stretch my legs again. Maybe get myself a glass of water or something. Nip to the loo, those kind of things. So do the same. Thank you so much for sticking with me as well, though. We're now into our, to do the maths for a minute. We've done 376 minutes now. Yeah. So I feel like the kind of thing that Jeff Boycott would do at the crease. But so we're past halfway. So we're in our 7th hour and doing well. But definitely feeling a bit wearisome. So I do appreciate you sticking with us. Let's see if we can do any shout outs. Let's see if we've got any. Oh, look at that. Yeah. I've gone over 600. £620 for the night now. So wonderful. Thank you so much, Peter. So Peter's donated with, I'm going to read his comment out only because it makes me smile, and I love things that make me smile anyway. But this one is, the jacket alone is worth the price. Hope you make the full 12 hours. Well done. So thank you, Peter. Really appreciate your comment and your gift. Really does make a difference. And of course, that should mean that we've crept a bit nearer on the big total as well. Oh, look at that. £18,694, which is absolutely marvellous. Do you know what? If we don't make the 20,000, it isn't going to matter. It is an absolutely superb total, that. But there are so many bits of collections going on. There'll be people who've got cash that they've not yet paid in. There'll be people who've got stuff that they've done and they'll put it in the pool tomorrow. But whatever we achieve, that is a fabulous, fabulous total. So I really appreciate all that you guys do for us, and the donations you make will make such a difference. Your lovely comments of support, the fact that I'm fairly sure I'm making the odd mistake now. I don't always know that I've done it, because I have a moment when I suddenly think, did I say that properly? And you're being kind enough not to have a go, shall we say, on the chat line. But thank you. I really do appreciate it. And Peter, your comment, you're absolutely right. The total is absolutely amazing. Every person involved in Stay Up 2020 can be rightly proud of themselves. And I know it will make such a big difference. And of course, Stay Up 2020, that's just the bank team. There are teams all over the country supporting Centrepoint in different ways. So it's a huge fundraiser for them, and it will make such a difference. So I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to go and shake myself down, grab a drink of something. I can feel my mouth getting a bit dry. Do stay with me if you can. I hope you can for a bit longer. If you can stay with me all night, that'd be absolutely marvellous. I know Charlotte's going to try. And I hope together we'll make it somehow. And we'll get through it, because that's what it's about, and it's part of the fun to do so. So I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to stretch my legs, get a drink, and I'll be back very, very soon. So please don't go away unless you absolutely have to, which I do understand if you do, of course. But I'll be back in a few minutes, I hope. That's better. Getting cool as well now. This is what happens when you get tired and a bit, get late in the night or early in the morning, whatever we call it now. But, we've changed our jacket anyway. Look, you know, it's very stylish, don't you think? You know, it's a bit getting ready for Halloween. So I thought I'd go tireless for a bit and airing so that we can stay alert, hopefully. Actually, I'm going to have to shut the window soon because if I'm not careful, you get the moths and things coming in the middle of the night, don't you? But see how we get on anyway. But, thank you all for sticking around. That's good to see. I know, very late, but it is a zombie jacket, Peter. Yes, it's. I don't know. I come across these things and I just love them. So this one is sort of. I'll stand up and you look at all the. You know, that is a heck of a jacket, really, isn't it? Yeah. So. Don't worry, we won't be going topless. There is a limit, you know. YouTube would shut me down, I think, wouldn't they? If, you know, we try to do that. So we won't be doing anything quite so crazy. But I like it, Jim. Many people have asked me. I got most of them, would you believe, a shop in Leamington Spa. I have a very, very good friend who I've known many years, and she now lives in Leamington Spa. And I go down and stay when I can. Obviously, during COVID, it's been more difficult, but because she's on her own, I sort of declared her to be my support bubble. So it means that I am able to go and stay when I've got the time and things, but yes, I can go and stay. And but when I've been visiting in the past, I happen to wander into what looks like a little sort of second-hand antique kind of shop. But then you go upstairs and it's got all kinds of things, and it's got a whole load of suits like this because it's actually a suit. So I've got trousers that match the jacket, and so over the past whenever, pick them up and bring them home. So I've got quite a collection of well, you know, interesting jackets, we might say. It'll be great fun. So and of course, like most things, you can buy them online, but for the most part, I actually get them in that shop. Thank you, Jim. Appreciate it. So we'll have another go at another round in a minute. Now, I've come up with a new round. It's something a bit different. It might not work. It's like a picture round without the pictures. And I've called it landmarks. So what I've done is I've created some sort of, they call them pen portraits, don't they? When there's like a description written down rather than drawn or photographed. So I've done some short pen portraits of supposedly very famous landmarks. Now, I think one or two will be very obscure, and apologies if you sat there scratching your head. Others, I would think, are reasonably recognisable. And I thought, well, it's a little bit different. It's instead of, you know, who scored the goal or how long is the river or whatever it is we've been asking each other. I thought we'd have a try at landmarks instead, just to mix things up a little bit as we go into the wee small hours. the day. It's nice to just try different ideas. Oh, look at that now. We've gone over the 18,740. It's absolutely brilliant. And thank you so much, because I think I'm seeing that my wonderful friend Jim has added to my total as well. And he has. Jim, you're an absolute star. Thank you so much. We're at 670 quid on our page, and that's all contributing to the team total. So I'm going to say thank you so many times that eventually you'll probably tell me to stop saying it, but I'm not going to, because thank you. That is brilliant. It really is. It's super. And I know that Centrepoint are going to be blown away when they see the totals and the kind of totals that have been achieved by not just this daft quiz that I'm doing, and the work Jim did on his taekwondo, and all the other colleagues in the bank and people around the country who have done something or sponsored someone or whatever it is we've done. It's whatever works for you, because for some people, they're good at the doing, some are good at the supporting. Together as a team, we show what a difference we can make. So it is absolutely amazing. It's a massive thank you. And whilst I might, this jacket's probably the right one for tomorrow, because I suspect I'll be a little bit like a zombie tomorrow. And if any of you guys, or if any of the people I'm working with have to speak to me tomorrow, there may not be a lot of sense made, but we'll get through the day somehow. And huge thanks to all of you for that. So let's have a go at landmarks and see how it works. It'll be a bit of fun, and I can practice the technology and see how we can get better at putting pictures on video and things. But that'd be great if I could sort of, put a video, put some kind of picture behind my head so that you could see it and go, oh yeah, that's such a thing. But I need a little bit of software to do that, and I've not had the time to play with it. So we're in simple YouTube live streaming mode, which, by the way, seems to be working really well. So well done to YouTube for letting me do it like this. Oh God, Jim, no, please, not that. I'd love to have you stick with me, mate. That'd be brilliant. But if you do need to go and get some Zeds, I don't blame you. Not if you've got Padco. That can be a bit of a grilling. Sorry for anybody who's watching and doesn't know anything about what we're talking about. But both Jim and Peter are colleagues of mine, and we work closely with each other. So we were getting a bit of an in conversation there, which might not be very fair if other people on the call had nothing at all to do with the bank and wonder what on earth we're talking about. But so what I've done is I've got a pen portrait, and what I want you to do is tell me the name of the landmark and whereabouts in the world it is. And as long as you get pretty close, you'll get the points. I can't remember how many I've got on these, about 15 or so, something like that. But let's see how we get on. So the first one, and I think it's probably fair to say that some are probably very, very recognisable and, shouldn't give you any problem. And some are probably a bit obscure, and apologies in advance for that. But we like to stretch people, because somebody's going, oh, I know what that is. So that'd be brilliant if it's the case. This expansive temple complex is one of Southeast Asia's most significant archaeological sites. This UNESCO World Heritage Site is where the Khmer Empire, later to be called the Khmer Rouge, of course, but the Khmer Empire famously reigned from the 9th to the 15th century. To get the best understanding of it all, if you visit, you should get a guide. But whether you get a guide or not, you really should climb to the top for the spectacular views. The question is, what's it called and where is it? The next one, a little bit shorter in description, hopefully a bit more obvious, we might say. This is one of Australia's top tourist attractions and one of the world's most recognisable buildings. It is also known as one of the busiest performing arts venues in the world. That's all I'm giving you on that one, but I think that might be enough. Next one. One of the most visited monuments in the world. After visiting, you can dine at the famed Le Jules Verne. And after sunset, you'll see why this must-visit destination is known as the City of Light, putting on its own dazzling light show every hour on the hour after dark. And it certainly appeared in many, many films, thrillers, love stories, the backdrop, it's just there. What's it called and where is it? The next one. This is a tribute to Mughal, which is spelled Mughal, Mughal, Emperor Shah Jahan's favourite wife. This opulent structure, completed in 1648, has been recognised as the best example of Indo-Islamic architecture by UNESCO. Any idea what I'm talking about? This is the tallest building and the tallest freestanding structure in the world. And it measures more than 2,716 feet high. Do you know what? That's nearly, in fact, it's more than half a mile high. That is ridiculously tall. This impressive architectural feat has more than 160 stories to its name, and it affords unforgettable views of the city below. Any idea what I'm talking about? This ancient city sits perched on a mountaintop 8,000 feet above sea level. Before you visit, it's probably best to spend the evening in the nearby Aguas Calientes to adjust to the region's altitude. Any idea where we're talking about with that one? Next one. Built more than 2,300 years ago and measuring 13,170 miles in length. Reputed to be visible from space. This is generally one of those many urban myths. That's all I'm giving you, but do you know what it is and where? Next one. This iconic American landmark overlooks the picturesque Black Hills. Best viewed at sunrise when the golden light illuminates the faces. Don't miss the nightly lighting ceremony, which occurs between May and September. Excuse me. Sorry about that, guys. So do you know what the one I was just talking about then? Next one. This medieval Benedictine monastery is one of the most spectacular sights in Europe, dating back to the 8th century. Visitors can reach the abbey on foot, by bus, or by maringot, horse-drawn carriage. For a treat, stay on the island and enjoy a world-renowned omelette at La Mère Poulard, or Normandy specialities such as crepes and galettes. Any idea where we're talking about? Prominently located in the centre of Moscow's Red Square, it was built between 1555 and 1561 under Ivan the Terrible. That's all I'm giving you for that one. Any idea where I'm talking about? Climb to the top of this rocky hill to visit one of the most impressive remains of the ancient Greek civilization. Then wander the ruins to see the world-famous Parthenon Temple. Afterwards, visit the museum, which is filled with priceless antiquities and statues unearthed from what is known as the Sacred Rock. What are we talking about? Where is it? Next one. This isolated island, situated 2,300 miles off the coast, is one of the most mysterious places on Earth. Numerous theories have surfaced about the settlers, the Rapa Nui, and the demise of their civilization. What survived are spread across the island, with one of them measuring more than 70 feet tall. What is it and where? Next one. This bridge spans 1.7 miles across the strait. The bridge's welcome centre features exhibits and information on the history and construction of the bridge. For a unique perspective, take a cruise from Fisherman's Wharf. Once again, what and where? Built by King Ludwig II of Bavaria, this fairy tale-like castle and its striking setting makes for a magical experience. In fact, there have long been rumours that it served as inspiration for a few Disney princess castles. After touring the castle, take a walk, if you dare, across the sky-high Marienbrücke, a narrow bridge suspended over the plunging Olat Gorge. Any idea where we're talking about? Next one. The construction of this famous medieval structure began in 1173 and took more than 200 years. It's one of 4 buildings in the in the ceremonial complex of Piazza dei Miracoli. You can climb to the top of the bell tower, and afterwards you can join the hundreds of tourists posing at all angles to capture a photo holding it up. Where are we talking about? Next one. This and the surrounding monuments are more than 4,000 years old. Commissioned by King Khufu around 2,500 BC, these ancient remains serve as reminders of the country's prosperous and powerful past. They are also one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and the only one left standing today. What and where? Next. This is the largest waterfall in the world, measuring at more than a mile wide, with water that tumbles over several edges at up to 500 million litres per minute. That's a heck of a lot of water, guys, isn't it? The falls plunge more than 328 feet into the gorge below. What and where? Located in the Old City, this sacred pilgrimage site of the Jewish people dates back to the 2nd century BC and is the only remnant of the Second Temple of Jerusalem. Do we know what it is? And where? Next. This sits on the Antrim Plateau on the northern coast of Northern Ireland. 40,000 or so geometric stone pillars that make up this site are a result of volcanic activity 50 to 60 million years ago. Do we know what it's called and where it is? One of Queen Elizabeth II's residences, as well as one of the last working royal palaces in the world. It was built between 1703 and 1705 and covers around 77,000 square metres. That's all I can give you guys. Do you know where I'm talking about? Construction began on this imposing structure in 1882. After 144 years, the complex is set to be completed in 2026. Tell you what, that's some project, that one, isn't it? Designed by Antoni Gaudi, it is considered to be his most monumental. Any idea what we're talking about? It is the symbol of both the city and of Brazil. The famous figure is nearly 98 feet tall and was inaugurated in 1931. It overlooks the bustling city from the craggy mountaintop of Corcovado, providing truly spectacular views. Again, what is it and where? I think we've got 2 left. Excuse me. Opened in AD 80 with Emperor Vespasian's son Titus proclaiming 100 days of games as its inaugural festivities, it could fit more than 50,000 spectators. Any idea what that is? And last but not least, I've got a few more, but I'm not going to do them all. This is one of the most recognisable landmarks in Europe. This Neolithic monument dates back 4,500 years and was named a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1986. And I'll add a bit that I didn't put in when I typed it, but I'll add a bit now, which is often visited by large numbers of tourists at the solstices and certainly connected with the Druid worship of time gone by. Can we name that and where? So that's a bit of fun about landmarks. Excuse me, guys. Come on. I hope that works okay for you. I'm hoping that you're able to get some, if not all of those. I thought I'd try it as a different way of, quizzing again, or a different kind of round. So, well, that was the landmarked round, as I called it. Well, let's go through. I won't reread the whole of the description again because they're quite wordy at times. But I'll summarise and then give you the answer. Principally, it's a point for the place and a point for the thing. So if you get half, if you get what it is, but you didn't know where it is, you get one. And if you knew where it was, but you couldn't get the name right, then you get one as well. If you get both, you get two. Standard stuff, I hope, for you all. So we began with the expansive temple complex in Southeast Asia. That's Angkor Wat. And I've probably said it really badly, but that's how it's sort of typed. So Angkor Wat, and it's in Siem Reap in Cambodia. I'm happy with Cambodia, and I'd be happy with Angkor or something similar like that. The next one was Australia's top tourist attraction. That was Sydney Opera House in Sydney. The most famous monument, the most visited monument in the world, dining at the Jules Verne. That was the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The tribute to Mughal, Emperor Shah Jahan's favourite wife. That one is the Taj Mahal in Agra in India. The tallest building and tallest freestanding structure in the world, measuring more than half a mile high. That is the Burj Khalifa, which is in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. The ancient city that sits perched on the mountaintop, 8,000 feet above sea level. I bet the air's thin up there. No wonder they recommend that you spend an evening in the nearby town to get used to the altitude. I think you'd really struggle otherwise. But did anybody get that is Machu Picchu, which is in the Machu Picchu Archaeological Park in Peru? So Machu Picchu and Peru is a good answer. Probably the shortest of the descriptions, built more than 2,500 years ago, measuring 13,000 miles long. That is the Great Wall of China, and that's in China. And it would appear that although people say you can see it from space, you can't. It's not big enough. It might be huge, but in terms of what you can see from space, it's a blip on the landscape. The iconic American landmark overlooking the Black Hills, well, those are the Black Hills of Dakota. And I hope the clue, which was the light illuminates the faces, it's Mount Rushmore's National Memorial. The actual location is Keystone, South Dakota. But if you got Dakota or South Dakota, that would be perfect. The medieval Benedictine monastery. Hopefully the clue about Normandy specialities helps as well. Essentially, that was Mont Saint-Michel at Normandy in France. Prominently located in the centre of Moscow's Red Square. That is the one that if you ever see it on the TV, and funny enough, it was on the other night on something I was watching, it's the one that's got so much colour. The roofs are different colour, there are different colours in the tiles. It's St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. The next one was climbing to the top of the rocky hill, wandering the ruins of the famous Parthenon. Did we give you enough clues to realise that we were talking about the Acropolis, which is in Athens in Greece. So that's what we were looking for. Acropolis, ideally Athens, but we'd accept Greece. We'd already said it was Greece, really, because we said Greek civilization, but I wouldn't split hairs on it. The next one was the isolated island, 2.3 thousand miles off the coast, and these strange surviving things. Well, the strange surviving things were the stone giants, and we're talking about Easter Island, which actually, if you didn't know, although it's in the Pacific, I think it's actually deemed to be part of Chile. So it's Easter Island, Chile is its address, even though it's a long way off the coast. Oh, excuse me, yawn. Sorry about that, guys. The bridge spanning 1.7 miles across the strait, and the Welcome Centre and the Fisherman's Wharf. I'm hoping that you identified the Golden Gate Bridge in San Francisco. This one, I think, was possibly one of the hardest, which was the King Ludwig II fairy tale castle. I'm not sure I can even pronounce it properly. Neuschwanstein Castle. Neuschwanstein Castle in Schwangenau in Germany. And it's one of those, if you look at the picture of it, it really is one of those fairy tale castles that you see in Disney cartoons. That's the one I was going for. If you got German castle, I'd probably give you half a mark. Or I'd give you one for Germany and half for castle. If you got the name or anything like it, that is fabulous and well done. The next one was the construction of the famous medieval structure, one of 4 buildings, and you can climb to the top and take photos looking like you're holding it up. It is, of course, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and that's in Pisa in Italy. The next one was that this and the surrounding monuments are more than 4,000 years old, built around 2,500 BC, the last remaining 7 wonder of the ancient world. What I was looking for was the Great Pyramid of Giza, and that's at Cairo in Egypt. If you've got pyramids, you're definitely getting half a mark. We wanted the actual Great Pyramid if possible. Next one, the largest waterfall in the world, measuring at more than a mile wide, ... I was hoping that would give you enough to come up with Victoria Falls in Zimbabwe. Isn't it on the end of the Zambezi or something as well? I can't remember the river it's on, but I think it might be the Zambezi. And Peter, going back, I just noticed your comment. Yeah, I think exactly that. I think it is the Chitty Chitty Bang Bang Castle, yeah. And of course, in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, they actually do fly to Bavaria, or they're meant to be in Bavaria, aren't they? So I'm sure it is probably exactly the same one. That was a good film, though. I remember my dad taking me to see it when I was a lad. And it's still a good film now. And in fact, I've got a model Chitty Chitty Bang Bang on the windowsill, on the landing, normally. It's I put it away at the moment because I'm in the bathroom done, so it was getting dusty. But I've got, and that model, it's one of the originals. It was bought for me for my 10th birthday or something. So there's an original Chitty Chitty Bang Bang corgi car. I asked you about something located in the old city, sacred pilgrimage site of the Jewish people. We do say it's the only remnant of the Temple of Jerusalem, so I'm guessing that you worked out it was in Jerusalem. Did you get that it was the Western Wall or Wailing Wall for the temple? So that's what we would have to really, was the Wailing Wall or the Western Wall in Jerusalem. The thing that sits on the Antrim Plateau on the northern coast of Northern Ireland, well, that sort of gives a clue to where it is then, doesn't it? And the 40,000 or so geometric stone pillars, I'm hoping that gave you enough to come up with the Giant's Causeway. Officially, it's at Port Rush in Northern Ireland, but I guess I won't be too picky if you've got Giant's Causeway, Northern Ireland. One of Queen Elizabeth II's residences. I wasn't sure if I'd given you enough for this one. A lot would depend on how much you know about the dates of things like this, but we gave you the dates when it was built and how big it is. Not that 77,000 square meters means anything to me in my head, really. I can't conceptualize that. But it's Buckingham Palace. So we were looking for Buckingham Palace, London. The next one was the construction began on the imposing structure in 1882, and it will take them till 2026 to complete it all. And it was designed by Gaudi. I'm hoping that might be enough to get you to Barcelona in Spain. Was it enough to get you to La Sagrada Familia? I don't know. But that's what we wanted, is La Sagrada Familia, Barcelona, Spain, or an English equivalent translation. The symbol of both the city and of Brazil, and the famous figure being nearly 98 feet tall, I'm hoping brought you to Christ the Redeemer at Rio de Janeiro. So that's what we were looking for there. We then, the last couple, one was opened in AD 80 with Emperor Vespasian's son, claiming the 100 Days of Games, and it could fit 50,000 spectators. We were looking for the Colosseum in Rome. My neck's beginning to ache a bit. Oh. And then our last but not least, here we go. I gave you, this is one of the most recognisable landmarks in Europe. Neolithic monument, dates back 4,500 years. And then I mentioned also about the gatherings of people at the solstices and the link with Druids. I'm hoping that that extra bit of information that I hadn't typed before led you to Stonehenge at Wiltshire. It may not have done, I may not have given you enough, and apologies for that, but what we wanted there was Stonehenge and Wiltshire. And I did have a few others, but we'll save those for another day. So that was our landmark round. I hope that was okay and it sort of worked well. In some ways, it's a bit more fun than just showing you a picture, but we've already determined that picture processing is a bit limiting, so we're not going to try too much of that in this quiz anymore. We'll go for words. And thank you, Peter. Yeah, I quite like that one. So I like landmarks and things. A bit more interesting. So that's another round under our belt, and it's 6 minutes past 3 in the morning, and we're not doing bad, really. Now, there's an idea, Peter. I love that. Make them out of Lego and then produce them under the counter and go, and here's the next one, look. And we've got the Tower of Pisa on an angle, and we've got the Eiffel. That'd be great fun, wouldn't it? Lego impressions of famous landmarks. Oh, I like that idea. I could have great fun doing that. Oh, don't put ideas in my head, Peter. Listen, you know. That's a good idea, thank you. So, where are we at then? So 3:06 in the morning. We've done 7 hours. Yeah, 7 hours and 6 minutes. Woo! So that's 426 minutes. Goodness me. It doesn't feel that long ago that Charlotte was congratulating me on getting past the first 100-minute mark. So I guess we're not doing too bad at all, Charlotte, now. Ah, he did he? I do like Dynamo Jim. He's always a bit of an interesting character. So we've got a music round. We did a music round earlier on, and we've got another music round now with a bit of a mixed bag of music questions again. Hopefully stuff that you've got a good chance of knowing, or you'll be able to deduce it maybe, or you just won't know like me. But we've got some questions about music that I thought you might like. No, Peter, that's the good thing about this quiz. You don't get to hear me sing. Because now, if my friend Jem was here, who is my housemate, and she's currently out of the way because of the bathroom fitting activities, if Jem was here, she is a wonderful singer. So I could have definitely got her to sing us some stuff for the music round, and I'll tell her that that's her job next time, is she's got to come out at 3 a.m. and sing, and then she can go back to bed again. I can imagine the comments I'd get for that one. Thank you, Charlotte. I'm going to do my very best. We're on the run in now, so we shall do what we can. So let's do a music round and see how we get on. And we'll then probably take another little break. I might make a coffee, I might not. I might go for a walk. We'll just see how we feel. Move my phone out of the way. And I'll just do a quick yawn. There we go. Good. So let's see how we can get on with this one. Now, need me glasses. My eyes are getting tired now. So, who was born Georgios Kyriakos Panioutou? So, who was born Georgios Kyriakos Panioutou? What do we know them better as? Next one. Which film won an Academy Award for Best Original Song in 1983? So which film won an Academy Award for Best Original Song in 1983? I only need the name of the film, but of course, there's always bonuses available in these quizzes. So if you give me a song name or anything, there'll definitely be some bonus points. There would be spot prizes, but I can't get them to you, unfortunately. So we'll avoid that element of the quiz at the moment. Which singer had a hit with Torn, as in Torn? Which singer had a hit with Torn? Next question. What was the name of Adele's debut album? So, question is, what was the name of Adele's debut album? Now, this is one of those questions that I have an answer, which I'm sure is right. There may be other answers. So if there is, you're getting the point. I haven't done enough research to be sure that this is the only answer. The question is, Christina Aguilera performed on the soundtrack for which Disney film? So, Christina Aguilera performed on the soundtrack for which Disney film? Okay, next question. In Wayne's World, what song do the main characters sing along to in the car? So in the film Wayne's World, what song do the main characters sing along to in the car? That's a real test of memory, that one, isn't it, guys? I mean, I remember Wayne's World quite well. Do you remember the song that they sang along to? Another film-related one. Who sings or who sang the theme song for the film Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? Who sings the theme song? Blimey, I can't speak now. Who sings the theme song for the film Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? Next question. What is the only song to hold the Christmas UK #1 spot twice? And what is the only song to hold the Christmas UK #1 spot twice? Next one. Who had a hit in the 80s with the song Betty Davis Eyes? Who had a hit in the 80s with the song Betty Davis Eyes? Next one. Now, again, it's always difficult with these where you can suddenly find that there are multiple answers and you may know something different, but I think there are possibly other answers to this question. But I do think that there are 3 significant artists that have had hits with the song The Power of Love. So, and what I want you to do really is name to me the 3 artists that have had those hits. If, however, you know of somebody else who had a hit with The Power of Love, then it's the right answer and you can add it in. Next one. 2 acts have made #1 in the UK chart with their first 3 single releases. Can you name them? And the them is, can you name the acts? If you tell me the name of the first 3 single releases, there's definitely going to be bonus points galore. I really want to know the acts more than anything else. So the next one. You might remember when John Lennon wrote and performed the song Imagine, and it certainly appeared on many a TV broadcast over the years. But he did so sitting at an upright piano. Well, thinking about that piano, it was sold. What I'd like to know is who bought the Steinway Model Z? That was the type of piano it was. Who bought the Steinway Model Z upright piano and donated it to the Beatles Story Museum in Liverpool so that the instrument could stay in Lennon's hometown forever? So I want to know who bought that piano and donated it to the museum, which I've not been to the best of my knowledge. So I ought to go and have a look at it. A shorter question for the next one. Who wrote the Bangles song Manic Monday? Who wrote the Bangles song Manic Monday? Next one. Which group's third album single, Salute, reached over 1 million YouTube views within 24 hours? So, which group's third album single, Salute, reached over 1 million YouTube views within 24 hours? Now, at 19 minutes past 3 in the morning, when we're probably all feeling a little jaded, I came up with this ridiculous question. So, I don't know why I do this sometimes, guys. Honestly, I'm as mad as a cabbage at times. But so I've labelled it today's ridiculously cryptic question. So what I've said is a Corvette and a submarine from song titles provides us with two colours found together in a number of European flags, which in turn will give us the name of a boy band. Now, if you understand the question, you should get a point for even understanding it at this time. So if you determine the two colours we've worked out from the song titles, the Corvette and the submarine, then from there you might be able to work out how many flags have those colours in them. And that number will give you the name of a boy band. And that's all I want, really, is the name of the boy band. But what a ridiculous question I came up with. So I'm also quite happy if you just ignore that question and refuse to answer it on the basis of my madness. It will be fine. Moving on to something slightly more sensible and straightforward. Who was born Reginald Dwight in Pinner? And guess what? That's where I was born. I was born in Pinner. A few years after Reginald Dwight, but nonetheless, we were born quite near to each other. Unfortunately, he became a bit more famous than me. Now, The next one is slightly obscure, but I put it in especially for my housemates who are big fans. So, can you name the American rock band from Los Angeles, California, who are mostly known for their profane and humorous lyrics, as well as their exaggerated onstage personae that reenact the stereotypical glam metal lifestyle? That's a great phrase, isn't it? Reenact the stereotypical glam metal lifestyle. But if you could name that band, well done. And I was trying to find a couple of examples of songs that they sing, and an awful lot of them I couldn't even put the example song titles into here. They're a bit too naughty. Who was the first ever Western pop music act to visit and play in China? Who was the first ever Western pop music act to visit and play in China? So the next one. Which US TV show had each episode of its first series named after a George Michael single? Which US TV show had each episode of its first series named after a George Michael single? The end of the music round we've got there. Didn't write any more questions for that section. I'll give you a minute to do some thinking and make sure you've caught up on any gaps. I can certainly get more questions if we needed them, but I think we've got plenty to go at the moment. Okay, let's do some answers on the music round, and then we'll take another short break because I need to, and I'm sure you do, even if it's to stretch our legs again. And we'll have a look at how our, wonderful rolling total is going. So, who was born Georgios Kyriakos Panioutou? Well, that was George Michael. Give yourself a point if you got George Michael. Which film won an Academy Award for Best Original Song in 1983? The film was Flashdance. And the song was What a Feeling. Jim, sometimes I don't know, mate. You've just got to keep sort of shaking yourself about, and it is, depending on what you're doing, staying awake is easier some days than others. But, I'll be quite honest with you, it's between now and probably about 4:30 or 5 that it's the hardest time. So, you've gone past the sort of as though you'd had a late night out and you're heading into the worst hours of the day for tiredness, generally speaking, particularly if you've been up all day like I have as well, like you. So it is hard to keep awake. And sometimes you don't, sometimes you nod a bit. And it's always harder when we're in isolation as we are at the moment. It's not so bad when, when we were doing separation and we were all in Balloon Street together, you bounce off each other. And you've just got to find ways to shape yourself through it. And thank you for that. I appreciate the comment. And I know that later on today, I'll probably be not too functional. And I may even sneak off and have some sleep at some point. But, we'll see how we get on. But thank you, I appreciate it. So I think we've just done the Academy Award for Best Original Song. Flashdance and What a Feeling. Quite a good song. The film's all right. I don't think the film's the best film ever made, but it satisfied a lot of entertainment things in the early 80s. The singer who had a hit with Torn was Natalie Imbruglia. And Adele's debut album was just named 19. I think her follow-up was just called 21 as well. Her debut album was 19. Christina Aguilera performed on the soundtrack for which Disney film? So the one I was particularly looking for was Mulan. Funny enough, Donny Osmond appeared on or performed on that one as well. However, if you know some other film that she performed on, give yourself a point. Because I didn't specify anything more to narrow it down than what I said there. But Mulan is what we know for a fact looks the right answer. So, in Wayne's World, what song do the main characters sing along to in the car? Well, we've had this answer for a different question earlier on. This is Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. I can't say I can remember the scene when they do that. I'd have to watch the film again. But we now know that if we're watching the film and we get to that scene, we know what they're going to sing. So it's Bo Rap. I then asked who sings. I still can't say this bit, but who sings the theme tune? Who sings the for goodness sake, Andrew? Who sings the theme song for the film Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves? And the answer is Bryan Adams. And of course, it sat at the top of the UK chart for week after week after week between July and October in 1991. And at this minute, my mind's gone blank as to what the song was called. Everything I do for you. That's right, wasn't it? Yeah. So, really held the number one spot for a mammoth amount of time. So following that one, we've got, what is the only song, this is a good one really, what is the only song to hold the Christmas UK number one spot twice? Now, those of you who remember the days when you were eagerly waiting to hear what the Christmas number one was going to be, it seems hard to imagine that any of those Christmas number one songs would do it again, because they'll get taken out of circulation or they'll make it to number one, park things up, as it were. So I'm sure that it is a record that will never be broken. And the answer is, funny enough, it's the same song that we were just talking about again. It's Bo Rap. The Bo Rap holds so many records for so many things, but it is the only song to be number one at Christmas twice. Pretty good, of course, and a great song, as we said earlier, with some of our chat. The next question was, who had a hit in the 80s with Betty Davis' Eyes? This is one of my favourite songs from the 80s. So that's why I put the question. The answer is Kim Carnes. And would you believe that it won a Grammy for both Record of the Year and Song of the Year? So that's how important that song was in America, and for Kim Carnes. I then asked you about the power of love, and said that there could be others, but there are three significant ones that we're interested in. So the three that I knew of and have made my answer are Frankie Goes to Hollywood in 1984, Jennifer Rush in 1984, and Huey Lewis and the News in 1985. So those are the three artists we were looking for. The year is bonus information. But if you've got a different one that had a hit with the song The Power of Love, I'll accept that, because I can't argue with you on it. Those are the three big names who had, I think, if my memory's any good at all, I'm not sure if one of the songs isn't a different song. It's got the same name and everything, but it may be that it got rearranged and is slightly different. But I don't know for sure. Anyway, moving along, I then asked you about two acts that have made number one in the UK chart with their first three single releases. And I wondered if you could name them. And also, if you were feeling particularly brave, whether you could name the songs that they did it with. I think getting either or is pretty darn good. But it has a connection with the question previously, because one of those two acts is Frankie Goes to Hollywood. But long before them, the first act to do it in, I think, 1960 or 61, something like that anyway, was Jerry and the Pacemakers. They did it with How Do You Do It, I Like It, and You'll Never Walk Alone. So each of those was a How Do You Do It was their debut single. It went to number one. I Like It followed and went to number one, and then You'll Never Walk Alone followed and went to number one. And then the other one was Frankie Goes to Hollywood, which was mentioned, of course, in the previous answer. And their three songs were Relax, Two Tribes, and The Power of Love. And to my best knowledge, they are the only two acts who've done that. So Frankie did it in, that would be about 84 or 5. Jerry was about 63. So no idea when it might happen again that somebody would get three first singles into a number one spot. But we'll see. I then talked about the John Lennon piano and asked you who bought it and gave it to the Beatle Museum so that they always had it. It was always in John's hometown. The person who did that was George Michael. It turned out that following his death at Christmas in 2016, as more information was, shall we say, unearthed about George, one of the things that they found was the scale of generosity of things that he did for other people that he didn't do through an agent or with a newspaper standing by. He just did it. And he did all sorts of things. And, that was a big one for him. I don't know if he'd read about it or whether he'd always known that he would want to buy that piano or something. I can imagine it was a number of £1,000s for sure. But it was George Michael who did that and gave it to the museum. The next question we had was who wrote the Bangled song Manic Monday? It was written by Prince. So he did write lots of songs for other people. Or I think more correctly, He often wrote songs, and then afterwards other people had them. I don't think he always wrote specifically for the artist. But nonetheless, that was one of Prince's compositions that was a big hit for the band. Which group's third album single, Salute, reached over 1 million YouTube views within 24 hours? The group is Little Mix, which I can honestly say I know nothing about. Little Mix were the ones who had that single and reached 1 million YouTube views within the first 24 hours. Now, my ridiculously stupid question, and it was me just being silly, but if you take a Corvette from Song and you want a colour, and you take Submarine from Song and you want a colour, and I'm hoping that you thought about the red Corvette from Prince and the yellow Submarine from the Beatles. That gives you red and yellow. Across Europe, there are only 5 countries whose flag contains red and yellow. And so the answer we get is 5. I wanted a boy band. The boy band is 5. I just wanted the number of countries. And you could have probably guessed it. So it was a bit of a daft one, but I was just playing with words and colours and playing about. So, and 5 countries for your own interest only that have red and yellow in their flag are Belgium, Germany, Lithuania, Romania, and Spain. And as we said, the songs were Red Corvette by Prince and Yellow Submarine by the Beatles. The answer that we wanted was 5. If you got 5, I don't need all the explanation. You can have the point. Who was born Reg Dwight? Well, that was Elton John. He was born round the corner from me, or just up the road from me, a few years earlier. Ah, yes, now then. So this American rock band from Los Angeles who have profane and humorous lyrics. Well, the band are called Steel Panther. No idea if anybody's heard of them, if anybody got that one. They're very unusual, and their description is pretty much right in that they, when you first see them, you think of sort of far end glam rock outfits. When they sing, they're a bit more mainstream rock. They're not extreme rock. And song titles that I felt I could possibly just about speak on here, not getting too much trouble for anybody, is they have titles such as Gangbang at the Old Folks Home, Asian Hooker, and Stripper Girl. And I've listened to some of their stuff, and it's quite, I mean, it's certainly listenable if you like sort of rock. You know, they're more rock than pop. And yes, they do have this, what would we call it, sort of glam rock style. But they seem, you know, I've seen them talking on Facebook, and you know, they would strike me as being normal blokes. So we'll see where that one takes us. But if you want to listen to something unusual, look them up and have a look on. There's loads of stuff on YouTube about them, and there will be elsewhere as well. Have a look if you fancy it. So we asked who the first ever Western pop music act to visit and play in China was. And that was Wham in April 1985. No Western pop act had ever performed in China before. Certainly not at the scale that Wham and their entourage did. There may well have been some solo singers go out there and do a couple of songs, but this one was fully sanctioned by Chinese government, and it really was. It got turned into a marketing exercise by those people with marketing needs. and now we've got the new shower. So we can see where that one takes us. But how am I doing in questions on here now? Oh yeah, one left. Now I bet no one got this. Which US TV show had each episode of its first series named after a George Michael single? Did anybody get it? I knew nothing about this. I'm quite a George Michael fan, which is why I knew this question, but only after I found out about this show. It's a show called Eli Stone. And in each episode, in the first series, they named it after a song. But then George appears in the episodes as like a ghostly figure that only this guy, Eli Stone, who I think he's a lawyer, can see. So it's quite... if anybody ever used to see, what was it called? The one with the girl lawyer in it. Come on. No, it won't come. It's a bit like, it's one of these sorts of very tongue-in-cheek. So although they're trying to solve a murder or something, it's quite light-hearted. But George appeared in a few of the episodes, and they named each one in the first season after the George Michael song. So how did you do? Did you score? Yes, thank you, Jim. Well done. Ali McBeal. Yeah, look at that. Jim Scott's just put Ali, and straight away it triggered my memory, and it's Ali McBeal. Thank you, Jim. You're a star. So yeah, that one was a bit similar in that she'd have sort of visions and there was music, and I quite liked it. So you were dead on there. Ali McBeal is what I was thinking of. So thank you, Jim. And Eli Stone is like a modern day, not a copy really, but I when I first saw it, I thought it's a bit similar. So I mean, it's not sort of full of George Michael music and George Michael sort of imagery, but it definitely has a connection with George and music and other parts of it. Certainly season 1. Season 2 changes completely and does a slightly different take on it. But it works. It's quite good. So hopefully you scored a few good points there. Got some wacky questions. I'll try and avoid doing again because we don't need wacky questions. And I'm going to take a short break. It's 1:45. So I'm going to walk around the block, which is a very small block, but it's basically up and downstairs in the house, and that's it. I'm actually going to grab a bit of something to eat because one of the problems of being up all night is that you get a bit peckish where normally you'd be asleep now. So I'm actually going to grab myself, I don't know, I might just throw a quick ham sandwich together or something. So, but I'll only be gone 5 or 10 at the very most. I'm not going to be gone for ages, but let's take a short break, and we're coming back to gets exciting now. Oh, Charlotte. Oh, how are you going to get them delivered to me? Charlotte's going to make some scones. Oh, we're definitely jealous now. But I could go down and make some scones myself. But that'd be, I need to be asking you what questions, don't I? Let's take a short break. Let's reconvene just before 4:00. And we're going to be doing science and nature. I thought I'd stick a science and nature in, which I'm hoping will be a bit of fun as well. So look after yourselves. I don't know if anybody listened to Daryl when he opened proceedings at 8 p.m. Daryl opened things on the Blue Jeans chat for the bank. And one of the things he reminded us of, and I know we're all probably rubbish at it, but he did try and remind us to look after ourselves as well. So do remember to hydrate. I'm not very good at it, by the way, guys. Yeah, do keep hydrated, whether that's with water, as I'm on at the moment, or whether it's with tea and coffee, or whether it's with something stronger. And do also, eat appropriately and regularly to keep your health strong. So a short break now for us all, and I'll be back about, I don't know, 10 minutes, or let's say 10 minutes, something of that order. And then we'll get on and we'll do a bit more. But we are doing really well. We're definitely getting tiring, but we're doing well. Red wine is perfect, Jim. That's absolutely the right answer for hydration is red wine. And if I wasn't trying to ask questions and read a screen that's getting more blurred by the minute, I'd be on red wine as well, mate. But you go for it, and I'll see you all in a few minutes. Back again. Made myself a ham butty. I'm closing my window now because it was getting cold as well, you see. Can't win, can you? I made a ham butty. I might go and get a hot drink after we've done another round of questions. I'm guessing that Charlotte might be on with making scones. So, thank you for sticking with us, guys. I tell you, we're into the final third. It's a good push along. Let's just see. I'm suspecting that there aren't many people up and around at this time of the night. I know there's things going on the Blue Jeans. I was going to look and see, because I think, Jim, there was different activities happening throughout the night, really. I don't know how many or what was going on. I know you had your taekwondo. Let's have a quick look. Here we go. I've actually got the calendar up at the moment. All right, yeah. So we've got there was a live broadcast from the van. So that's the bank's pop-up van. Was doing a live broadcast from 3 till 4, and then from 4 till 5 and 5 till 6 we've got a static bike session. This is people trying to do the 2,500 miles on various bikes around the place. I think that's the right target. And then at 7 o'clock, Daryl is going to be sort of closing proceedings. So although we're planning to run to about 8, we may well finish a bit sooner. But I think we'll still have done darn well when we get to about there. I've got itchy eyes at the moment. But yeah, there's been things going on right through, which is good. We've had various things. But yeah, we've had some Irish dancing from Sean Fahey. That was fun. Anyway, I'm reading a diary that's gone and finished with. So apologies, because I'll try not to speak with my mouth full, but it's a bit difficult to. I could sit and look at this food and not eat it, but I'm going to eat as well. What we will do is we will try our very best to not spray it on the computer screen and not get it wrong. Yeah, we're still at 670, which is still a brilliant total, though, guys. Absolutely made up with that total. So let us get back to a little bit of quizzing. So we're going to have a go at science and nature. I'm going to try and do it while I'm eating a sandwich. So our first question: in which modern day country was the physicist and chemist Marie Curie born? So, in which modern day country was the physicist and chemist Marie Curie born? I'm not sure if having a bag of crisps is a good idea, because they're quite noisy, aren't they? I do like a crisp every so often. So, our next question: how many wings does a mosquito have? So that's how many wings does a mosquito have? Our next question is, which is the largest internal organ in the human body? Which is the largest internal organ in the human body? Next question. Arachnophobia is the fear of what? Arachnophobia is the fear of what? And you've always got to get one of these somewhere in a quiz. Collective nouns. Collective nouns are the special name given to groups of something, in case you didn't know. And there's always at least one somewhere lurking in a quiz. Tonight's lurking one is, what is the collective name for a group of crows? As in the blackbirds that land in your garden. What is the collective name for a group of crows? I'm slowly but surely losing the ability to speak if I'm not careful. Next question. What part of a human body is the mandible? What part of a human body is the mandible? Next question. The rate at which the body produces energy from nutrients is controlled by what? Sorry, the rate at which the body produces energy from nutrients is controlled by which gland in the neck? So that is, the rate at which the body produces energy from nutrients is controlled by which gland in the neck? Next one. At what speed does light travel? Or more easily said, what is the speed of light? Now, I've never really got to grips with the outer planets and the moons that they've got. I know they've got more than one in some cases. We seem to cope with just one That'll be enough for us. Saturn has definitely got more than one. What's the name of Saturn's largest moon? So the question is essentially, what is the largest moon of Saturn called? The next one, excuse me, Percy Spencer invented which time-saving kitchen appliance? Percy Spencer invented which time-saving kitchen appliance? Next question. Ascorbic acid is a form of which vitamin? Ascorbic acid is a form of which vitamin? Next question. What is the name of the light-sensitive panel of cells at the rear of the eye? So, what is the name of the light-sensitive panel of cells at the rear of the eye? So, next question. Humans and chimpanzees share roughly how much DNA? That's humans and chimpanzees share roughly how much DNA? I think we've had this question before about being the biggest planet, but we'll ask it again because it's in the list here. So, what is the biggest planet in our solar system? I'm sure we've asked it earlier on tonight. What is the biggest planet in our solar system? Next question. What is a material that will not carry an electrical charge called? Yeah, we definitely got some overlap there. Got to just seen another question that we've done before, but again, it'll test if your memory's any good anyway from last time. How many hearts do octopuses have? I tried to deduplicate, and that one snuck through, obviously. Okay, next question. On the periodic table, what symbol stands for silver? Next question. Sounds a bit personal, this one, but it's not meant to, but it's the way it's written. How many ribs do you have? I think it probably should be how many ribs do we have, really, but last question was how many ribs do you have? Next one is which is the most sensitive of the senses? And our last question that we've got for science and nature is what is the soft spot on a baby's head known as? Okay. So I think we can go through and get the answers while I continue to move my middle of the night snack. So we asked you in which modern day country was the physicist and chemist Marie Curie born? And the answer to that was Poland. I think when she was actually born there, it wasn't known as Poland, but that's true of the way the Europe's been chopped and changed over the years. The town that she was born in now occupies Poland. How many wings does a mosquito have? It has two. That's all. Which is the largest internal organ in the human body? So the answer to that is liver. And then asked you about arachnophobia, being the fear of something. No. Next one. What is the collective noun or collective name even for a group of crows? And the answer is a murder. So it's a murder of crows. What part of a human body is the mandible? Well, that's the lower jawbone. The rate at which the body produces energy from nutrients is controlled by which gland in the neck? I think everyone agrees it's the thyroid gland. So the rate at which the body produces energy is controlled by the thyroid gland. And where you get the situation of people who have an overactive thyroid or an underactive thyroid, excuse me, can lead to weight loss or weight gain as well. Because of course the body can then use energy it actually hasn't got because the gland itself isn't working correctly. So that's why when you've got a problem with your thyroid, I'm sure that's part of why you can have weight change. Anyway, at what speed does light travel? Light travels at 186,000 miles per second, which is blinking fast. The next one we asked you was, what is the largest moon of Saturn? Oh. Then, what is the largest moon of Saturn called? That's Titan. I don't know all the other moons, but I know that one's called Titan. And the household gadget or the kitchen appliance that Percy Spencer invented was the microwave cooker. Percy Spencer was the primary finder or designer or whatever you call it. He invented it anyway. Ascorbic acid is a form of which vitamin? Well, that's vitamin C. We used to use ascorbic acid. I worked for a dairy for a while, and we used to add it to fruit juices to modify the flavour and also to add additional vitamin C, which then you can put on the packet, you know, with added vitamin C kind of thing. What is the name of the light-sensitive panel of cells at the rear of the eye? That is the retina. That's why occasionally we hear of, I'm sure quite painful, detached retina, where that panel isn't in the right place. So when the light passes through the eye, it's got nowhere to land and do its thing properly. Anyway, humans and chimpanzees, how much DNA do we share? Well, roughly 98%. Which is quite a lot, really. So, next one. The biggest planet in our solar system. Well, we did it before, and it's still Jupiter. And a material that will not carry an electrical charge is called an insulator. How many hearts do octopuses have? It is a repeating question, that one. So, but they've got 3. We then did, on the periodic table, what symbol stands for silver? And that is capital A, lowercase g. How many ribs do you have, or how many ribs do we have? Or how many ribs does one have? The answer in all cases should be 24, unless you've had any removed, or which I don't think you can really do. So you should have 20. You should have 24 ribs. The most sensitive of the senses is smell. I must admit, I thought it was touch, but in a generalist answer, smell is the most sensitive of the senses. And the last question we had in this section was, what is the soft spot on a baby's head known as? And it is known as the fontanelle. And that actually is our fairly brief, but hopefully a little bit interesting. I lost the way of it in the middle somewhere. But that's our science and nature section of the quiz. And we get into the lot less exciting section of the quiz now. Only because it's that time in the morning, and I thought, well, no one's going to want to listen. So, current affairs coming up next. But I think I need to take a short break just to sort of recharge the battery. Definitely feeling harder going at the moment. I can see we've still got a small audience, which is good. That's good. Yeah. No change in donations. So still first class, excellent, wonderful, and all those words. And I'm not surprised at the time of night or day we are. Another hour or so, people will start getting up. We might get some people joining us for while they have their breakfast. Who knows? I think I need to take a short break as well. Otherwise, I think I'm going to struggle. So I'm tempted to take just a short break while I finish this food off. And then we'll get on with the next round of the quiz. I'm hoping that that's okay with everybody. I know Charlotte's busy making scones, or that's what she was hoping to do. And of course, people have got, in some cases, they might be taking a quick power nap. So let's not do any more quizzing till 1:45. And I'll just take, well, strictly it's 18 minutes to allow me to eat this food without trying to eat and speak, which is not a good thing. And then we'll do our next round at about 1:45 and see how we get on. So I'm going to step out with my grub, finish it off, and I'll just put a little note on here for anybody who's at the screen at this minute. There we go. So we'll take another short break, and then we'll be back to do a bit more quizzing, and we'll see how we get on as we do the final running. So thanks a lot, guys. Back soon. Sorry, but I need to keep taking the break, otherwise I think you'll be talking to a zombie, and they don't make a lot of sense a lot of the time. Yeah, how are we doing? I'll tell you one thing, I'm definitely feeling weary. I could definitely do with a bit of sleep. I know that. I might do that in a bit. A power nap might do me good. We'll see how we do though. So let's see how we get on. We're back in a bit of business. We've got a few people here, and let's see if we can get through a couple more questions. And then I think I might just take a short break because I'm definitely feeling there's no point me trying to kill myself, and I don't think you'll mind if I do. If I take myself a short break as well. So we'll see how we get on. We're doing really well, guys, and definitely feeling the effects of being up for just gone past 24 hours now. So no wonder I'm beginning to feel a bit weird. I know you will be as well, because same for all of us. But I've got a current affairs round that I put together based on, well, sort of news and current affairs, of course. So I put that together for you. So we'll see how we get on with that. And I can't remember how many questions there were. Too bad. So let's do the current affairs and we'll see what we've got going after that and how we feel, whether we want to take a short break and power nap for half an hour. Might do us good. No, it's not a lot, but it can make a difference. So here we go. We're on current affairs and first question. So current affairs, it's just, stuff that's going on. Just a title, isn't it? It's just for the stuff that's going on. So which cinema chain recently announced the closure of a large number of venues in the US and the UK, resulting in an estimated 45,000 job losses worldwide or something? May have mistyped that. It might have meant to be 5,000, but it's a big job loss anyway. But the cinema chain announced that last week sometime, I think it was. Very much related to the COVID-19 situation and the fact that they are still closed more than they are open. They've got no sight of when they're going to see some revenues, and as you can imagine, it's proving very difficult. So, who were they? Next one was how many coronavirus cases were lost due to an error at Public Health England? And if you read about this, this is where it turned out, well, the one I read, and can we trust anything we read, but the one I read said that they were using an old version of Excel rather than a new version of Excel, and it meant that they just lost a lot of rows from the bottom of the file. They couldn't handle it properly. Certainly plausible, but somewhat crazy that you'd think in the modern age they wouldn't have such a situation. But hey ho. So, how many cases were lost? Next one. There's been a long-running case in the music industry between Led Zeppelin and another band to do with the appropriate ownership or copyright of the song Stairway to Heaven. And that legal wrangle was eventually brought to a close this month in America. What was the name of the other band that was involved in that legal wrangle? Led Zeppelin was one of them. What was the name of the other band? And who, not who at all, but which founding member of the Four Seasons pop group died recently from COVID-19, aged 92 years old? So, a founding member of the Four Seasons pop group died from COVID-19, aged 92. Just want his name. Now, when I was young and watching the TV or looking at comics or whatever, if ever I read about Avengers, it definitely meant something different to me than I think when we talk about Avengers today, we're talking about something else. But unfortunately, earlier this year, a former Avenger died aged 82. Can you name them? I did realise that quite a few of these are about people dying, and that's not deliberate. Still current affairs. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the stories in the papers at the moment are about the death of somebody or other. So, which former Avenger died earlier this year, aged 82? Now, one of my all-time favourite films, ever since it was first broadcast or put out there, whatever it is you do with films, but one of my all-time favourites is the film Chariots of Fire. And the star of that film died earlier this year. What I want you to tell me, of course, is what his name was. Next up, we've got a question about what we're written. Here we go. Okay, so 2 Best Actress Academy Awards in a career that spanned more than 50 years. She first came to prominence playing alongside Errol Flynn in Cats in Blood. She also appeared in Gone with the Wind. And she died aged 104 this year. Who is she? And she's certainly one of the very last golden stars of Hollywood. So, 2 Best Actress Academy Awards. Her career spanned over 50 years. She was in Gone with the Wind, and she died aged 104 this year. Please name her. Who resigned as Chancellor earlier this year? Excuse me, guys. Yawn there. So next was, which picturesque village was Dominic Cummings driving to when it created a furore or furore or whatever you call it? We'll say furore. Which picturesque village was Dominic Cummings driving to when it created a furore? Furore. I should change that word because I'm not saying it right, am I? But you know what I mean anyway. So, best known for the song Stay With Me, which English singer released To Die For in 2020? So, best known for the song Stay With Me, which English singer released To Die For in 2020? Okay. Next one. An airline crashed in Iran earlier this year. Where was it flying from? So, an airline crashed in Iran earlier this year. Where was it flying from? Okay, next one is, I won't pronounce this properly, but I'll try my best. Gisaenchung, something like that. We'll go for Gisaenchung. So Gisaenchung is the original title of this South Korean film, which collected 4 Oscars in 2020. What's the English title for that film? So Gisaenchung is the original title of this South Korean film, which collected 4 Oscars in 2020. What is the English title? Next question. Which pop star recently appeared wearing a mesh mask and got lots of criticism for it? So which pop star recently appeared wearing a mesh mask and got lots of criticism for it? Okay, our next question. I thought we'd have a couple of questions about America, given that they're covering the news at the moment with the American elections, of course. So I thought we'd do that. So we've got, who is the vice president of the USA? Excuse me. So what is the name of the vice president of the USA? And then the next one, it's a 3-part question. What are the 3 criteria for holding office of the US president? I mean, there's obviously probably lots of others, but there are 3 written criteria that you have to meet to even be allowed to get that far. What are they? Back in the UK, who is the Deputy Prime Minister? So, back in the UK, who is the Deputy Prime Minister? Okay, our next question. In which US city did George Floyd die after being subdued by police officers? So, in which US city did George Floyd die after being subdued by police officers? And I guess we couldn't really get away without having another question about COVID-19. But what date did the UK go into lockdown? So, on what date did the UK go into lockdown? And then the last question in this round of current affairs: which private company became the first to launch a rocket into space? So, which private company became the first to launch a rocket into space? Okay, so that's the end of the current affairs round. And we are running ahead of ourselves, which is not a surprise because we are getting through the questions quite quickly. So I've got 2 small rounds of questions to go. Oh, excuse me. So we'll give it a minute and then we'll do the answers for the current affairs. The people who are on and excuse me. We'll just go through those. Okay, let's do some answers. So, which cinema chain recently announced the closure of a large number of venues in the US and UK, resulting in an estimated 45,000 job losses? Like I say, I may have mistyped the number, but it was certainly a big number of job losses. But the answer to the question is Cineworld. So, pretty much from what I read, pretty much all Cineworld venues in the UK will close directly as a result of the COVID-19 restrictions, lockdown, and all that has brought, unfortunately. How many coronavirus cases, excuse me, how many coronavirus cases were lost, in inverted commas, due to an error at Public Health England? The estimate is around 19,000 records were lost during the cock. What was the name of the other band in the Stairway to Heaven legal wrangle with Led Zeppelin, which was eventually brought to a close this month in the USA? The other band was called Spirit. And if you haven't read about this, it's one of these really crazy, well, in my opinion, it's a crazy situation, but they're claiming that the opening bars of Stairway to Heaven were ripped straight off a riff in Spirits, one of their songs. And you just think, well, it's not like Spirits had Stairway to Heaven documented and somehow they've copied it. It was one bar from the song. Anyway, the Supreme Court said enough is enough, and Led Zeppelin not and did not seek to damage or copy Spirits. So the band name we wanted was Spirit. The next question was, which founding member of the Four Seasons pop group died from COVID-19, aged 92? And that was Tommy DeVito. I'm not going to claim to know Tommy DeVito, but that was his name. And yeah, COVID-19 contributed to his death, unfortunately, at age 92. Okay, the next one is, which former Avenger died this year, aged 82? Which former Avenger died this year, aged 82? And the answer was Diana Rigg. So Diana Rigg was the star of the TV programme The Avengers. And she also was a Bond girl. Back in 1969, in the film On Her Majesty's Secret Service, Diana Rigg was a Bond girl. She was Emma Peel in The Avengers, which I used to love watching. And it's being shown again on ITV4 or Drama or one of those channels. But great fun if you haven't seen it. And unfortunately, Diana died this year, aged 82. I asked you who the name of the star of the film Chariots of Fire, who sadly died earlier this year. And he was Ben Cross. Without doubt, one of my favourite films, and he's a great actor. He appeared in other things as well, but he was the main star in Chariots of Fire, which I thought was a fab film. I then gave you the very smallest potted biog for somebody who had 2 Best Actress awards. She played alongside Errol Flynn. She was in Gone with the Wind. She starred in various movies throughout her life. And she died aged 104 this year. Probably the very last of the golden age of Hollywood. And it was, of course, Olivia de Havilland. So Olivia de Havilland was born in Tokyo in 1916 and died in Paris in 2020. That's a great life. Still sadly missed. But she filled it full, that's for sure, from what we know. So who resigned as Chancellor earlier this year? I'd forgotten, but it is Sajid Javid, or Saeed Javid. So he resigned as Chancellor earlier this year, Saeed Javid. Which picturesque village was Dominic Cummings driving to when it created such a foot? The answer is Barnard Castle, up in the northeast, up off the A1 somewhere in the northeast. No, but Barnard Castle is where he was heading. Best known for the song Stay With Me, which English singer released To Die For in 2020? I am reliably informed that that is Sam Smith. So the answer we were looking for is Sam Smith. An airline crashed in Iran this year, and I asked you where it was flying from. And it was flying from the Ukraine. And I can't remember if this is the one that there were all kinds of rumours of foul play and sort of all kinds of, what's the word I want? No, won't come to me at this minute. I'm sure it might be the same one where they thought there was foul play and they'd been shot down, but I don't think anything came of it. That strange name that I struggle to say, that Gisayeng Chung, being the name or the original title of the South Korean film. Collected 4 Oscars in 2020. What is its English title? And that is Parasite. So that did very well at the Oscars, as particularly it being a foreign language or foreign film, depending on how they describe it. But Parasite is the English title, and it won 4 Oscars. So it did very well. I haven't seen it. Which pop star recently appeared wearing a mesh mask and got lots of criticism for it? Well, that is definitely Lana Del Rey. So she got all kinds of bother for not covering her face properly and using this mesh mask, which the mesh was quite wide. So we're not really clear why she did that, but we understand why she got the criticism for doing so. Moving on. Vice President of the USA. That's Mike Pence. Full enough, in the papers at the moment because he had a debate with a opposite number. Clearly not a second DPM. But, the Vice President was involved in a debate yesterday evening, I think. It was a woman whose name completely escaped me. So yes. What are the 3 criteria for holding office of the US president? So you must be a natural born citizen of the USA. You have to be at least 35 years old. And the last one is you must have been resident in the US for 14 years. A bit of a funny number, I thought, when I read it. And it's not clear whether it means 14 years continuously or just 14 years in your 35 years or more lifetime. But whatever it is, those are the 3 criteria that you must have. Oh, Charlotte. Now we are jealous for sure. Charlotte is back and she has scones and we can't get to them. Oh, I bet they're lovely. We are definitely jealous. We are weary as well, by the way. We're definitely weary now, but we are jealous. But, I'm glad you've got scones. Some family members will be enjoying those later, I guess. So where do we get to? Oh yeah, we got to. Are they fruit? Are they plain? Are they cheese? Are they cherry? I asked you who is the Deputy Prime Minister, and it was a bit naughty of me because it's a bit of a trick question. Because we currently do not have a Deputy Prime Minister. We've only ever had about 4 or 5 in sort of as many millennia kind of thing. It is not a position that every government fills. So in actual fact, the last Deputy Prime Minister was Nick Clegg. And that was during the coalition. And shortly before him, Prescott held the post. But not all leaders have to announce the formality, if you like, of a Deputy Prime Minister. So there could well be people who deputise, and I think Dominic Raab did that recently for Boris. But Dominic wasn't the Deputy Prime Minister. He was deputising for the Prime Minister. So, last 3 questions in this round. In which US city did George Floyd die after being subdued by police officers? That was Minneapolis. Then we had, what date did the UK go into lockdown? That was March the 23rd, 2020. And then the last question in the current affairs round is, which private company became the first to launch a rocket into space? And that was SpaceX, founded in 2002 by Elon Musk, who also founded Tesla and eBay and PayPal, and I can't believe the number of companies that his name is attached to, but there we go. The company that first launched a rocket into space, or more correctly, private company, created SpaceX to do so. So that's the end of the current affairs. Now, I have to admit, I am feeling very, very weary at the moment, and I think a slightly longer break would probably do me good. So I hope you don't mind, but I think I'm going to take sort of, our next round at the moment is due to start at 6 o'clock because we're slightly ahead of ourselves on the quiz timings. So I'm thinking that if you could bear with me on that, I'm going to take an extended break and I'll be back at 6 o'clock to bring us in for the last sort of hour and a half or so. Daryl is wrapping things up at 7 o'clock on Blue Jeans, and I'll perhaps join that at 7 o'clock, and then we'll wrap the quiz up together, probably about 7:30 or something like that. I don't think we're going to go all the way to 8 o'clock. I think we'll have used up our questions, and I don't think anyone's precious about it going to an exact minute here or minute there. I'm going to take a break till 6 o'clock, and I'm just going to have a power nap because I think it'll do me good. Plus, I'm a bit achy sitting here all this time. I've been sitting here since 6 o'clock yesterday morning now, so it'll be nice just to stretch out for a bit. So I'll leave everything running. You'll just be staring at the room. I'll leave Sparkle in charge because she's very good at being in charge, aren't you, Sparkle? There you go. You are in charge. And I'll be back at 6. So I'll put a little note on as well, but thank you, Charlotte. And at least people know what we're doing. But we might get one or two that join at 6, you see, people who are getting up for the start of the day. We might get a couple of joiners. So they might look in and see what we're up to. So we've got it's a slightly different music round at 6 o'clock, and then we've got a little bit of general knowledge to close the book. And then on with the day. But I'll see you all in a little bit. Thank you so much. Oh, that looks good, Sparkle. You're looking good there, girl. There we go. Yeah. Sparkle's in charge for Yeah. Well, good morning again. Yeah, we've got a couple of people lying around. I think I'll put my spectacles down just a moment. Ah, there we go. I'm not sure if that did me any good or not, really. Quick rest and a change of jacket again, and we're set to go. So that's good. So, just the final running, really, now, I guess. I've got a bit of a daft round on music that I put together, which is all related to the 8th and 9th of October. Thanks, Peter. This is the last one of the collection for today, anyway. We'll see it out with this one. I decided to do a little quiz on number one singles that were top of the chart on the 8th or the 9th of October throughout the years. So I've gone back through the years looking at the charts and thrown a few questions together. A bit of fun, and it's just all about today or yesterday, which was the 2 days that we're focused on in terms of what we're all doing. And let's just have a look at has anything changed in our world, and it's looking quiet still. Yeah, donations are still where they were. They're still marvellous at 18,744, but there might be a little bit more to go. I know mine's got a couple more, and it's just gonna go over 700 before the end of the day, which is wonderful. But so let's do a little music round, and then we can start to wrap things up. And people who need to have showers or get changed or do whatever it is you're going to do, or stumble about for the day, which is probably what I'm going to do for parts of it anyway. And I've got my builders arriving at some point to do a bit more bathroom manufacturing for me. But anyway, so what I've done is, as I said, this is a look at the UK singles chart for number ones on the 8th or 9th of October throughout the years, going backwards through time, really. And I've just gone back every 5 years. So we've got, I don't know, whatever that worked out at, a number of questions. So let's see how we can get on. Those of us who are still here. Who had the very first October 8th and 9th number one single in 1953? And I'm not giving you very many clues for this one. It's just straightforward. Any idea at all? The charts began in the end of the year 52. So this was the first number one, October the 8th and 9th, and it was in 1953. So that's just a bit of a daft one. You might know. Then the next one we're asking about is we've jumped up to 1955 and a very long running number one. I think it was number one for about 11 weeks. So it ran for a long time, maybe 9 weeks, doesn't matter, but quite a famous one in its day, admittedly some 65 years ago now. But can you tell me about a number one in 1955, long running, by a very famous singer in his day? So see what you know about that one. few more clues then as we go forward might help you with guessing what these songs are. So the next one, well, a bit of a love story, all about Laura, and that was number one for 3 weeks in 1960. So who sang that? A tragic love story about Laura was number one for 3 weeks in 1960. Can you remember who sang it? So coming forward, so 1965, this was the last 2 days for number one for this one. It was about to be usurped by somebody else, but this was a popular married duo who split up, and she then went on to have an enormous solo career. But what did they have number one together? Singer and song, please, or artist and song. But number one in 1965, very famous duo and an even more famous solo career going forward. (1970), and I might be wrong, but she might be the only singer called Frida to have a number one single. So can you remember it? And do you know the song that she was number one with back in 1970, this time in 1970? And coming forward again into this fellow was definitely a popular lad on Top of the Pops and at the movies. I think he's still around, a little bit older now, but I think he's still around. So David Essex was number one in 1975, but what was the song called? I think he was a bit of a heartthrob, as they called him in those days. I know my sister used to swoon at him. So what was David Essex's number one in 1975? Coming forward another 5 years, and it made me smile when I noticed this, but this one, highly appropriate for the current situation. This number one has a clear message for all of us today. Any ideas? That was back in 1980. Number one this day, 1980. Name of the song and the artist, please, but definitely highly appropriate for the current situation. Jumping forward another 5 years, and If I Was is the name of the song that was at the top in 1985. Well, who was the artist? So who sang If I Was? And coming forward again, Maria McKee asked us all to show her something in this number one from 1990. Can you remember what she was asking us to show her? Maria McKee asked us all to show her something in this number one from 1990. Can you remember what it was? I couldn't, by the way. But luckily, I got the answer in front of me. Number one for 4 weeks in 1995. Now, I reckon this band was named after the lead singer's hair colour. And that's just me. Can you name them? And can you name the song, which was all about an attraction that, well, it probably wouldn't be around at the moment, or it would be certainly closed for us to go to. They were number one for 4 weeks in 1995 with this. And then we crossed the century. We made it to the year 2000. And do you know, in the year 2000, there were 42 different number ones in 1 year. That's nearly one a week. Back in the 60s, 70s, and even the 80s, you could have a year when there'd only be 12 number ones in the whole year. In the year 2000, there were 42 different number ones. The one that was number one at this time in 2000 had previously been a hit for Phil Collins, who managed to get a week at number one in 2000 with it. And what's the song called? And then rushing forward again, the Sugar Babes made number one on the 8th of October for 3 weeks. But what was the song? So the Sugar Babes were number one with this song for 3 weeks from the 8th of October. What was the song called? And then just to make it fun, every year I looked at, there was only one song number one on both the 2 days, the 8th and the 9th, until we got to 2010. And then we had 2 different songs at number one on the 8th and one on the 9th. So they were Just the Way You Are, brackets, amazing, and Promise This. They were the 2 songs. Can you name the artists? So in 2010, who were the 2 artists at number one on the 8th and 9th with the songs Just the Way You Are and Promise This? We mentioned this fella a few minutes ago, but 5 years ago, Sam Smith was at the top of the charts. What was the song? So Sam Smith was number one 5 years ago. What was the song? And then last question in the round really is, it's quite simple really, but last one of this lot. What is the current number one single? And it's interesting because really this is, unless you happen to study this very closely, it seems to change on a Friday these days. So it is possible that it's changed overnight from what my answer is. This could be the most up-to-date answer change we've ever had. But we want to know, what is the current number one single? That was a little foray through the charts from the beginning of Chart Life to now, using a bit of fun with being the today's date and just using every 5 years as a marker. We could have gone every year, but it would have been an awful lot of questions, and I think we'd have all got fed up long ago, wouldn't we? So let's have a look at our answers. So that very first number one for October the 8th and 9th, it was actually written down and remembered, that is, 1953, and that was a song called "Look at That Girl" by Guy Mitchell. Guy Mitchell was certainly a popular chart topper in those days. I can't say I know the song, but that's the answer we were looking for. If you got that, very, very well done. The next one was the very long-running number one. Held the top spot in 1955. And, well, I wanted to know if you could remember it or knew it or whatever it would be. And the one I was looking at is a song called Rosemary by Slim Whitman. And again, Slim Whitman was one of those people who was in and out of the charts regularly in the late 50s, or the middle to late 50s. Anyway, we then come to 1960 and our tragic love story about Laura. And the one, of course, that I'm thinking of there is the song Tell Laura I Love Her. And it was sung by a chap called Ricky Valens. And he was number one for 3 weeks in 1960. Did you know Ricky Valens died this summer? So not that long ago. And something I didn't know till I was reading about him, that he was the first male Welsh singer to have a number one single. I guess for some reason I always thought Ricky Valens was American, but actually he was Welsh. And he beat Sir Tom to have the first number one single for a Welshman. And he sadly passed away in the summer. The next one, who were our popular married duo and then split up and she had the huge career? Well, they were Sonny and Cher. I think it's fair to say that Cher got the better deal in terms of the future success. Stories were that Sonny wasn't a very nice person to be with. I don't know. I'm not commenting there. But the artist was Sonny and Cher, and the song I Got You, Babe. So that was number one in 1965. Coming forward to 1970, she might be the only singer called Frida to have a number one. Who am I thinking about? I'm thinking about Frida Payne. And the song that she sang was Band of Gold. So that's what we were looking for, was Frida Payne and Band of Gold. (1975), excuse me, and David Essex was top of the charts, top of the pops. He was in the movies. I thought for a minute I could tell you the name of the film that he was in, which was set in a sort of a Butlin-style holiday camp. That'll Be the Day. What he was in. That was a good film. All about 50s rock and roll and holiday camps and those kinds of things. But in the case of this question, I was looking for the song Hold Me Close. That's what we wanted. So if you got Hold Me Close, you get your points. And then the next one, it just happened to be this way. I haven't made this up or made it happen. But on this day in 1980, the number one song, I think, was highly appropriate with the message for the current situation. Did anyone get it on my suggested idea there? So the song was Don't Stand So Close to Me. And it was The Police. So one for my friend Paul, who sent me a nice message. I think he's just come off night shift now and he's coming home. Big Police fan. So they were number one in 1980 with Don't Stand So Close to Me. 1985, and I told you that the song If I Was sat on top of the charts. Who was the singer? Well, the singer was Midge Ure. And of course, 1985 was particularly remembered because it was when we had Live Aid. And of course, Live Aid was organised to try and combat the dreadful famine going on in Africa at the time. And we'd had the Band-Aid song at Christmas, which was one of our questions earlier on in the night. And in July, we had Live Aid, and Midge-Ure was one of the sort of critical group that pulled it together. And he also had his own number one in October 1985. So the answer I wanted was Midge-Ure. Maria McKee in 1990 was asking us to show her something. She was asking us to show me heaven. So the answer I wanted was heaven or show me heaven. I can't say I remember that one. And I'm guessing, I'm hoping my clue wasn't too obtuse here, but did we guess the artist with a name that I think was just after the name of the colour of the lead singer's hair? Did you get Simply Red? So Simply Red was our artist, and the attraction that they were singing about that was probably would be closed at the moment was Fairground. So Fairground by Simply Red is the answer we were looking for that question. And then the turn of the century. Excuse me. I think I'll be doing that a lot of the day, but the turn of the century and the song we were looking for, which had previously been a hit for Phil Collins, is Against All Odds. And then brackets, Take a Look at Me Now. So the song is Against All Odds, and it was Mariah Carey featuring Westlife. I think if you get the full name of Mariah Carey and the featuring Westlife, I'll give you a bonus point. So we then get to 2005, and I told you that the Sugar Babes had hit the top and were there for 3 weeks. What were they singing? They were singing Push the Button. So that was what the answer was we wanted, was Push the Button. (2010), the 1 year that we were looking at where we got a different number one on the 2 different dates. And we had Just the Way You Are, Amazing, and Promise This. And the artist that we were looking for was Bruno Mars and Tiny Temper. And it was interesting that Bruno went back to the top spot at the end of the month for another week with the same song. So he was up, down, up. But we wanted Bruno Mars and Tiny Temper to answer that one. And then 5 years ago, Sam Smith was at the top. What was he singing? He was singing Writings on the Wall. So that's what we wanted for that one. And then the last question, certainly of this little section, is, well, what is the current number one single? They appear to change on a Friday. So on the 8th of October 2020, the number one single was Mood by 24K Golden featuring Ian Dior. By the way, I read down the chart and it was number 7 before I recognised the name of any artist at all. And you know, at one time I knew all the chart performers. Every week we used to be glued to the radio to find out who was where and what was going up and down. Not anymore, I'm afraid. I guess that's just an age thing, but I didn't know anybody till number 7. But you managed to get Mood by 24 Karat Golden featuring Ian Dior. You've done very well. I don't know if he stayed number 1 again for this next week or whether somebody else has pinched the spot for him this morning. I've not looked. So we're on the final running, really. And we've got a few general knowledge questions that will just take us up to about 7 o'clock. And I think at 7 o'clock, Daryl is opening or closing the Blue Jeans session and wrapping things up for the Stay Up 2020 activities. So we can do a few general knowledge for 15 minutes, and then we'll be able to do the answers, say our goodbyes, and then those who want can join the Blue Jeans or can go and get ready for the start of their day. I've got a couple of things I probably need to do, and then I probably need to start thinking about sort of worky stuff. I don't really want to, but I'm sure I will need to. Try and see if I can have a quietish kind of day to get through it in one piece. So let's do a few final general knowledge, and then we've got 2 and a bit pages, so that's about, I don't know, 15 or 20 questions, perhaps. So the speed we get through them, we'll probably do that in the half an hour we've got. If that's okay with everybody, we'll do it that way. So let's get straight on and see if we can finish things off nicely. So in bingo, if a caller says knock at the door, what does he mean? So in bingo, if a caller says knock at the door, what does he mean? Now, which parts of the human body have got half of all the bones? So which parts of the human body have half of all the bones? Just mentioned to Tom when we were talking about Ricky Valance a minute ago, and he now pops up in this question. Which James Bond theme did Sir Tom Jones sing? I don't think he was a Sir then, but he is now, so we'll give him his title. So which James Bond theme did Sir Tom Jones sing? Our next question is, what is James Corden's character called in Gavin and Stacey? So what is James Corden's character called in Gavin and Stacey? We've got a true or false question. True or false? Bananas grow on trees. No. True or false? Bananas grow on trees. Next. What is the largest city in the world by population? What is the largest city in the world by population? Next question. Who was the actor who played Elton John in the film Rocket Man? Great film, by the way. Big Elton John fan. Great film, I thought. Who was the actor who played Elton John in Rocket Man? Next question is, what is the official language of Brazil? What is the official language of Brazil? Next question. What US singer, or which US singer, it should be, we know, but which US singer revealed this year that he has Lyme's disease? I don't know what Lyme's disease is, by the way, guys, but which US singer revealed that he has got it? Another true or false question. True or false? The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the US by France. True or false? The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the US by France. We spoke about this guy earlier as well. So if you remember what we said, you might have the answer for this one, because we did talk about it. So, who was behind the SpaceX project, where satellites could be seen from space last month? So, who was behind the SpaceX project, where satellites could be seen from space last month? Next question. What colours are the 5 Olympic rings? So that's, what colour are the 5 Olympic rings? Next question. What UK TV series character Tommy Shelby in? So what UK TV series is the character Tommy Shelby in? Good series, I enjoyed it. Not that that helps you with the answer if you don't know the answer, but I just thought I'd tell you I thought it was good. Next question. Which bird can fly backwards? Which bird can fly backwards? Morning, Alison. Welcome back to us. I hope you've had a bit of sleep. Nice to see you with us again this morning. We've just about survived the night, we think. Can't be sure about that, but I think we are. Next question. Who is Sir Keir Starmer? So who is Sir... Doing it again. Who is Sir Keir Starmer? And we've done a couple of these already tonight, but I'll throw one in for the morning. What is the capital city of Switzerland? So what is the capital city of Switzerland? Which country does the Peroni beer come from? So which country does Peroni beer come from? What is the key alcoholic ingredient of any daiquiri cocktail? So what is the key alcoholic ingredient of any daiquiri cocktail? So if red, white, and blue are primary colours, then which are the secondary colours? So I think I repeated that one just in case though. If red, white, and blue are primary colours, which are the secondary colours? What is astrophobia a fear of? So what is astrophobia a fear of? Don't think it's small Vauxhall compact cars. Sorry about that. Just again, the way the brain works sometimes. Which two teams contested the 2020 UEFA Champions League final? Which two teams contested the 2020 UEFA Champions League final? Next question. In what year did the Vietnam War end? In what year did the Vietnam War end? Next question. What is the name of Wendy's dog in Peter Pan? So what is the name of Wendy's dog in Peter Pan? Next question. In which sport would you use a shuttlecock? In which sport would you use a shuttlecock? Next question. We're on the last page, the last run in now. So, enchiladas originated in which country? Enchiladas originated in which country? Next question. Which 70s band was named after a high school gym teacher? Which 70s band was named after a high school gym teacher? Next question. One of the potential names for the Beatles was Johnny and the something. What's the something? So one of the potential names for the Beatles was Johnny and the something. What's the something? Next question. Which band broke the world loudest band record in 1976? I don't know if it's been broken since then. It didn't really tell me. But which band broke the world loudest band record in 1976? Next question. The Dutch pop group Rednecks had a 1994 hit with which song? So the Dutch pop group Rednecks had a 1994 hit with which song? You know, that's brought us all the way to the very last question. I've got no more. My paper is run out. We're on page 38 of 38. That's 38 pages of questions we've gone through between us all. No wonder we feel a bit tired. The very last question of the Stay Up 2020 overnight quiz is as follows. In what year was the first iPod released? In what year was the first iPod released? I'm being tickled by my jacket. Okay. Shall we give you some answers and you can tot up your scores and you can get very excited and give yourself a pat on the back and all of those things. So in bingo, if a caller says knock at the door, what does he mean? He means number 4. Which parts of the human body have half of all the bones? That's the hands and the feet. So there's 27 bones in each hand and there's 26 bones in each foot. And if you add that up really quickly, you'll find out that comes to 106 bones. So pretty much half of all the bones in the human body can be found in just a hand. Which James Bond theme did Sir Tom Jones sing? The answer to that is Thunderball. What is James Corden's character called in Gavin and Stacey? That's Smithy. With 2 F's. Not really, but it always sounds more like Smithy rather than Smithy. True or false, bananas grow on trees? Now, you knew that this was clearly a trick question. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. But the honest truth is that it's false. It says here, false. People often assume they grow on trees. However, they grow on a herbaceous plant or a herb. It's not a tree because it's not designed to hold weight. It's a plant. But actually, it's not a tree because the stem does not contain true woody tissue. So that would appear to be the scientific view of the world anyway, that bananas do not grow on trees. They grow on a plant or a herb even. I then asked you, what is the largest city in the world by population? The answer is Tokyo. Now, when you start looking up things like this for quizzes, or you start having conversations with friends about it, I'm glad to provide a banana fact before breakfast, Alison. Always good to do that. It starts to get difficult when you start talking about, well, what do you mean by a city? Let's take Manchester, where, you know, our bank is based and where many of us used to go in every day for work. You know, what part of Manchester stopped being, if you like, the city and is just part of the conurbation? Whatever I read, the metropolitan city of Tokyo has a population of over 35 million people. And again, based on the information available, the next nearest largest city is Delhi, 29 million, and Shanghai with 26 million. So the next question is, who was the actor who played Elton John in Rocket Man? And that's a fella called Taron Egerton. Fine actor, fine actor. He's already played a couple of big roles, but certainly, in my opinion, his Elton John was a super role. He did such a good job of it. And captured what we think needed to be captured, you know, to tell us about Elton's life. So the next question was, what is the official language in Brazil? I bet you all got this one. It's Portuguese. So the official language of Brazil is Portuguese. Next question. Which US singer revealed this year that he has Lyme's disease? The answer to that is Justin Bieber. And we then got another true or false. The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the US by France. The answer is yes. France did give the US Statue of Liberty. It was a gift to celebrate the nation's success as the American Civil War drew to a close in 1865. I then asked you who was behind the SpaceX project. And we'd already talked about him a bit earlier on in the quiz, so it sort of came round and answered itself. But the name we were looking for was Elon Musk, or Elon. I think it's Elon, but Elon or Elon Musk. It's the answer we wanted for that one. What colours are the 5 Olympic rings? In no particular order, but the order I've got here, they are blue, yellow, black, green, and red. So that is the official 5 colours of the Olympic ring. The next question I asked was which or what UK TV series is the character Tommy Shelby in? That's Peaky Blinders. I do like that show. I haven't watched it recently at all, but I was quite hooked for a while. I've just been wondering what's going on. It was quite a decent show. Quite violent, of course. It's meant to be. That's part of the story. It's set in a time of quite lawless behaviour. But the answer we wanted for the quiz is Peaky Blinders. So my next question was, which bird can fly backwards? And the answer is a hummingbird. So the hummingbird can fly backwards. My next question was, who is Sir Keir? I still can't say it, can I? Just let me get going properly. Who is Sir Keir Starmer? I'm guessing that you knew this, but he's the leader of the UK Labour Party. The next question was, what is the capital city of Switzerland? The answer to that is Bern. Again, it's another one where you sort of think of the obvious cities like Geneva or Lucerne, but actually Bern is the capital city. So, next question was, which country does the Peroni beer come from? Quite like Peroni. Probably not at this time of the morning, but quite like Peroni. Which country does Peroni beer come from? And the answer is Italy. Next question was, what is the key alcoholic ingredient of any daiquiri cocktail? What's the key alcoholic ingredient of any daiquiri cocktail? The answer is white rum. I don't think I knew that. Well, then I don't think I've ever had daiquiri, so that's probably why. But the answer to that one is white rum. Now, if red, white, and blue are primary colours, I wanted to know what the secondary colours were. And they are purple, orange, and green. I am reliably informed. So that's the answer we're looking for, is purple, orange, and green. 1 mark for each. So if you got purple, orange, and yellow or something like that, you get 2 marks out of 3. So I asked you what astrophobia is a fear of. I made a very crap joke. What is astrophobia a fear of? It's a fear of thunder and lightning. I guess the astro bit comes from the heavens, as in astral, and thunder and lightning comes from the heavens as well. So perhaps that's why we get astrophobia for thunder and lightning. I don't know. Just playing at semantics for a minute. So the next question we asked, which 2 teams contested the 2020 UEFA Champions League final? And that was Paris Saint-Germain and Bayern Munich. Don't worry, I'm just going to check in. There's noise outside. I'm just looking where it is. Oh, it's all right. It's our bin men. I always like to keep an eye out for funny noises at the early hours of the day, but that's the bin men getting the bins ready. So That's all right. Paris Saint-Germain versus Bayern Munich. That one. I can't remember who won. I don't really care too much, but I can't remember who won. Next question was, when did the Vietnam War end? And the answer we were looking for was 1975. We then asked you, what is the name of Wendy's dog in Peter Pan? And the answer we wanted there was Nana. And in which sport would you use a shuttlecock? And the answer to that is badminton. We asked about enchiladas, and they originally were found in Mexico. And the 70s band that was named after a high school gym teacher is Lynyrd Skynyrd. One of the, what did I say? One of the potential names for the Beatles was Johnny and the what? What we wanted was Johnny and the Moondogs. We then asked you which band broke the world loudest band record in 1976. That was The Who. The Dutch pop group Rednecks had a 1994 hit with which song? And the answer we wanted there was Cotton Eye Joe. So Cotton Eye Joe was the answer to that question. And then, in what year was the first iPod released? And the answer I wanted was 2001. And in terms of time management, given that we were saying that it would be nice to join the Blue Jeans at 7 a.m. for Daryl's wrap up, it's 6:58. And my YouTube stream timer has just rolled over the 11-hour mark. So we've just clocked up 660 minutes. So I think this is a good time for me to say so many thank yous. And thank you, Alison. Thank you so much. Let's just have a look if the donations have crept up at all this morning. Probably a bit. Oh yeah, they've gone up a bit. Yep. So the bank team total is now £18,804, which is absolutely phenomenal. And my total, with some money I've got to put in this morning, is dead on £700. So thank you. Will I ever do this again? I don't know. It's hard work. I was flagging a bit towards the end, but thank you, all of you, for your support, the encouragement that you give me, the nice comments that I get from you. All of those things really do make a difference. And most importantly is the money that you've raised. Absolutely fabulous. So I'm going to end the stream. I'm going to join the Blue Jeans to say good morning to Daryl. I'm then going to try and stir myself and get ready for, well, I've got to do a little bit of work, but I'll be honest with you and say there won't be a lot achieved today, I don't think, because I think I'm a danger to other people. But thank you, everybody. I know there aren't that many everybody's left now, but thank you to those of you who stuck with me throughout the night. That really is good. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Charlotte, for the nice comments. I do appreciate that. We've all earned a good night's sleep tonight. And Centre Point will be able to help so many more people on the back of the effort from everybody that's been involved with Stay Up 2020. So I'll be speaking to some of you in the day, perhaps, and I'll speak to you all, and I do hope I'll see you all soon. Who knows with what's going on, but I'll see you on Blue Jeans or Zoom or whatever. So thank you so much. Take care, and bye-bye.